The Mafia's Bargain, the Mafia Legacy Series Book 2.
Summary: Lazzaro Brambilla, son of Leone and Eleonora of the Brambilla Mafia family, Lazzaro would someday take over as head of the family, with his brother, Anthony, by his side. He came from a family who fought against human trafficking. Unlike most mafia families, they were different, didn't kill without good reason, and he and his brother were brought up to respect. He never believed he would find a woman to love, or one that would love him for who he was or did, until one day, a beautiful woman came to him for help. At first sight, he knew she was the one, so he made a deal with her. Caterina Rossi, a young woman who had been sheltered her whole life, now needed to seek help from one mafia man to save her parents from another mafia family. In order to save them, she had to agree to Lazzaro's terms. What was she in for? Chapter 1. Caterina Rossi, 20 years old, is a young, innocent girl who still lived with her parents. Her father, Neri, works for a man who was head of the Ferrari Mafia. He was their accountant, a simple man who was forced into doing the job. He kept his head down, not wanting to be involved in the corrupt and illegal part of the Ferrari business. He also kept his daughter at home most of the time, but only to protect her from the mob. It was known that Roberto Ferrari liked young women, would use them for sex and later sell them into human trafficking. He had to keep her hidden from them, to keep her safe, until he could figure out a way to send her to another country without the mob knowing. Neri lived in fear, knowing that sooner or later, his boss would find out about Caterina, about how young and beautiful she was, and would take her to be his sex slave, until he no longer had any need for her. But things were about to go terribly wrong. Someone was stealing money from his boss, and it pointed to him. He was set up to take the fall. With nowhere to run, he knew his boss was on his way to get him. "Lara," he called out to his wife. "What is it?" she asked, coming into his office and seeing the fear in his eyes. "Where is Caterina?" "She's in bed." "Why? What's going on?" He went over to her, putting his hands on her shoulders, and stared into her eyes. "Mr. Ferrari is on his way here. He thinks I've been stealing from him, and you know what he does to those who betray him." "But you haven't." "Just tell him," she said. Her body began to shake. She always knew that something like this would happen someday. "We have to leave now before he gets here." He touched her cheek, wiping her tear away. "There's no escaping him, but we can save our daughter. Go to her, wake her up, and make her hide in the hidden room. They will not find her there, and once we are gone, she can run away," he said, handing his wife a large bundle of money. "Give this to her. Tell her to wait until we are gone and then leave. Tell her to go as far away as possible." Nodding her head, she ran out of the office and up the stairs to her daughter's room, shaking her awake. "Sweetheart, wake up and get dressed," she said, handing her some clothes to put on. "Mom, what's going on?" she asked, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "There's no time to talk. Just hurry up and get dressed." She started putting her clothes on. "Mom, you're scaring me. You have to tell me what's happening." Lara started shoving a few of Caterina's clothes into a small bag. "Mr. Ferrari is on his way here to get your father. He thinks your dad has been stealing from him. We want you to hide in the special room until we are gone, and then you must run away. Here is enough money to escape. Leave Italy and go somewhere safe and as far away as you can go." "Mom, no, I'm not going without you and Dad." She threw the money down on the bed and started crying. Lara grabbed Caterina by the shoulders and shook her. "You listen to me, young lady. If Ferrari finds you here, he will take you and do some wicked things to you. He will beat and rape you over and over again. Then when he's done with you, he will sell you into the sex trade." "But Mom, what about you and Dad?" "We'll be okay. The worst he will do to us is make us his household slaves, to cook and clean. He will make your father continue to do his books, but with his men watching over him. Now come, we have to get you into the room. No matter what happens, do not come out until morning when it's clear." Picking up the money, she shoved it into Caterina's bag. "I can't without seeing Daddy. I'm here, baby girl." She turned and ran to her father, who wrapped his arms around her. "Daddy, come to the room with me. They won't find you there," she said, sobbing so hard her body shook. He cupped her face in his hands. "We can't. He will have his men tear this place apart until he finds us. This way you will have a chance to live your life. I want you to know how much your mother and I love you. As long as we know you are safe, we will be able to survive." He had to drag her upstairs and into the room. "Remember, we love you," he said before closing the door on her. It broke his heart to leave her, but he knew there was no way they would find her here. It was so well hidden. Once they had her safely inside, he and Laura went downstairs and got rid of all the photos that had their daughter in them and replaced them with a woman who was overweight and very plain. Knowing if Mr. Ferrari saw the photos, he would not be interested in her. They heard the sound of cars pulling into the driveway and knew who it was. Moments later, the front door was kicked open and a dancing man aiming guns entered. Mr. Ferrari walked in after them. "You know why I'm here," he said, looking evil with the scar running down one side of his face. Neri put his arms around his wife, wanting to protect her. "I am innocent. I did not steal from you. I was set up." He watched as his boss walked around the room, going over to the pictures that were on the mantelpiece. "Is this your daughter?" "Yes," Neri answered, tightening his hold on his wife. "Where is she?" "She's abroad, in America, working as a waitress." Ferrari looked at the photo and shook his head in disgust. "Looking like this, I bet she doesn't get many tips. She sure doesn't take after her mother," he said, taking a good look at Laura. "Too bad you weren't younger. I might have enjoyed you. My husband is innocent of what you think he did." "Did I tell you to speak?" He looked at Neri. "Tell your bitch to keep her mouth shut or I will have my man cut her tongue out." He drew his wife's head into his chest to keep her from talking. He closed his eyes and held his breath when his boss told his men to search the house. He thanked God that Laura had the good sense to make Katerina's bed before they took her upstairs. They were made to stand there while the other men destroyed their home, smashing everything in sight. He wasn't sure what was to become of them. Either they would be tortured and killed or taken to Ferrari's home and kept prisoner. "Boss, there's no one else in the house. We searched everywhere," one of the men said when he returned. "Do you want us to kill them and bury them out back?" Neri was afraid. He didn't want his beloved wife to suffer. "Please, I am innocent. Do what you must to me, but let my wife go. She has done nothing wrong." "Oh, but she has. She married you." He turned to his men. "We will take them back to my place. I can use another housekeeper, and Neri can still take care of my accounts, but one wrong move. Kill him." Their hands were tied behind their backs, and a cloth bag was placed over their heads and was then thrown into the back of a van. "Neri, I'm scared." Tears filled his eyes. It killed him knowing he couldn't save his wife. "I know, but be brave and strong. Whatever happens, we will be together." One thing he was sure of was that if Ferrari was going to kill them, he would have done it by now. So it was obvious to him that he planned on making them his own personal slaves. At least this way they would live and maybe someday find a way to escape. But for now, he was just glad that his daughter was not captured and she had a chance to live her life. Chapter 2. Katerina Saturday on the floor, her arms wrapped around her bended knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked around the windowless room. It wasn't much. 2 chairs, one small lamp that barely lit the room. Her thoughts wandered back to when they first moved into this house. She was 10 years old at the time. It was an older home, very large with lots of rooms to explore. This was one of them. Her parents fixed up most of the place, but many rooms were left untouched as they didn't have a lot of money. "Daddy, what is this room?" she asked when her father opened it. She watched him as he found a hidden button inside the wall and opened the door. Holding her hand, they walked inside. "Well, sweetheart, this house once belonged to a wealthy man. He was a bit insane and thought that people were after him, so he had this hidden room built. He thought he would be safe in here if he ever had to hide from danger." Her eyes looked around the room. "It's creepy in here, and wouldn't people still be able to find him?" "No, dear. He had it made special. It's soundproof and no one knows about it, so they wouldn't even think to look for him here." She looked up at her father. She was confused. "If no one knows about it, how come you do?" He got down on his knees in front of her, taking her hands in his. He was always amazed at how she was constantly asking questions and would keep asking until she got an answer. So it was always easier to tell her right off. "Well, many years ago, as a young boy, I came here with my mother and father who knew him. He didn't like many people, but he took a liking to me and showed me this room, telling me how to get in. I was made to promise not to tell anyone, and I kept this promise until just now." She scrunched up her eyebrows. "Where is he now, and why are we living here?" "I would come to visit him often as a young man, but sadly he passed away many years ago. As for your other question, he had left me this place, so your mother and I decided to move here and fix the place up. You will love it here. Many rooms to check out, and there's a forest out back that has a path that leads into the city. Oh boy, just wait until the kids at school find out we have a secret room. They're going to be so jealous, she said, clapping her hands. No, no, you must not tell anyone about this room. Only the three of us know. So you have to promise me that you will keep this secret. Promise me. She was too young to understand what his reasons were, but she did promise not to say anything to anyone. Okay, Daddy, I promise. Can I go to the forest and follow the path, and are there animals out there? I hope so. I love cute little creatures like squirrels and rabbits. No, you must never wander off on your own. You could get lost. As she got older and realized who her father worked for, she understood why she had to stay close to home and keep a low profile. Sometimes she would listen in on her parents and their conversations about Roberto Ferrari. Of course, it shocked her to find out that her sweet, loving father worked for the Mafia, so she had to confront him, seeing that she was so inquisitive. Dad, why are you working for such a bad man? She asked, after having looked him up on the school's computer. He sat her down, putting his head in his hands and started rubbing his face. How do you know about who I work for? He never wanted to have this conversation with her, ever. I heard you and Mom talking about him several times, so I searched him on the internet. You have to stop working for him. He's a murderer. He hurts people and it says he's involved in human trafficking. Is this why you want me to stay out of sight and tell people my father is someone else? He looked up at her and a look of shock appeared on his face. He's on the internet. That's not possible. Oh, Dad, everyone is on there. All you have to do is Google their name, and you can find out everything about them. The only thing is the police cannot find any proof of what he does, or they are too afraid of him to do anything. You have to stop working for him. No. I can't. No one walks away from the Mafia and lives. Why did you even start to work for him? I didn't know who and what he was when he asked me to do his books. I only found out after a couple of years. By then it was too late. As long as I do what he tells me, we'll all be safe. But he must not know about you, ever. So am I never to have a life, to date or fall in love. He got up and went over to her, placing his hands on her shoulders. You will have a life. Your mother and I have been setting out to send you away, to America. There you will be free. You are turning 21 soon and I'm waiting for the right time. When Ferrari leaves for his yearly trip next month, it will be safe for me to get you out of Italy. Most of his men will be going with him, which means their eyes will be off of me. I'm not going without you and Mom. We can all escape together. No, we cannot go with you. Over the last few years, I've learned too much about his business, and if I were to disappear, he will come looking for me. The only thing I can do is to make sure you are gone and safe. He took her in his arms when she started to cry. It breaks my heart to send you away, but I will not let that man touch you or sell you to others. You have to believe me when I tell you that your mother and I will be okay as long as we do as he says. Still sitting on the floor in the hidden room, she wiped away her tears. It had been several hours since she was put in that room, and figured it was time she checked to see if the coast was clear. Picking up her backpack, she quietly and slowly opened the door. Not hearing anything, she made her way downstairs. Everything in every room was destroyed. Furniture was slashed with a knife. Tables and lamps were smashed to pieces. After making sure no one was still in the house, she made her way to her bedroom. Going into her closet, she ripped a panel from the floor and took out a gold locket that held a picture of her mother and father in it. Placing it around her neck, she went back downstairs and grabbed her father's car keys. But when she got outside, she saw her father's car had been torched. She fell on her knees to the ground and wept, praying they were still alive. Not sure how long she was there, she finally got up, knowing the only way out was to go through the forest. First, she had to go back into the house and grab a flashlight and a weapon of some type. Not knowing what kind of wildlife was creeping through the forest, she would need something to protect herself. Since her father didn't believe in guns, the only thing she could find was a large butcher knife. She then headed into the forest to find her way into the city. She had also grabbed a juice box and some crackers, just in case she got hungry. All the way she kept thinking of a way to save her parents. Walking through the forest in the middle of the night was the scariest thing she had ever experienced. She held on tight to the knife when she heard weird noises, not knowing if or when some creature would jump out and try to attack her. She was getting so tired. Her body ached and the muscles in her back was causing her a great deal of pain. All she had on was a pair of cheap sneakers, jeans, a top and a sweater. Not thinking to bring a jacket with her, she was chilled to the bone. There were so many times she wanted to lay down and rest, but the noises around her kept her moving. She was scared to death. Her tears frowned on her cheek as she started to cry. But she was not going to lay down and die. She was going to live and find a way to rescue her mother and father, and was willing to do anything to save them, stopping just long enough to take the crackers from her backpack. She ate them as she continued walking. She must have been walking for hours when she saw the sun was starting to rise. Then when she could hear cars, she sank to her knees, thanking God that she had made it through the forest. Wiping away her tears, she got up and continued walking, and before long, she made it to the main road and hitchhiked to the nearest town, thanking the elderly couple for the ride. She went looking for a cheap motel to stay in, until she could figure out what to do. The place she found was a dump, but she didn't care. She needed a shower, something to eat and to sleep. "Excuse me, I'd like a room." The man behind the counter put down his paper and looked her up and down. "How long do you want a room for?" "I'm not sure. 2 days, maybe longer." "You got a credit card?" he asked, puffing on his cigarette. She coughed when the smoke blew in her face. "No, but I have cash." She never thought about how many places only took credit cards, but she was desperate. "I will pay you extra. Please, take the cash." "All right, I take the cash," he said, his voice raspy from years of smoking. He reached for a key and opened the book in front of him. He then asked for her name. "I'll need your name for the books." She almost gave him her real last name but changed it to another one. Then when he asked for some id, she had to do some quick thinking. "I don't have any on me. I lost it a while back." From the look on his face, she knew he didn't even care. And why would he? This place was a dump, and he probably rented the rooms to drunks and drug addicts. He handed her the key after she paid for 2 days, giving him extra which he shoved into his pocket. "Is there somewhere close by where I can use a public computer?" "There's a small library down the street, just past the diner. They don't run the best, but at least it's free to use." Thanking him, she made her way to her room. Walking in, she scrunched up her face. It wasn't very clean and had a bad smell, but at least the sheets were clean. Kicking off her shoes, she lay on the bed. It was still early, so she decided to sleep for a couple of hours before doing anything else. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she was out like a light. But as expected, her sleep was filled with nightmares. Images of the fear etched on her parents' faces were so vivid, and smoke billowed from her father's vehicle. Waking from her sleep, she sat her day up. Her heart was racing and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Wiping her face, she looked at the dirty clock that was ticking loudly on the wall, and saw she had only been sleeping for an hour. Getting out of bed, she went and took a shower. Her stomach was growling and she needed something to eat. Putting on her clothes, she took some money from the bundle her father had given her and stuck it inside her back pocket. Then she headed to where the diner was for a bite to eat. Then after, she planned on going to the library. Now, she wasn't really sure what she was looking for, but would figure it out when she got there. After filling up on eggs and toast and coffee, she paid her bill and left the diner. Sitting down in front of the computer, she Googled Roberto Ferrari's name, looking for any enemies he might have that could possibly help her. She came across another man who was apparently his sworn enemy, Lazzaro Brambilla. Clicking on his name, she was able to access some information on him and his family. Chapter 3. Her mouth felt dry and her heart started racing when she saw a picture of Lazzaro. She never would have expected a man who was in the mafia to have his photo over the internet. Weren't these guys supposed to stay off social media? But then again, it did say they were only suspected of being in the mafia. How could someone who looks as gorgeous as you be involved in something so evil? She thought to herself as she read more about him. The article only mentioned that he was 27, single, his mother, Eleonora, and his father, Leon. He also had a younger brother, Anthony, who was 24. There wasn't much more on him, just some of his favorite places he liked to dine, and some hobbies he had. It did say that the Brambilla family and the Ferrari family were enemies, and avoided each other like the plague. She sat her day back in her chair, and looked at his picture once again, and that was when she hatched a plan to get him to help her. But first, she had to find him and build up the courage to speak to him. Finding out where he frequently went, she decided to go there in the morning. She went back to the motel, stopping to pick up something to eat. Her muscles felt sore, her eyes had dark circles under them, and she was exhausted and went right to sleep. The next morning, she didn't bother to eat. She just got on the bus to the city where Lazzaro lived. It was a 2-hour ride there and the weather was cold and damp. Her thin sweater didn't provide much warmth. When she arrived, she started walking around to where she had really liked to go for lunch. It was one of those fancy restaurants where you had to reserve a table. She peeked in the window and could see how everyone was dressed as if they were going to a ball. "You, girl, "Get away from here, you bum," a man in a waiter's suit shouted at her from the doorway. She was startled and jumped. "Please, sir, I'm looking for Mr. Lazaro Brambilla. It's important that I speak with him. Is he in there?" she asked, using her thumb to point through the window. "If he is, I sure as hell wouldn't tell you. Now go away or I'll call the police." She knew there was no way she would be allowed inside, so she would just have to wait until she saw him come out. She walked up and down the sidewalk, all the time keeping her eyes on the door to the restaurant, not paying attention to her surroundings. She hadn't noticed a man dressed in rags approaching her until she was grabbed from behind and dragged into the alleyway with his hand over her mouth. She screamed when he let go of her, but then he punched her in the face and stomach. She fell to the ground in pain. She thought he was going to rape her, but instead, he took her backpack and ran off with what little clothes she had and all of the money. "No, not the money," she cried out as she tried to stand, but it was too late. He was long gone, and she laid there in pain with blood running from her lip. It took all of her strength and willpower to get up off the ground. She pressed her hand against her ribs and started walking. No one paid attention to her. It was like she was invisible. Just as she rounded the corner leading from the alleyway, she spotted him. She began walking faster, even though she was in terrible pain that racked her body, and yelled out his name. When he stopped to look back at her, she moved closer, but then two huge men stood in front of her, preventing her from getting any closer to him. "Get lost, girl. He wants nothing to do with the likes of you," the one man said, looking down at her in disgust. Lazaro turned when he heard a woman calling his name. He looked at the woman. Her hair was a tangled mess. All she had on was a pair of jeans, sneakers, and a blouse under a thin sweater. He noticed the blood on her bottom lip, and how she was holding her hand over her ribs. Even though she was dirty and a mess, he could see she was a beautiful woman. "Let her through," he ordered his men. She walked between the two men and over to him. She was now looking into a pair of the darkest brown eyes, ones that looked very dangerous and yet very esti. "Please, I need your help." "What is it you want with me, and what makes you think I'll even consider helping you?" he asked, looking back into her eyes. They were blue, the color of the deep blue sea. She was so young and slender, and he felt pity when he saw how much pain she was in. "Well, what is it you want?" he asked when she didn't answer back. She tried to speak, but everything was spinning. She felt lightheaded, and then everything went gray before it turned dark. He grabbed her just as she passed out and before she could fall to the ground. Picking her up in his arms, he looked down at her face. She surely was a beauty, and he wondered what had happened to her. "What are we going to do with her, boss?" the one man asked. "Should we drop her off at a shelter or the hospital?" He didn't want to do either of those things. He wanted to find out more about her. "No, we will take her back to my place. Open the car for me," he ordered as he walked over to the vehicle. There he placed her inside and got in next to her. Taking some tissues from his pocket, he wiped the blood from her lip as he placed his one arm around her. Having seen how she was holding onto her ribs, he lifted the bottom of her top up, not to be a pervert but to check if there were any marks. He could see some bruises. They weren't dark, just the start of them, and he knew someone had beat her. But why? She felt cold to his touch, so he reached over and covered her with the spare jacket he had left in the car earlier. Her eyes fluttered open just long enough to see his face and his arm around her. She tried to speak, but once again she passed out from the pain and hunger. When they got to the mansion, he was the one to carry her inside, and as he was walking up the stairs, his mother appeared. "Lazaro, what is going on, and who is this girl?" "Mother, I don't know who she is yet. She's hurt, so please call our doctor and have him come right away. I will put her in the guest room next to mine." He continued walking up the stairs, hearing the heels from his mother's shoes clicking on the floor as she rushed off to make the call. He got her inside and laid her down. She was still out cold but was moaning in pain. He sat her down next to her and moved the hairs from her face. "Who are you?" he asked. Though he knew he wasn't going to get a response, he turned his head when his mother walked in and shrugged his shoulders, letting her know he had no clue who the girl was. "The doctor is on his way," she said, looking down at the young woman. "After the doctor checks her out, I'll get her cleaned up and put into a fresh nightgown. Then we will have to find out who she is." "Wherever did you find her?" "I was coming from the restaurant when she came up to me, and all she said before she passed out was that she needed my help with something." Eleanor reached over and stroked her head. "The poor thing. She's so young, and why would anyone want to hurt her? I hate when someone treats a woman this way, and he should have his balls cut off." He watched as his mother caressed the girl's head, just the way a mother would do to her own child. He was about to say something when the doctor appeared, preventing him from saying more. After the hellos were said, he sat her day next to her. How long has she been unconscious? Lazaro shrugged his shoulders. An hour, maybe longer, but every now and then her eyes will open but shuts again. I will need to remove her top and pants to examine her. Son, either turn away or leave the room, Eleonora said as she started unbuttoning Katerina's top. Mother, I have seen a woman before, many times in fact. Do as I say, she snapped. Rolling his eyes, he turned his back to them. Walking over to the window, he stared out while the doctor checked her over. She finally did open her eyes, and was scared when she saw an elderly man and a woman she didn't know. Who are you people and where am I? She asked, scared shitless. Eleonora placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, pushing her gently back down on the bed. It's okay, dear. You've been hurt and this is the doctor. He's just checking to see what injuries you have. She laid back down. What happened? How did I get here? My son, Lazaro, she said, pointing over to the window where he stood and had turned around when he heard his name. What is your name, sweetheart? She looked over at him and her heart started beating faster when she saw the way he was looking back at her. Shifting her eyes away from him, she looked at the woman who spoke to her. I'm Caterina Rossi. The doctor pulled the sheet up, covering her body. Thank goodness your ribs are not broken, just bruised. You do have a nasty bump on your head and a fat lip. All will heal in no time. I suggest you stay in bed and rest for a couple of days. I will leave you some pills to help with the pain. He said his goodbyes and left. Lazaro walked over to the bed, looking down at her. So what did you want to talk to me about? Eleonora gave him a dirty look and shushed him. Quiet, she's in no shape to be questioned. What she needs is a warm bath and something to eat and then to sleep. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. But mother, he started to say but was stopped when she held up her hand. I said it can wait until tomorrow. Now go downstairs and tell the cook to prepare a meal for our guest. You can tell your father what's going on while I run a bath for Katerina. What are you waiting for, boy? Go on now. He looked down at Katerina. We will talk tomorrow when you are feeling better. Do you have any allergies that the cook should be made aware of? No, she said, shaking her head. She couldn't help thinking he was just as scary looking as he was handsome. When he left the room, his mother went and ran a bath for her and helped her in. I know something bad must have happened to you, but we won't talk about it tonight. You need to eat and get some sleep. Are you hungry? Yes, I haven't eaten since yesterday. I'm a stranger to you, so why are you being so kind to me? I'm good at reading people, and I can tell by looking at you that you are a good person. I also see great pain in your eyes and know you need our help. Now, you finish your bath and here is a nightgown for you to put on. One of the maids will bring you your dinner, and then I want you to get a good night's sleep. We will talk tomorrow. And if there's anything else, you need tell the maid and she will make sure you get it. Mrs. Brambilla, thank you for being so kind to me. She turned to the woman in the tub. How did you know my name? I don't recall telling you. Oh, never mind. We can talk tomorrow. After bathing and washing her hair, she dried off, using the hair dryer that was there, and then slipped into the nightgown. Her head still hurt and so did her ribs, but not as bad after taking the pain pills. She climbed back into bed, loving how soft it was. It was like laying on a cloud. She was almost asleep when an older woman walked in carrying a tray of food and a tall glass of iced tea. Thanking her, she dug into the delicious food. She was starving and it tasted better than anything she had ever eaten. When she was done, she placed the tray on the nightstand and laying back down, she fell asleep right away. Chapter 4. At one point through the night, she sensed a presence in the room. The only light was coming from the full moon that was shining through the partly open drapes. Sitting up, she pulled the blankets up to her chin and let out a distressful cry when she noticed a figure sitting on the chair in the dark. Who's there? Do not be frightened. It is just me, he said, turning on the lamp next to the chair. What are you doing in here? She asked, looking back at him. He looked like a god sitting there with a couple of his buttons undone, showing off a few of his chest hairs. He looked as hell and dangerous, causing her heart to race and her palms to sweat. He got up and walked over to the bed, sitting down next to her. I came to check on you before going to bed. I was going to leave, but then you started to whimper in your sleep. You kept calling out for your father and crying, so I decided to stay and make sure you were okay. He reached his hand up and ran his thumb gently over her bottom lip, where the swelling was just starting to go down. If there's one thing I hate the most is a man hurting a woman. If I were to ever find him, he will no longer be able to call himself a man. When he touched her, she felt her core tingling and she shivered. It was such a sensual feeling, and it didn't help with the way he was staring at her. He felt her lips quivering when he stroked them and smiled when he saw her eyes flutter at his touch. His eyes roamed over her face, but it was her eyes that had him turning to mush. They were incredible. The most beautiful blue. I do not know who you are or what you want from me, but I will wait until later to find out. You must rest some more and later I will return after I get some much-needed sleep. Kissing her on the forehead, he left the room, glancing back at her before shutting the door. He went back to his bedroom and removed his clothes. When he first laid eyes on her, and even though she was dirty and bloody, he could tell she was very beautiful. He was right. After she was all cleaned up and she was laying in bed, it was then that he knew he was never going to let her go. One way or another, he was going to make her his. It had him smiling in his sleep, thinking of her reaction to his touch, and he could just imagine what it would be like to have her naked under him. When she woke up, there was a knock on her bedroom door, and a maid walked in carrying a tray of food. Her mouth watered just looking at the delicious-smelling Spanish omelet. There was also toast and home fries, a large glass of orange juice, and a small pot with tea inside. She had just finished eating when Eleonora walked in with a smile on her face and a small bowl of fresh fruit. "Good morning, dear. I do hope you are feeling much better today," she said, setting the fruit down on the tray. "Yes, thank you." "That's good, and you do look so much better today. I'm afraid I can't stay and visit. My husband and I have to go out, but my son will be here to keep an eye on you." She sat on the side of the bed. "I don't know what your story is, but whatever it is, I'm sure that we can help you." Soon after the woman had left, Lazaro entered the bedroom after knocking once. "Good, I see you are up, so now we will talk. Are you up to it, or do you need to rest some more?" Before she had met him, she had thought of what she would say, but now facing him, she became tongue-tied. It was hard to concentrate when she looked at him. He had this SI way of looking back at her. I. "So you said you needed my help with something. My parents have been kidnapped and taken and being kept as prisoners. I need your help to rescue them and to send them away, somewhere safe." "Who has taken your parents?" "Roberto Ferrari." He raised his eyebrows and stared at her. "Head of the Ferrari Mafia has taken your parents. What would he want with them?" "My father works for him." She wasn't able to tell him anymore because he stood up and she could see the anger in his eyes, the way he was looking at her. She felt the slightest bit of fear and wondered why he was so mad at her. "Your father works for my family's biggest enemy, and you have the nerve to come to me and ask for help. What is this game you are playing?" She was in shock and pulled the covers up over her. "I'm not playing any games. I need your help to rescue them." "Why would I want to help someone who works for my enemy? And how do I know that you are not a spy and this is all a setup?" "I am not a spy. It's not the way you're making it sound." "Then tell me how it is before I have you taken from here and put back on the street." Even saying those words out loud, he knew there was no way he was going to let her go, ever. "My father is an accountant and he took Mr. Ferrari on as a client before he realized who and what he was. By the time he found out, they wouldn't let him go." She then continued to tell him the whole story, right down to the part where they came to her home and she hid in a secret room. He sat her day in the chair listening to her, not interrupting once until she was finished. "Why did you not take the money your parents gave you and flee from here?" "How could I leave my parents at the mercy of that monster? I love them both very much, and they don't deserve this. So I decided I would do whatever it took to help rescue them. So I checked to see who his worst enemy was, and you and your family popped up. I knew if there was anyone that could help me, it would be you. If you don't help me, then I will find someone else who will. Or I'll do it myself." He couldn't stop laughing when she said that. "I think you have lost your mind, girl. There's no way you could go up against the Ferrari family. One look at you and Roberto would have you in his bed. You would be used and tortured. You should stay as far away from that man as you can." She looked at him with teary eyes. "Will you help me?" "If I help you, what do I get out of it?" he asked, curious as to what her answer would be. She grabbed the heart necklace and held it in her hand. "If you rescue my parents, I will do whatever you want." A tiny smirk appeared on his face. "So you will do anything?" She nodded her head. "Yes, I will even marry you if that is what you want." "Why would I want to take you as my wife when I can have you in my bed any time I want? If I help you, then my condition will be that you stay with me. You will share my bed and give yourself to me willingly whenever I want." He went over to her, placing the palm of his hand under her jaw. "Are you willing to do that?" She swallowed the lump in her throat and looked deep into his eyes. She was about to sell her soul and body to the devil himself. "Yes, But I will only share your bed once my parents are freed and out of the country where they will be safe. What makes you think you're in any position to negotiate the details of our deal? If I want you, I could take you anytime, anywhere." She dared to stare him right in the eyes, and with courage that she never knew she had, she spoke back to him in a way that she was sure no one else ever had. "If you try to force yourself on me, I will scratch your eyes out and kick you so hard in the balls that you will never be able to have children of your own someday. For someone so young, you are brave. I don't believe you are a rapist, and I'm sure you can have any woman in your bed that you want." Seeing the necklace around her neck, he reached for it, opened it up, and saw the picture of whom he figured were her parents. "Are these your parents?" "Yes," she said, removing it from his hand and shutting it. "You must really love them to go to all this trouble and put your life in danger. Would you not do the same for your family?" The look that appeared on his face told her he would. "So will you help me?" "I will discuss it with my father first. I'm afraid that he will not be very happy when he finds out that your father works for our enemy. Just so you know that if I help you, you will belong to me." "I know," she said, sniffling. "First, I want a little taste of what will soon be mine," he said. Lowering his head, he placed a gentle kiss on her lips, with the palms of his hands resting on the pillow on each side of her head. He deepened the kiss. Her lips were just as he thought they would be, soft and tasting like honey. He broke the kiss and lifted his head, staring down at her eyes that were closed. His eyes looked at her breasts, which were rising and falling rapidly. He wasn't quite sure if it was out of excitement or fear, but then perhaps it was both. "I will leave you now to get some more rest. I will see to it that my mother gets some clothes for you to wear. My money has been stolen. I have no way of paying for it. You need not worry about money. I will take care of everything. If there's anything you wish, just ask one of the maids when they come up, and they will get it for you." She laid back down when he left the room. Her heart was still beating fast inside her chest from his kiss. Once again she felt that tingling at her core. His kiss was gentle, but she felt in her heart that he was holding back at how passionate he could really be. Feeling all hot and sweaty, she got out of bed and went to take a long shower. Not having much experience in the way of sex, she was taken by surprise as to the way her body responded to his kiss. Even his manly scent had her aching for more of him. She felt shameless when her thoughts turned naughty, thinking about what his body would feel like naked on top of hers, how it would feel like with him inside her. Shaking away those thoughts, she finished her shower and stepped out, wrapping a towel around her damp body. Going back into the bedroom, she went over to the window and looked out. She saw Lazaro walking around with a cigarette in his mouth. A man was with him. There was a strong resemblance between them. Only the other man was a bit younger than Lazaro. It was obvious to her that the man was his brother. When she saw Lazaro looking up and seeing her, she moved away, out of his view and feeling foolish for being caught watching him. When Anthony saw his brother smile when he looked up, he chuckled. "Ah, so the girl you were telling me about must be in that bedroom. Tell me, brother, is she beautiful?" he asked, looking up but didn't see anyone. Lazaro smiled when he saw her in the window wearing only a towel. Yes, his eyesight was that good. How he wished he was with her, so that he could tear the towel off of her and see all of her. "Yes, Anthony, she is being beautiful, and don't get any ideas. She belongs to me." "When do I get to meet her?" "Tomorrow. She still needs to rest, and I must talk to father before he meets her. That could prove to be dangerous once he finds out who her father works for. He just might shoot her on the spot. I will not let him harm her. Besides, mother already adores her. She too will not let him do anything to hurt her." Saying this, he had to chuckle. The only one his father feared was his wife's temper. She had him wrapped around her little finger, and when she spoke, he listened. Chapter 5. She had just finished putting on her nightgown when there was a knock at the door, and two maids entered, carrying a lot of bags. "What's all this?" she asked, thinking they had brought them to the wrong room. "Mrs. Brambilla had these sent over for you. We will be back with the rest," the one maid said, handing her a note. "This is for you. I was asked to give it to you." Katerina's eyes went as wide as saucers. "Oh my God, there's more." She opened the note and read it to herself. "My dear, I am so sorry I could not give these to you in person, as my husband and I had to go out of town. I took the liberty of checking out your size, and I hope that everything fits. If there is something you do not care for, we can return it. Enjoy your new clothes, my dear, and I will see you soon. Yours truly, Eleonora Brambilla." She couldn't believe that a woman to whom she was a stranger to was being so kind and generous. Just then the door opened, and then two maids came back with more packages and informed her that they would put everything away. When they were gone, she went and checked out the clothes and was overwhelmed when she saw all the beautiful items. Everything from lingerie to nightgowns and dresses, and shoes. There were even some beautiful evening dresses, and she knew that they were very expensive. She was feeling better and restless, and did not want to go back to bed, so instead, she picked out a dress and a pair of shoes and undergarments and got dressed. She opened the door to her bedroom and stood there looking in both directions, not sure which way to go, but being the curious girl that she decided to just start walking and see where she would end up. As she made her way to the staircase, she looked at everything along the way. There were so many beautiful paintings hanging on the wall. Standing at the top of the stairs, she took a deep breath before walking down the stairs. She could not believe the beauty of the place. Even the front entrance was something out of a fashion magazine. One thing she did notice was that there were a lot of security cameras around, which was understandable considering who these people were. A butler appeared from around the corner, and when he saw her he stopped. "Good morning, madam. Can I help you with anything?" "No thanks. I hope it's okay if I just look around." "Of course, ma'am. You are free to explore, and if you go outside, you must not leave the grounds. It is a rule for all visitors. If there's anything you wish, please feel free to ask," he said. Bowing, he disappeared back where he came from. She soon found herself in a room that she assumed was the main family room. Walking in, she looked all around. She had never dreamed that people could live like this. Everything from pictures to furniture was expensive and everything was spotless. She had to admit she was feeling a little bit out of place. She walked over to a door that led out onto a patio. Stepping outside, she was in awe at the beauty of the backyard, with its large swimming pool and the many statues, not to mention the beautiful flower garden that was off to one side. "So I finally get to meet our new house guest." She turned around when she heard somebody speak, and there stood the guy who was talking to Lazaro earlier that day. "You scared me," she said, stepping away from him. "I am sorry. It was not my intent to scare you. You must be Caterina Rossi." "I am," she said, feeling a little bit nervous. "Oh, my apologies. Let me introduce myself. I am Anthony Brambilla. Are you Lazaro's brother?" "Oh, I see you are on a first-name basis. And yes, I am his brother. I am the good-looking one, as you can clearly see," he said, chuckling at his own joke. She couldn't stop the small smile that crept up on her face. He was quite humorous, and she felt comfortable around him. "I was told that you weren't coming home so soon. I was not expected yet, but I took care of business early, so I decided to come home, and I'm glad I did," he said, giving her a warm smile. "Would you like for me to give you the tour of the grounds?" "Yes, I would love that." They talked as they walked around. She could see many guards walking around and even some were on the roof, all carrying weapons. "So my brother has told me about your situation and that you need our help. He and I have discussed it in great detail and we will help you. But now we have to first talk our father into agreeing to it." She looked over at him as she continued to walk. "My parents are innocent victims and do not deserve what is happening to them. My brother is very impressed with you. He says you are very brave. I would even go as far as to say that he is attracted to you. I am actually surprised that he agreed to help you. He doesn't usually do such favors unless there's something in it for him. So tell me, what does he get out of it?" Out of nowhere, a voice roared out in an angry and gruff tone. "What the hell are you doing outside? You were supposed to be in bed resting." They both turned to see Lazaro standing there, with his hands on his hips and an angry look on his face. Looking at him, she lowered her eyes to the ground. "I was bored and I didn't want to lay in bed any longer. Anthony was just showing me around. I think you best go back upstairs and get into bed." She finally looked up at him, feeling just a little bit annoyed at how he was ordering her about. "I am not a child, so there is no need for you to speak to me as if I were." Anthony started to laugh. The look on his brother's face after the way she spoke to him was priceless. He turned to look at her, giving her a wink. "I will leave you now, but I hope to see you later at the dinner table, if my brother will allow you to." "Get lost, Anthony," Lazaro snapped. Walking past Lazaro, he stopped and placed his hand on his brother's shoulder. "You've got yourself a feisty one here. Be careful, bro, or she will be busting your balls before you know it. It was the doctor's orders for you to rest for a couple of days." She looked at Lazaro and was surprised at the tone in his voice. He seemed almost apologetic. "I know, but one can only spend so much time in bed, and I was feeling much better." He put his hands in his pockets. "Has he showed you everything?" She turned and looked around and pointed at a small building. "He hasn't taken me over there." "What is that?" she asked and started to head that way. "Wait, You do not want to go in there, he said and started to follow her. Why not? What are you hiding in there? But she kept walking until she reached the building and placed her hand on the doorknob. He stopped her from opening it. Trust me, you do not want to see. She looked at him. Have you got prisoners in there? Perhaps women that you were using for sex? Are you also involved in human trafficking like your enemies? Why do you have so many questions? And no, we are not involved in anything like that, so let's go. He was slowly starting to lose his patience with her and getting a headache. Then there's no reason why I shouldn't go in there, she said and opened the door before he could stop her. She held her breath as she looked around the room. Oh my God, what is this place? He stood close behind her, placing his hands on her shoulders. This is where we bring our enemies to torture them. This is where their lives end. He could hear her breathing heavily when she released her breath and felt her body trembling. I told you that you shouldn't have come in here. Looking at all of the equipment used for torture, and seeing some blood on the wall and floor, she knew she was going to be sick. Turning, she ran over to the side of the building and emptied the contents of her stomach. She grabbed the napkin that he handed her and wiped her mouth. Her eyes were glazed over. You're a murderer, she said, looking at him. We only do what we have to those who deserve it. We do not harm innocent people, only our enemies, and it's either them or us. He couldn't help feeling bad for her. She was so young and was not used to such a life. Come, let's go back to the house and get you something strong to drink. When he went to take her hand, she pulled away. He expected she would. Back inside the house, he asked her if she would like a glass of wine or something stronger. She sat her day on the sofa, still seeing the blood in her mind, and told him she would have what he was having. He handed her a glass of brandy. I am sorry you had to see that, but you really should learn to listen when I tell you something. Now that you know more about us, do you still want our help in rescuing your parents? Lifting her head, she looked at him before taking a sip of her brandy. Yes, I do. She started coughing a little when she took her first sip, causing her eyes to tear up. This was the first time she ever had anything stronger than wine. Putting the glass down, she got up and went over to the window and stared out as she spoke. If anyone can save them, I feel that you can. You have to understand something. I come from a normal family. My parents don't believe in guns or violence. They are the sweetest people in the world, and for them, I will be brave. He walked up and got behind her, putting his arm around her waist. You are braver than you think. Not only that, but you are incredibly beautiful. I cannot wait until I have you in my bed and making love to you, he said. Leaning down, he placed his lips on her neck after moving her hair over to the side. Oh God, I already want you so bad. She closed her eyes and let out a small moan when she felt his lips kissing along her neck. Lord help her, she wanted him. Lazaro, she said in a soft tone. She didn't even stop him when his hand moved down and stopped between her legs and again rubbing over the material of her dress. The way she was moaning and calling his name, he knew that he could have taken her right there and then, and he might have if he hadn't heard footsteps approaching. Removing his hands and lips from her, he backed away just as Anthony approached. When Anthony entered the room and saw how flushed her face was and the look on Lazaro's face, he knew he had just interrupted something. I was looking for the two of you to let you know that dinner is about to be served, and I hope that Katerina will be joining us. Go on in. We will join you in a few minutes. Lazaro practically barked at him. Okay, I'll have the help start serving, he replied and left the room. Once he was gone, she turned to Lazaro. I don't want you doing that to me again. I told you nothing is going to happen between us until my parents are rescued. I know you want me as much as I want you, so why wait? Because once I give in to you, you may change your mind about helping me, and you're on. I do not want you. He stared back at her, his eyes burrowing into hers. You're lying. I can tell when a woman is actually aroused. It's in the way you closed your eyes and moaned, Ned, your chest heaving rapidly and your breathing becoming ragged. I bet if I were to put my hand inside your panties and feel your cat, it will be wet. Tell me, little one, does it feel like your panties are wet? She gasped and turned her back to him. She had never heard such things spoken to her before. No, she is back at him but refused to look at him. When she heard his laughter, she became angry and turned back around to look at him. Stop laughing at me. You are so innocent. I bet you are a virgin. Never mind, let's go eat. She walked alongside him. She could still feel his lips on her neck and his hand on her front, and her legs felt weak. Just walking next to him was turning her body into jelly, and was glad that Anthony was in the dining room waiting for them. Chapter 6. After they ate, Anthony suggested they have a cocktail in the guest living room. He poured her a glass of white wine and whiskey for him and Lazaro. He sat her down beside her, while Lazaro sat her across from them on the other couch. "So, Katerina, what do you think of our home?" Anthony asked, ignoring the fact that his brother was giving him the stink eyes. "I think it's beautiful, but so big and I'm afraid I might get lost if I wander off by myself." "Don't worry, I will come to look for you. Is your bedroom comfortable? If not, we have several others you could try out. There is an excellent one across from my room. That way we could get together for some late night chats and I could tell you all about my brother." Anthony, she is quite comfortable where she is now. How he wished his brother would shut his big trap. "Calm down, big brother. I am not hitting on her, so stop acting so jealous," he said, then turned to her. "I'm so glad you will be staying with us. It's nice to have someone new around here to talk to. My big brother," he said, pointing to Lazaro. "He can be so uptight at times. I don't think he knows how to have fun. Perhaps you can change that. Maybe put a smile on his grumpy face every now and then." She looked at Lazaro and knew he was becoming angry with Anthony. Not wanting them to fight over her, she decided to call it a night. "This has all been lovely, but I think I will turn in now. Thank you for dinner and I guess I'll see you both in the morning." When she got up, both men did and waited until she left before sitting back down. "Must you always push my buttons?" Lazaro asked, glaring at his younger brother. "Relax, Lazaro. I would never go after the woman you are falling for, even though she is beautiful and would be better off with me," he said, smirking. "I'm not falling for her, and she would never go for you." "I disagree. We are after all closer in age. But anyway, back to the two of you. There is so much sexual tension between you two that one could cut it with a knife. I suppose you haven't slept with her yet?" "No, of course. You haven't, or you wouldn't be so sexually frustrated." "Just because there is sexual attraction between two people, it doesn't mean it's love. It is just lust, and I am not sexually frustrated. Unlike you, I have to bang every woman in sight. I am more mature and can control my urges." Anthony stared at him for the longest time. "Keep telling yourself that if it helps you to sleep at night. I can't wait for our father to meet her. But we better take his gun from him, because when he finds out who her father works for, he will want to shoot her. I will need you to be by my side when I tell him. Can I count on your help, Anthony?" "You don't need my help. You have always been able to manage father. After all, you are in charge of his business, but yes, I will stand by your side. I always will, no matter what." Lazaro stood up. "Thank you. I knew I could count on you. Now, it has been a long day, so I will go to bed." Saying goodnight, he headed upstairs. When he got to his room and before going in, he turned and walked to her door, knocking once before entering. She had just come from the shower and only had a towel around her when she saw him standing there. She clutched the towel, holding it close to her body. "God, don't you ever knock." The way he was staring at her with lust in his eyes, she felt exposed. "I did, but didn't get an answer." His member twitched when he saw her. Her hair still wet with droplets of water running down her chest. The towel she was wrapped in didn't cover a whole lot, and left nothing to the imagination. "Well, what did you want?" she asked nervously. "To see if there was anything you needed before going to sleep," he said as he moved closer to her. Being a man, his eyes naturally moved to her chest. Her breasts were partly exposed. He was always a breasts man, and from what he saw of hers, he knew they were amazing. Wishing to see the rest of them. "No, I don't need anything, so please leave." Goosebumps appeared all over her body. Her heart was beating like a drum and her knees felt like they would give out from underneath her. What he did next made her hold her breath and her eyes closed shut. He noticed how her bottom lip was trembling before he placed his hands on her damp shoulders. Leaning over, he used his tongue to lick the droplets of water from the top of her breasts. He heard her soft purring moanas and felt her breasts heaving under his lips. He could have taken her right then, but decided to wait. It was the way she wanted it, to wait until her parents were rescued. Letting go of her shoulders and removing his lips, he stood back. "If there's nothing you want, then I will say goodnight." Turning, he walked over to the door, sporting a smile on his face, and one hell of a heart on as he walked out, shutting the door behind him. She collapsed on the bed. This time there was no tingling in her core. No, it was throbbing like crazy, and she felt the wetness pooling between her legs. Needless to say, neither one got much sleep that night. It was early when she was awakened by a knock at the door, and Eleonora walked in, followed by a maid carrying a tray of food. "Morning, dear. I know it's early and I hope I didn't wake you," she said, moving over to the bed. Seeing Eleonora, her face lit up. She really liked this woman. "No, I was just waking up," she said as the tray was put over her lap. The reason I had your breakfast brought up to you was that we are having a family meeting. And since it's about you, it's best that you remain here until we're done. Once my husband is aware of your situation, I will come and get you. He will want to meet you. I must warn you, Leon can be a bit rough around the edges but is also a fair man. She nodded her head. I understand, Mrs. Brambilla. Thank you for all of the beautiful clothes, but you shouldn't have done it. My darling, it was nothing and you needed them. I hope my sons are treating you well. If not, I will give them both as well upside their heads. Now, I really must get to the meeting. We will make sure my husband agrees to help you, she said. Leaning over, gave Katerina a kiss on the forehead. Mrs. Brambilla. Yes, dear. I just want to thank you for your kindness, and for allowing me to stay in your home. Think of it as your home too. I will see you soon, and don't worry, everything will work out, she said. Turning, she left the room. The Brambilla men were sitting around the dining room table waiting for Eleonora. I do hope you men haven't started without me. Leon smiled at his wife. After all these years together, he was still deeply in love with her. He also knew his wife very well. She was a true Italian woman and had a temper. If they had dared to start the meeting without her, she would bust his balls for weeks. No, my love, we are waiting for you, but first we will have our breakfast. She went and kissed his cheek before sitting down, then turned to look at her sons. Anthony, so glad to have you home. I hope everything went okay in Alaska, and that the problem has been settled without resorting to violence. Yes, Mom, there were no problems and everyone was happy. That's good, she said, smiling back at him. I hope you behaved with our house guest and made her feel comfortable. Yes, Mother, I did, but Lazaro made sure she was more than comfortable, he said, looking over at his brother and winked. Shut the hell up, Lazaro snapped at him. Boys, stop with this nonsense. Let's eat our food in peace, and then we will go into the family room to discuss business, Leon said, shaking his head at them. His sons were always arguing, though Anthony really enjoyed getting his brother worked up, but he also knew they loved each other and would give their life to save the other. Yeah, you heard Father, Lazaro said, glaring at his younger brother. What's the matter? Does it bother you knowing that I know how much you like her and want her in your bed, but she hasn't let you touch her yet? Has she, brother? The only reason you want to help her is that you're hoping to bang her brains out. Lazaro jumped to his feet and going over pulled Anthony up by his collar. You're seriously pissing me off, and I'm so close to pulling out my gun and shooting you in the head. Lazaro, let go of your brother, Eleonora yelled at them. No one is shooting anyone. Now behave or your father will not listen to what you've got to say. There were days she wanted to put them both over her knee and spank them like when they were little, but of course, they were now too big for that. Leon Saturday back in his chair, just staring at them and shaking his head. If you two are done acting like a couple of fools, let's finish our food, and then we'll go into the family room and have our meeting. After they ate, they all went to the family room, asking the maid to bring them some coffee. Once there, Leon Saturday in his favorite chair, his wife Saturday next to him, while the two sons Saturday on the sofa, facing their father. Okay, now that we're here and you have decided to behave, let's get on with this meeting. So Lazaro, since this involves your friend, why don't you start? Katerina finished eating and then took a shower. She then picked out an outfit to wear. She was anxious to know what was going on downstairs and whether or not Mr. Brambilla would agree to help her. He was her only chance of saving her parents. It was eating her up inside, not knowing if they were still alive or not. She picked up one of the magazines that one of the maids brought her, but she couldn't concentrate on any of the articles, so she switched on the TV, and it was the same, so she turned it off and started pacing back and forth. She wished that she could have been there to hear what was being said. If Lazaro's father refused to let him help her, she didn't know what she would do, but one thing for certain, she wasn't going to leave without doing something to try and save her parents. She looked at the clock and saw it was 2 hours since Eleonora had left her room. Being the nosy person she was, she really wanted to go downstairs and try to hear what they were saying, but with all the staff walking around, she would surely get caught, so she went and laid down on the bed to take her mind off of how long it was taking. She closed her eyes and thought about Lazaro. She was thinking of what it would be like to feel his lips on hers, kissing her. Then her thoughts turned really naughty, picturing what he looked like naked, what his member looked like and how it would feel moving inside her. Dreaming about it, she smiled. She could actually feel his lips on hers and his hand caressing her breasts. Are you dreaming about me, little one? Lazaro asked when he walked into her room and saw her lying on the bed. He had gone over to the bed and saw the smile on her face. He also saw the way her body was wiggling and the way she licked her bottom lip. Her eyes shot open and her face turned red when she saw him sitting on the bed, looking down at her. Chapter 7. Lazaro Saturday there, crossing his right leg over his left and stared at his father. Katerina approached me a few days ago. When I was coming out of Vinny's restaurant, she called out to me, said she needed my help. She had been mugged and brutally beaten, and before she could tell me why she needed help she passed out, so I brought her here. So someone beat her. What did she expect you to do about it? Leon asked. That wasn't why. After bringing her here and having the doctor check her out, she told me why she came looking for me. Her mother and father had been kidnapped and are being held prisoner, and she wants me to help rescue them. Who has them? Roberto Ferrari. As soon as he said the name, both his mother and father looked at one another. That son of a bitch. That's just like that prick to steal people if he thinks he can use them in some way. So why was she not also taken by Ferrari? Her parents hid her in a secret room in their home. Her father knew if Ferrari found her, he would rape her and then later sell her. She was given money from her father to flee the country, but she chose to stay and find a way to save them. But then her money was stolen and I brought her here. I said I would help her. It won't be easy to get them away from Ferrari, and we do have a truce to stay out of each other's business. To go up against him could start a war between us. No, it is not worth starting a fight over. Anthony got to his feet. Father, once you meet the girl, I know you will change your mind. Really? Leon asked, holding his chin up with his fingertips. Why would I? For one thing, she is a special young woman, sweet and innocent, and also, Lazaro has fallen in love with her. So in a way, she is like family and we always take care of our own. He looked at his son. Is this true? Are you in love with the girl you just met? Father, I do have deep feelings for her. I don't know if it's love, and if you chose not to help then I will do it on my own. I made her a promise and I intend on keeping it. Just because a woman opens her legs for you doesn't mean you are in love, Leon said, shaking his head. We are not sleeping together. Not yet anyway, Anthony said out loud. Shut up, Lazaro snapped at him. So far Eleonora Saturday quietly listening, but seeing her husband was having doubts about helping the young girl, she stepped in. Leon, I have met the girl and spent time with her. We need to help her. You know what a bastard Ferrari is. How cruel he can be, and it's obvious your son cares for her. Please, my love, let's help her. He rolled his eyes at his wife. Seeing that she had taken a liking to the girl, he knew he had lost the fight to say no. So who is her father and why was he taken? This was the moment Lazaro was dreading, knowing when his father found out the truth he was going to go insane. Neri Rossi, he is Ferrari's accountant. He waited for his father to explode and didn't have long to wait. Leon's face turned red. He clenched his fist and got to his feet. You brought an enemy into my home. How could you? She's not the enemy, nor is her father. Leon went over to the drawer where he kept locked and took out his gun. Bring the girl to me. I will get rid of her once and for all. I will never forgive you for bringing her here. The two brothers stood side by side. I will not let you harm her, Lazaro said, reaching inside his pocket for his own gun. Father, hear me out before you make a judgment. Never had he pulled his gun on his father, but he would if it meant protecting the woman who he cared about. Stop, all of you, put your guns away, Eleonora cried out, placing her hand over her husband's hand. Hear what your son has to say. He stared at his wife in disbelief. The girl's father works for our enemy. What if this is all an act and she was sent here to spy on us, to trick us? No, my love, I have met her. She is innocent and only wants to save her family. Just meet her. Hear what she has to say and you will see we have nothing to worry about. Sweetheart, you can see your son is in love. We must stand by him. He looked at his wife, placing his gun back in the drawer. I will meet with her, but if I believe she was put here to spy on us, I will kill her. He looked over at Lazaro. Go, bring the girl to me. When Lazaro left the room, Anthony went over to his father. Once you talk to her, you will see that her father had no choice but to work for that monster. Lazaro is not a fool. He knows who is lying, and so do I. I tell you, Katerina is telling us the truth. She and Lazaro have feeling for each other. I believe she is the one for him. This makes her family, so we must help her. And if you say no, then I will help my brother either way. Lazaro went upstairs and knocked once on Katerina's door. Not getting an answer, he walked in and saw her lying on the bed. As he moved closer, he saw her eyes were closed, and she was smiling and making soft moaning sounds. I knew she was having a wet dream. Are you dreaming about me, little one? He asked, causing her to open her eyes. Her eyes flew open, and she had a look of horror on her face when she saw him. No one he knew she was dreaming about him made her feel embarrassed. No, how could I be dreaming when I'm fully awake? Oh, so you were having daydreams about night things involving me, judging from the look on your face. When I walked and I was satisfying you, trust me, when we do make love I will most certainly satisfy you. He ran his thumb over her bottom lip, smiling at her. I would give you a taste of what's to come now, but my father is waiting to talk with you. She felt a glimmer of hope. Is he going to help me? Now that's up to you. You must win him over. Just tell him the truth about everything. Once he hears your story, I'm sure he will. Look him in the eye. And don't be afraid. He can be very scary and will ask you many questions. I will be right by your side, as will Anthony and my mother. Are you ready to face him? She nodded her head. Yes, I'm ready. Before we go, there is something I have to do, he said, stroking her cheek tenderly. What? She asked, unaware of what he wanted. This, he said, pulling her into his arms. He kissed her. It was not a sweet and tender kiss. It was a one of passion, a tad rough. Her eyes closed. Putting her arms around his neck, she kissed him back, getting lost in the passion. He made her feel things she never thought possible and wanted more. Wanted him to touch her in places she had never been touched before. But then when he broke the kiss and moved away, she was disappointed. Again he got her worked up and then stopped. We have to go. My father is waiting for us. Meanwhile downstairs, Eleonora sat down next to her husband, placing her hand in his. Darling, promise me you won't be hard on the poor girl and listen to her. He brought her hand up to his lips and kissed it, staring into her eyes. Why are you so keen on the girl? The moment I laid eyes on her I could see how much pain she was in. And not just the physical pain. Though she is young, she's also brave. She must be to confront our son. Knowing who he was, she could have taken the money her father gave her and run away, but instead, she chose to stay and find a way to save them. I like her very much, and so do our sons. Leon rolled his eyes ever so slightly. Lazaro more so, I gather. Yes, I believe he is in love with her. I know it's quick, but it does happen that way sometimes. So for your son's sake, let's find a way to help her. My love, how can I be sure she is telling the truth? It wouldn't be the first time. Ferrari has had a spy planted in our organization. In our world, it is hard to know who to trust. Just look into her eyes and you will know, she said, giving him a sweet kiss on the lips. Just as they reached the room, where Leon was waiting, Lazaro stopped, taking her hands in his. Before we go in there, I don't want you to be afraid of my father. Just tell him everything you told me and answer his questions truthfully. When he felt her hands shaking, he leaned over and kissed her. Are you ready? Yes, she answered, nodding her head. Father, I would like for you to meet Caterina Rossi. Leon walked over and shook her hand. So I finally get to meet the young lady that has been living in my home the last few days. Come, take a seat and we will talk. He looked over at his family who were watching him. You all can leave while I talk alone with Miss Rossi. I would prefer to stay, Lazaro said, moving closer to her. Are you afraid I will shoot her? No, I just think Caterina would feel more comfortable with me here. I wasn't asking you to go. I was telling you. He looked at her, studying her for a moment. Are you afraid of me and wish not to be left alone with me? Her heart was racing and she lightly bit down on her bottom lip. I am a little afraid of you, but not to be alone with you. When everyone chuckled, she looked at them all and wondered what she said that was so funny to them. Before leaving, Lazaro faced her. When you are done talking to my father, you can find me in the family room. Now that we are alone, we can talk. Would you like a drink? She needed something to calm her nerves. A glass of wine would be nice. She looked at the clock and back at him. I'm sorry, it's way too early to drink. It's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world. I will have one with you, he said, going over to the bar. He poured them each a large glass of white wine. Handing her one, he sat her down across from her. Tell me all about yourself, starting from your first memory. I don't understand. You want me to tell you about my whole life? Do you not want to hear about my parents and why I'm here? We will get to that. I want to hear about your life and your parents' lives. As strange as she thought his request was, she did what he asked of her, starting from her first memory until now, about her mother and father, how close they all were and where and what they did when they went away on vacation. Then she got to the part where her father found out who and what his employer really was, how he was accused of stealing from him in the night he and his men came and took them away. All this time Leon sat back and listened. How can you be so sure your father didn't steal from him? My father is a good and honest man. He has never stolen a dime in his life. If you knew him, you wouldn't have to ask." He leaned forward and looked her straight in the eyes. In those eyes, he saw a young woman who was sincere. He no longer thought of her as a threat. "You love them so much that you would risk your life to save them." "Yes," she replied. "Will you help me?" "I will give it a great deal of thought." "Sir, time is running out. They need to be saved now." She got up and her eyes filled with tears. "If you won't help me, then I will find another way." He liked her devotion and love for her parents. She was indeed a special woman. "Okay, we will help you." Before he could say another word, she went over and hugged him. Thank you so much, and I will forever be in your debt." When she stopped hugging him, he placed the palm of his hand under her chin. "It will take a lot of planning and time, which I will discuss with my sons. Now go and leave me to my thoughts." Thanking him, she left to go find Lazaro. Chapter 8. When Lazaro saw her, he stood and waited until she reached him. "How did it go with my father?" She threw her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. "He agreed to help me, but says it will take time to rescue them." "Why, Lazaro? Why would it take time?" He wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on the top of her head. "My father is right. We cannot just march in there and take them away. It will take hours of planning. Many things to put into place first. But how long? The longer they are there, the more danger they could be in. Who knows what that monster is doing to them?" she said, sniffling. He felt bad for her. Knowing how she must be feeling, would he not also feel the same way if it was his family in danger? "Be patient. We will do everything we can to help them." He lifted her chin up to look at her. "Let's go for a drive. It will help to take your mind off of things." The thought of going out made her feel a little better. "Where will we go?" "Just for a drive. And then I will take you somewhere nice for dinner. Go get ready and I will let the others know. We won't be here for dinner." They spent the day driving around, stopping at one of the art galleries. He was impressed with how much she knew about some of the famous paintings and the artists who did them. Then he took her to one of his favorite restaurants. He had several, but this one was more romantic, with its dimly lit room and soft music playing in the background. He picked up his menu to check out the specials. "Order whatever you want." She looked up at him from her menu. "Everything sounds good, but what would you recommend?" "The lobster is always delicious here." "I've never had lobster before." He looked at her and smiled. She looked so beautiful it had his heart racing. "Give it a try, and if you don't like it, you can order something else." After the waiter came over and took their order, he poured them both a glass of wine before walking away. "Do you come here often?" "Only when I'm dining with a lovely woman." "So, yes, you do then." He took a sip of his wine, smiling at her. "Honestly, not that often, and not with someone as beautiful as yourself. Unlike Anthony, I am not a player, and I don't have a lot of free time to date." She blushed, not used to being complimented so much on her looks. "You keep telling me I'm beautiful, but looking around at all the women here, I'm plain in comparison to them," she said, not wanting to look at him. But then she felt his hand grabbing a hold of her, causing her to look at him. "You are far from being plain. The others cannot compare to your beauty. Surely other men have told you the same thing." "Actually, no, they don't." "How is that possible?" "I don't date much. Not at all, to be honest." "Have you never had a boyfriend or lover?" She played with a napkin in front of her. "I did once when I was 16. He wasn't really a boyfriend. We just went out a few times." "Why only a few times?" She lifted her chin to look at him. "I'd rather not talk about it." She was glad when the waiter came over with their meal. "Oh, this smells so good. I think I'm going to enjoy it," she said, taking a bite of her lobster. "I'm glad you are enjoying it. Try dipping the lobster into the melted butter." "Oh yeah, this is better." "Lazaro, can I ask you a personal question?" "You can ask me anything." "Do you like doing what you do, and have you killed anyone?" "Yes," he said point blank. "Does that upset you to hear me say that?" "But I will say I have only killed when it was necessary, like to defend myself. We're not monsters, unlike our rival, Ferrari, who kills for the fun of it." "Will you teach me how to shoot a gun?" He lifted an eyebrow, staring at her. "You do not seem the type to use a gun, so why would you want to learn?" "You never know when I might need to shoot someone. I might shoot you, if you don't stop teasing me with your kisses and your hot breath on the back of my neck." "Ah, but you enjoy my kisses, and once I have you in my bed, you will be begging for more. But I will take that chance and teach you how to use a gun. We will start tomorrow, but for now, let's have some dessert." She shook her head. "I'm full." so no dessert for me, but you go ahead. I will wait another time to get the dessert I really wish to have, he said, giving her a sly smile. He paid the bill and they left the restaurant. Before getting into the vehicle, they both looked up at the sky that had turned dark. We are in for a bad storm, so we better get home before it starts, he said, opening the door for her and waiting for her to get in before going around to the driver's side. By the time they reached home, it had started to rain. He took off his jacket and placed it over her head as they ran to the front door. Stepping inside, they were both wet and laughing. He moved her hair that was stuck to her face away. You're soaking wet. You should go up and dry off. Put something dry on, he said as he stared at her lips. Cupping her chin in the palm of his hand, he pulled her close, kissing her. He only broke apart when he heard someone clearing his throat. Sir, your father wishes to speak with you. Tell him I'll be down to see him when I've changed into some dry clothes. He says it's urgent. Lazaro let out a sigh. All right, tell him I'll be right there. Turning back to Katerina, he touched her cheek. It is very late. Go and take a shower to warm up. I will see you in the morning. She went upstairs and removed her wet clothes and stepped into the shower, letting the warm water flow over her. She could still feel his lips on hers, and if they weren't interrupted by the butler, she couldn't help but wonder if they would have ended up in bed together. After drying off, she put on one of the many nightgowns that Eleonora had bought for her. She took one look out the window before getting into bed and saw lightning laying in bed, and just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard the loud bang of the thunder. The room lit up from the lightning. She began to shake. She hated thunderstorms, always had, even as a child. And all of a sudden, she heard the biggest bang ever and jumped out of bed, and without thinking she ran out the room and over to Lazaro's room, banging on his door. He had just gotten out of the shower when he heard the banging on his door. Opening it, he was almost knocked over when she flung herself into his arms. Katerina, what in God has happened? He asked, putting his arms around her, and felt her body trembling. Her body shook and she whimpered, speaking in a very shaky voice. I was scared. Scared of what? The thunder and lightning. I've always been scared of storms, but this is the worst one ever. Can I stay in here with you, just until the storm passes? He was totally taken by surprise by her request. You want to stay here in my bed with me? As she clung to him with her eyes closed and feeling his skin against her cheek, she felt like a fool for rushing in here. And knowing he was practically naked, she moved out of his embrace, glancing at his chest for a moment. She quickly turned her eyes away. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come here. It's okay. You can stay with me as long as you want. I promise I will be a perfect gentleman and not lay a hand on you. I will just hold you in my arms until the storm is gone, and then you can return to your room. Are you sure you don't mind? Not at all. Go get into bed and under the covers. When she was comfortable, he removed his pants, and just as he was about to take off his briefs, he heard her gasp and looked at her. Is there a problem? You're not going to take off your briefs, are you? I do like to sleep in the nude, but I suppose for one night I can keep them on, he said as he got into bed beside her. When another loud bang of thunder rang out, she moved closer to him and felt safe when his arms wrapped around her. You are trembling. Don't worry, the storm will pass soon. Have you always been so afraid of storms? She lay with her head on his chest. Yes, when I was little, and every time there was a bad storm, I would crawl into my parents' bed and sleep with them. What about when you got older? Well, I was too old to sleep with my parents, so my mother would come into my room and stay with me until morning. She closed her eyes when she heard more thunder, and saw the flash of lightning through the partly open curtains. Let's take your mind off of the storm. How? She asked, hoping that he wasn't suggesting that they be intimate. We can talk. Well, we did talk a lot about me at the restaurant, so how about you tell me more about you? What do you like to do when you're not out doing whatever business it is you do? Let me see, what do I like to do in my spare time? If I tell you, you have to promise me you won't laugh. I promise, she said, lifting her head to look up at him. I like to fish. When he heard her giggling, he placed his finger under her chin and lifted her head up so that he could look into her eyes. You promise you wouldn't laugh? I'm not laughing. It was just a giggle, and I can't picture you holding a fishing rod and having the patience to sit there waiting for a fish to bite. He laid there with his arm around her. I like the peace and quiet. It relaxes me. My father used to take me fishing when I was younger before he got busy. I really liked it and was so excited whenever I caught a fish, but I always threw them back. He would scold me and ask why I let them go. I told him it was a living thing and deserved to live, she said. smiling at the memory. He stroked her hair, loving how it felt having her in his arms. If you like, I could take you fishing someday. I'd like that, she said, yawning. What else do you like doing? I work out in our home gym when I have the time. Oh wow, you have your own gym. What else do you people have here? I really should give you the grand tour of the place. We have a game room, pool table and other games for us to play. There's a large library, a sauna, and a movie room. What exactly is a movie room? It's just like in a movie theater, with a large screen and surround system. We even have a popcorn machine and a beverage bar. But wouldn't it be more fun going out to the movies instead of staying in? For most people, yes, but we are not your normal family. Sounds like you have your own little world right here in the mansion, she said, yawning once again. I guess you could say that, but we do go out a lot of the time, to parties and special events, so it's not like we stay hidden inside. He noticed that the storm had passed and yet she still lay in his arms, making no sign of leaving. It looks like the storm is over. I have to tell you that the longer you are draped over me, the harder it is for me not to fling you over onto your back and make love to you. So maybe you should go back to your room now before I cannot control my urges. When she didn't say anything or moved, he looked down at her and saw that she had fallen asleep. My sweet Katerina, what are you doing to me? To have your warm, side body so close to me is driving me insane with desire. He didn't have the heart to wake her, so he would just have to suffer. Kissing the top of her head, he closed his eyes, listening to her breathing as she slept. It was some time before he was able to sleep. Chapter 9. When he woke up in the morning, she was still nestled in his arms, fast asleep. Not wanting to wake her, he slowly moved his arm from around her and slipped out of bed. Going over to his closet, he took out a pair of his dress pants and put them on. Just then there was a knock at his door. He hurried to open it. Anthony, what do you want so early? He whispered angrily. Dude, why are you whispering? He asked, looking over Lazaro's shoulder. Why, you dog, he said, grinning ear from ear. Lazaro shoved him back and stepped out, shutting the door behind him. Will you please keep your voice down? It's not what it looks like. Katerina is scared of storms and she only came to me so she wouldn't be alone. As long as you two ended up in bed together, that's what's important. I just held her. We didn't have sex and she ended up falling asleep. Oh God, why am I even explaining this to you? What's taken you so long to sleep with her? Anthony, what do you want? He asked, getting annoyed with him. Father wants us to go somewhere with him, so finish up in there and let's go. I'll be down in a few minutes. Okay, brother, I'll see you downstairs. Going back inside his room, he walked past the bed to his closet. She was still asleep. Damn, if he didn't get a hard-on when he saw her lying there, looking so sweet and peaceful. He had just finished doing up the buttons on his shirt and tucking it inside his pants when he heard her stirring. So you're awake? She sat her day up. I'm so sorry that I fell asleep. Putting the tie around his neck, he walked over to the bed and sat her down. There is no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed having you in my arms all night long. She blushed at his words. I'll just go back to my room now. He stopped her from getting out of bed. It is still very early. Just stay here and get some more sleep. I have to go out anyways. He gave her a warm smile. Would you be so kind as to fix my tie? She reached up and as she was doing up his tie, she glanced around the room. This is the most beautiful bedroom I have ever seen. I'm glad you like it and you're more than welcome to move in here with me. Lazaro, please don't. He placed his fingers under her chin and turned her head to look at him. I will not rush you, but the time will come when you will be sharing this room with me. He leaned in and kissed her. When I come back this afternoon, I will take you out to the shooting range and give you a few lessons. Will that make you happy? It always sent tingles throughout her body whenever he kissed her, whether it was gentle or passionate. I would like that. Getting up, he went over to the chair and grabbed his jacket. Go back to sleep and I'll see you later. When he was gone, she laid back down, looking around the bedroom. She was happy that he hadn't tried anything with her during the night. It showed her that he was a good man, but resisting him was getting harder with every passing day. And who could blame her? He was downright shy as hell and she could feel the sparks between them. She pulled his pillow close to her chest, burying her face in it, and could still smell his scent on it. Closing her eyes, she went back to sleep for a couple of hours, before getting up and going back to her bedroom. Later she made her way downstairs and had some breakfast. She asked one of the maids where Mrs. Brambilla was. She's in her art room, miss. Would you like me to show you where that is? If you don't mind. she said, finishing her breakfast. She then followed the woman down a hallway towards the back of the house. "Come in, dear," Mrs. Brambilla said when she saw Katerina standing at the entrance to the door. "Oh, you're busy. I don't want to disturb you." "Don't be silly, you're not bothering me." She walked into the room and looked around at all the paintings. "Wow. These are so beautiful. Did you paint all of these?" "I sure did, and I'm glad you like them. You're so talented. Are any of your paintings in an art gallery?" "Oh, good heavens, no. This is just a hobby of mine." She rubbed her chin, staring at Katerina and thinking for a minute. "You have such beautiful features and I would love to paint you. I wonder if you would consider posing for me." I guess so." "Wonderful. Now come over here and sit down on this love seat." "Okay, let's put your legs up and lean against the arm. Now if you could just look this way, I'll get started." She went and got some fresh paint. "Would you take out the ponytail and let your hair hang down?" "That's perfect. It will take me a few days to complete it, so you will have to wear the same outfit." Katerina watched as the other woman painted. She had such passion in her eyes. "May I ask you a question?" "Yes, dear," she said as she continued painting. "Are you happy living this lifestyle? I mean with your husband being in the mafia and all the danger that must surround your life." Eleonora stopped what she was doing to look at Katerina. "I will admit that at first, it was very hard. But I love my husband so much and I knew that he would always protect me. I cannot get up and go wherever I want without a bodyguard. But you do get used to it, and to answer your question, yes, I am happy. My husband treats me like a princess, and I have two very handsome sons. You do get used to this kind of life." "Mrs. Brambilla, I'm not sure I ever could. I would be worried every day that something would happen to me or someone I love." "Oh, my dear. If you truly love someone, you would learn to live with anything. Even living a normal life can be just as dangerous. You never know when something bad will happen, whether it be a car accident or a health problem. However you choose to live your life, you must live every day as if it were your last." They continued to talk, and 2 hours later Eleonora said that it was enough for today. "We will finish at another time, but right now I think I will go lay down for a while. I always get a tiny headache when I paint for too long. Now you make yourself at home, and if you feel like exploring, go right ahead. I think you might enjoy going outside and picking some flowers for your room." Taking Eleonora's suggestion, she went out to the garden, admiring all the beautiful flowers. Bending down, she started picking a variety of different ones, but jumped when she heard Lazzaro's voice. "Are you stealing my mother's flowers?" Eyes wide, she stared at him. "No, your mother told me I could come out and pick some for my room. If you don't believe me, you can go ask her yourself." Walking over, he bent down and picked up the ones she dropped. "Relax, I was just teasing you," he said, smelling the flowers before giving them back to her. "Did you have a good day with my mother?" "I did. She even had me pose for a painting." "Yes, she loves to paint. She tried to teach me once, but I wasn't very good, but now I wish I had stuck with it." "Why is that?" "Because if I were an artist, I would have you pose for me, but in the nude." She rolled her eyes and turned her back to him, feeling her face turning red. "Must you always make such sexual comments?" He went over and stood behind her, his mouth close to her ear, and whispered, "You didn't let me finish. That way I would get to see your body without clothes on. Something I've been dying to see from the moment we met." The feel of his warm breath on her neck sent a surge of tingles throughout her entire body. "Are you still going to teach me how to shoot?" she asked, wanting to change the subject. He was no fool. He knew exactly what she was doing. "Yes, that is why I'm here. But first, you should go change into some jeans, and I will have these flowers put into some water and taken to your room. I will wait downstairs for you." 20 minutes later she came down and they headed outside. "Where are we going?" "Over to the other side of the mansion. We have a small shooting range set up where we often practice. Anthony is already there setting everything up." He looked over at her as they walked. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "Yes, I'm sure. Don't tell me you're one of them." "One of who?" he asked, not sure what she was getting at. "One who thinks a woman's place is in the home dressed up like a Barbie doll. You say that I have to stay with you, since you are helping me to rescue my parents. Just so you know, you will not be the boss of me and order me around. For your information, I don't feel that way. I believe a woman can do anything a man can, but as far as our business goes, no woman will be a part of it. You really have no clue as to what this life is, how dangerous it can be. So if I do tell you to do something, it will be for your safety." When they arrived at the shooting range, Anthony was firing off his weapon. She stood there watching him, how he hit the bullseye every single time. "He's good," she said, admiring his skills. "Yes, he's the best around and never misses his target." Anthony turned his head, and when he saw them he stopped shooting. "About time you guys got here," he said, walking over to them. "Since I'm the best, Lazaro has asked me to give you some pointers. Hold this and tell me what you feel," he said, placing a revolver in her hand. "It's heavy and hard," she answered, staring at it. He lifted her chin up with his hand. "Just remember, this is not a toy. It's a weapon, a very dangerous one. I'm going to show you how to load and unload it, and how to use the safety clip. Then I want you to shoot at those cans over there," he said, pointing to where they were lined up. "Why the cans and not the things you were shooting at?" "I want to see how you do at the cans first." For the next 15 minutes, he went through all the in and outs of the gun. "Here, put these on," he said, handing her some earplugs. "Now I want you to aim and start shooting." He stood next to Lazaro. Did you see the smile on her face when she held the gun and said it was hard? "I hope you are as hard as the gun or you might disappoint her." "Damn it, Anthony, will you stop with this shit already?" They watched as she took one shot after another, missing every single gun, both trying not to laugh. "God, we have our work cut out for us," Anthony said as he walked over to her. "Here, let me show you the proper way to stand and aim." He got behind her, lightly kicking her legs apart, and put his arms around her. He placed his hands over hers and raised the gun. "Now, concentrate on the target, and when you're ready, pull the trigger." She squealed with delight when she hit the can, sending it flying. "I did it. Oh wow, I actually did it. Okay, let's do it again." When she hit it again, she was even more excited. "You're getting better," he said, his arm still around her. Oh, I think someone is getting jealous," he said when he saw Lazaro walking toward them with a scowl on his face. He then let go of her. "That's enough, Anthony. I can take it from here." It pissed him off seeing how much fun she was having with his brother. But what made it worse was he knew that Anthony was egging him on, seeing how far he could push him. "But she has a lot more to learn and she is getting better. I said that's enough today. You can leave now. It is getting close to dinner time, so don't keep Katerina out too much longer. You know Mother doesn't like us being late." He then turned to her. Taking her one hand in his, he brought it up to his lips and kissed it. "I had fun showing you and will be happy to do it again. I will see you later at dinner." She could tell Lazaro was angry, and for the life of her, she didn't understand why. When she saw him packing everything up, she became confused. "I thought you were going to continue the lesson. I'm sure you would rather wait for my brother to help you, since you seem to enjoy his company so much." He looked at her and saw how angry she was and knew they were about to have a fight. Chapter 10. She got up in his face, her anger at the boiling point. "Oh my God, you can't seriously be jealous of your own brother." "I'm not jealous, but you sure are much friendlier with him than you are with me." He turned away and continued packing up the guns and bullets. He turned back when she gave him a hard shove, causing him to almost fall. "What the hell?" he snapped. "You fucking jerk, there's nothing going on between us. I like him, he's nice and he doesn't make astral remarks to me. You, on the other hand, are always saying things that are embarrassing me." He grabbed her shoulders and drew her close to him. "Then how about I just stop and just throw you on the bed and have my way with you? Is that what you want? Action and not words." "You pig," she hissed and slapped him. She then took off running, leaving him standing there with a look of shock on his face. Making it to her room, she slammed the door shut and felt bad for slapping him. She had just removed her top when the door flung open, and a very angry Lazaro stormed in. Before she could get out a word, he came at her like a beast, pinning her up against the wall. His mouth came crashing down on hers, kissing her with a hunger that left her breathless. This was the moment of truth, the moment she could no longer deny how she felt about him. She kissed him back with as much hunger, and when he released her hands, she helped him to remove his shirt, sliding it off him. Her hands moved over the toned and defined muscles of his shoulders. Her hips arched towards him as he pushed his hard shaft against her. She was a pile of putty. Her body ached to feel his touch, to know what it would be like to have him inside her. She let out a loud moan when his one hand undid her pants and moved down inside her panties and cupped her cat. "I want you," he said between kisses. His fingers moved inside her, and when he felt how wet and hot she was, he let out a groan. But wouldn't you know it, someone had to interrupt them by knocking on the door. They stopped what they were doing and she placed her hand over his mouth, so he wouldn't yell out at the person. "Yes, what do you want?" she called out. "I was sent up to let you know everyone is waiting for you to join them for a drink before dinner," one of the maids called through the door. "I'll be down shortly." She moved him away, her cheeks flushed and panting. "You need to go and let me get dressed." He stroked her cheek, looking into her eyes. "I am sorry for the way I behaved earlier, also for what almost happened. I promise you I would wait until your mother and father have been rescued, and I will keep that promise unless you want to change it." Walking away, he left the room, his snake hard as a rock, and the only thing he could do now was to take a long, cold shower. She took a quick shower, and threw on a pale blue dress, and hurried down to the family room where everyone was gathered. She was surprised to see Lazaro was already there, and wondered how he could have gotten down so fast. Eleonora was the first one to see her and called out, "Darling, so glad you made it. Would you like a drink before dinner?" "Lazaro, get the girl some wine." He poured the wine, and going over he handed it to her, letting his fingers linger over hers for a few seconds. "I like this color on you. It's very nice. I told the cook how much you liked the lobster we had when we went out, so he made something special just for you." She took a sip of her drink, looking over the rim at him. "Thank you. That was so kind of you to do that." "It was my pleasure," he replied, looking at her lips and wishing he could kiss them again. "Lazaro, stop hogging the girl. Let her sit with us," Eleonora said, waving her over to sit beside her. When she went and sat her down, she looked over at Leon. "I know you said rescuing my family was going to take time, but I was wondering how it was going. I have started the process, but it will take time. I have planted a spy in Ferrari's home, but it may take a while for him to get back to me on if they are still alive." Seeing the tears spring to her eyes, he felt terrible for being so blunt. "I'm sorry, dear. I shouldn't have put it that way. I am sure that they are alive and well. I give you my word we will save them and send them somewhere safe." "Thank you, Sarah. Now, I think it's time we all called each other by our first names. There is no reason to be so formal since we are now all family," Eleonora said, looking at her husband and seeing him not in agreement. They talked for a while and then were told that dinner was ready to be served. Katerina was so impressed with the meal that she even had seconds. "This is so delicious and I can't get enough of it. I'm so glad you are enjoying it. And we have a special dessert coming up next," Eleonora said, smiling back at her. "No, I couldn't eat another bite. And if I keep eating like this I will gain so much weight." Anthony glanced over at Lazaro and smirked when he spoke. "Don't worry about gaining weight. I'm sure Lazaro will help you to wear it off." He looked over at his brother when he banged his fist on the table. "Damn it, Anthony. Will you shut that stupid mouth of yours? Okay, boys, let's not spoil a nice meal with your petty arguments." Leon snapped at them. "We can go into the family room and have our dessert later. I am also too full to eat another bite." He was not pleased with his sons for the way they were behaving. It was obvious the poor girl was embarrassed by Anthony's remark, and he would have a talk with him later. Eleonora looked over at Katerina. "Anthony tells us that you did excellent when he gave you some firing lessons. I'm not really that good yet and will need more lessons." "Don't underestimate yourself. You did very well," Anthony said, giving her a warm smile. "You will be a pro in no time. I could give you a few more lessons tomorrow." "No need. I have nothing to do, so I will be giving her the next lesson," Lazaro said, answering before she could. After talking for a while, they had their dessert and some tea before retiring for the night. Katerina was the first one to leave the group and went up to her room and changed into one of her nightgowns. As she lay in bed with her eyes closed, all she could think about was Lazaro and what had almost happened between them before they were interrupted. She couldn't stop fantasizing about him. Was she some kind of a sex-crazed freak, when all she could think about was how his muscles felt against her hands? Or was it the way her body tingled, and how her panties got wet thinking about having sex with him? Getting out of bed, she paced back and forth and chewed on her fingernail, debating on whether or not to go to his room. But what excuse could she use for being there? Not being able to control her desire, she left her room and found herself standing in front of his door. Taking a deep breath, she knocked once. A moment later, when he didn't answer, she went to leave, but just then the door opened, and he was standing there with no shirt on. "Katerina, was there something you wanted?" Her heart started to race and her breathing became erratic. She didn't speak. What she did do was fling herself at him. Putting her hands behind his head, she drew him down and kissed him. It was a very passionate kiss, and his arms went around her as he pulled her into his bedroom and kicked the door shut with his foot. As they continued to kiss, he picked her up and carried her over to his bed and laid her down, getting on top of her. Breaking the kiss, he looked into her eyes before placing his lips on her neck. He moved down over her collarbone and over her shoulder. The sweet sound of her soft little moans was like music to his ears. He moved his hand over her breasts, slowly moving down and between her legs. A strangled growl escaped from the back of his throat when he found she wasn't wearing any panties, giving him free access to where he had been dying to be in for the longest time. When she felt his hand going between her legs and rubbing her cat before sliding his finger inside her, stroking her, she whispered his name so that only he could hear. Lazaro. Hearing his name being spoken, he stopped what he was doing and removed his hand from between her legs, placing his hands on either side of her head on the pillow. He looked down at her. Katerina, is this what you really want, or are you just doing it out of gratitude for us helping you? Her hand reached up and gently stroked his cheek. I am grateful that you and your family are going to help me, but that's not the reason why I'm here right now. I'm here because this is what I want, and what I want is you. That's all I needed to hear, he said as he removed her nightgown. He lowered himself on top of her and placing his mouth over hers, he kissed her, loving how she kissed him back. It was time to show her what was in store for her. He continued to kiss her while he massaged her breasts. The way he was kissing her and the way he was caressing her breasts got her so hot and wet. But when he broke the kiss and wrapped his mouth around the nipple of one of her breasts and started sucking and licking, his teeth lightly biting, it made her cry out in ecstasy. She began panting heavily when he switched the other breast in his hand, moved back down to between her legs, and started rubbing against her feminine folds. Then he did something that not only shocked her, but sent her into a frenzy of sexual fulfillment when his head went between her legs. She began squirming and letting out little squeals of delight when his tongue and mouth brought her to the most erotic release she could ever imagine. She laid there, her chest heaving rapidly, and watched as he got off her and removed his pants. Then she saw him open the nightstand by the bed and took out what she knew to be a condom. When he got back into bed, she couldn't take her eyes off of him when he ripped open the package, removed the condom, and placed it over his snake. I've been waiting for this, but I didn't think it would come so soon, he said, still looking at her as he slowly entered her. He got such a sexual high out of watching her face when he placed himself inside her, and the way her eyes closed and the moan that escaped her lips. She couldn't believe the feeling she got from the way he was moving inside her. He would start off slow, then faster, and just as she was on the brink of coming, he would slow down again. But he knew what he was doing. He moved with the skill of a perfect lover. It felt so amazing when he thrust faster, going deep and hitting the right spot. Oh, Lazaro, you're driving me insane with your teasing, she said, moaning in between words. His intentions were to keep going until she begged him to take her, but she seemed to like how he kept going. He was drenched in sweat. His snake felt so hard and his balls ached, and he knew he could wait much longer. It didn't help when she wrapped her legs around him, her fingernails scratching down his back, and her soft screams echoed in his ear. No, he couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed her legs and placed them over his shoulders. On his knees, he held onto her hips and began thrusting hard and fast, until they both came like a volcano exploding. Removing her legs, he laid on top of her, kissing her sweetly on the lips. Pulling out, he got out of bed and went to the bathroom to remove the condom, and then came back and climbed in next to her. Laying on his side, he pulled her close to him, staring into her eyes. She reached up to touch his chin, loving the feel of the stubble on his face. It's so late. I should go back to my room soon. No, he said in a stern voice. From now on, this is your room. You will sleep in here with me from now on. I will have your things moved in here. But what will the others think? Believe me, they will not care. Now go to sleep, Ket. What did you call me? She asked, her eyes narrowing. She wasn't sure if she liked his nickname for her. That is what I will call you from now on. Only I can. She wanted to say something, but he had already fallen asleep and with his arms wrapped around her. She could not sneak out of bed. Not that she wanted to. She liked being in his arms and feeling his warm, naked skin against hers. Chapter 11. Lazaro woke up with a smile on his face and seeing her sleep on her back. He moved over so that he was on top of her, waking her up when he started kissing her, his hand moving up and down her leg. She just laid there with her hands above her head, enjoying the kiss and the feel of his hand on her. When he finally broke the kiss to let her breathe, she smiled up at him. I like the way you wake me up. I will wake you up this way every morning, but it will not just be with a kiss. I will make love to you every morning and every night before we fall asleep." When he started touching her in places that drove her crazy, she could feel his hardness pressing against her, and knew he was getting ready to enter her, so she stopped him. "Wait, aren't you forgetting something?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm neglecting your beautiful breasts. Let me take care of them." Her nipples grew hard as he placed his mouth over one of her breasts. "No, that's not what I'm talking about. You're forgetting about the condom." "Fouquet," he swore out loud, and getting out of bed he went and grabbed a condom. "I think it's time we forget about these things. It's time we do it raw." He looked over at her and knew he was giving her the wrong impression. "What I mean is, would you object to going on the pill?" She let out a sigh of relief. She thought he meant not to use the protection of any kind, and the last thing she wanted right now was to get pregnant. "I wouldn't mind going on the pill. But until then, and it comes into effect, you must promise me that you will always use a condom." "I give you my word, and I also want you to know that I'm clean and I have always used a condom with any of the women I've been with. Not that I've been with many. I will set up a doctor's appointment for you, but for now, I am going to do things to you that are going to make you squirm and wiggle like a snake trying to escape its prey, and your screams will echo throughout the bedroom." She did let out a squeal when he pounced on her like a hungry tiger devouring his prey. For the next 2 hours, he helped her forget what her parents must be going through. They were in her thoughts every waking moment, always bringing tears to her eyes, not knowing if they were all right. 2 hours later, she got out of bed and grabbed her nightgown. He was laying on his back with his hands behind his head watching her. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm going back to my room to take a shower and to put on some clothes, so that we can go down and have some breakfast. I am starving and you must be too. I will take a shower with you." She turned around to look at him after putting her nightgown on. "No, you won't, or we'll never make it downstairs. Just remember what I said. As of now, this is your room, and you can expect us to be showering a lot together." Walking towards the door, she turned her head to look back at him. "What if I don't want to shower with you? You do know that sometimes a woman wants alone time. What choice will you have once you are in the shower and I slip in?" he said with a smug look on his face when she walked out. He was waiting for her when she came out of her room. "I will never understand why it takes women so long to get ready," he said as they walked downstairs together and headed to the dining room. "It's about time you two showed up," Anthony said, and smiled when he saw that they were holding hands. "Oh, now I get what was taking you so long. I'm surprised that the two of you can walk." Eleanor reached over and slapped her son on the arm. "Anthony, I will not tell you again to stop making such comments." He rubbed his arm and looked back at his mother. "I'm sorry, Mother. I will try to behave from now on." He knew better than to cross his mother, especially when she gave him that look. It was a look that told him if he did not obey her, there would be serious consequences. Lazaro smiled at his younger brother as he pulled Katerina's chair out for her. "So what are your plans today?" Eleonora asked, smiling at the two. "Well, we have an appointment this morning in town, and then this afternoon I was going to give Katerina another lesson at the shooting range." "What appointment do you have today?" "I've made an appointment for her at the doctor's." "Oh no, is something wrong? Are you not feeling good, sweetheart?" "No, I'm fine. It's just that oh good Lord." She wasn't sure what to tell Eleonora and turned her head to look at Lazaro. "Mother, it is nothing to worry about. After everything that she has been through, I thought it would be a good idea for the doctor to give her a full examination." "Thank goodness. You had me worried there for a minute." She looked at Katerina with concern written all over her face. "You must promise me that if you are not well that you will tell me." "I promise," she replied. She was really starting to love this woman. How gentle and loving she was to someone who was a perfect stranger to her. "That's good, and maybe, later on, you will pose for me again, so that I can finish the painting I started." After they ate their breakfast, Lazaro drove her into town for her doctor's appointment. "How did you manage to get an appointment so quickly?" Katerina asked him before they reached the office. "I'm not a man of great patience, and when I want something I get it. So that's all you're going to tell me?" "Yup," he replied and continued driving. When they got to the doctor's office, he waited for her while she was being examined. He was not happy that he couldn't go in with her. It seemed to take forever before she came out with the doctor by her side. Getting up from his seat, he walked over to them. "That took a long time. I hope everything is okay. This young lady is in perfect health. I've given her the prescription for the pills, and if there are any problems or bad side effects, just get in touch with my office, and we'll get you in for another appointment." After having the prescription filled, They headed back to the mansion, and after she changed into jeans and put her hair up in a ponytail, she went out for her lesson. She loved the feel of the gun and how it felt when she pulled the trigger. It had to be one of the most exciting things she had ever done. After the lesson, she joined his mother so that she could finish the picture she was painting. "When do I get to see it?" she asked, dying of curiosity about what it looked like. "Not until it is finished. That has always been my rule. I take it everything went okay at the doctor's." "Yes, he said I was in perfect health." She was not about to tell her that she was now on birth control. She didn't even want everyone else to know that she was sharing Lazzaro's room, but judging from the comment Anthony made earlier, she pretty well knew that they were aware of it. Later that night, while they were all having dinner, she did her best not to ask questions, but there was one on her mind and she couldn't hold her tongue any longer. "Mr. Brambilla," she cleared her throat, remembering that she was to call them by their first name. "I mean, Leon, I know that you just planted a spy in the Ferrari's household, but have you heard anything back from him? My dear, I know how worried you are about your parents, and are anxious to get word on them. My spy is in a very dangerous position, and he must be very careful. He must earn some of the staff's trust before he can start asking questions. He may not even have seen them yet, but I assure you that as soon as he has anything to report, I will let you know immediately." She nodded her head and thanked him. It was still tearing her heart apart knowing that her parents were there and most likely being treated badly, but she also knew that they were smart and strong and would do what they had to stay alive. That night she excused herself to go upstairs. She almost went into her bedroom when she realized that now she was sleeping in his room. So turning, she entered his bedroom and noticed that all of her belongings had been moved in there. Taking a nightgown from the dresser, she went into the bathroom and ran the water in the tub and added some bubbles. He had thought of everything. She had her own walk-in closet and in the bathroom her own medicine cabinet, full of everything she used. Climbing into the tub, she leaned back, enjoying the overly large tub. A few minutes later, she heard him enter and saw him standing at the door watching her. "It's not nice to stare," she said, glad that the bubbles were covering her naked body. When he walked into the bedroom and noticed the light in the bathroom on, he removed his tie and jacket and went in and couldn't help but stare at her. "I can't help but stare. I've never had a woman in my bathtub before. Too bad those bubbles are hiding your body." She couldn't help but blush when she saw the way he was looking at her with lust in his eyes. "If you need to use this room, just give me a few minutes and I'll be out." He walked over to the tub and leaned over to look at her. "What I need is right here," he said, kissing her, and as he did so he climbed into the tub with his clothes on. She started laughing when he got in the tub with her. "Lazzaro, oh my God, what are you doing? You've got all of your clothes on, you crazy man." He pulled her close, putting his arms around her. "I guess I was in too much of a hurry to get in here with you." He removed his shirt and tossed it on the floor. Standing up, he removed his pants and briefs, giving her something to look at right before her eyes, which caused her to blush and turn her head away. "You have no shame," she said, shaking her head as she looked away. "No, I don't," he said, grabbing a hold of her ankles. He drew her to him, putting her legs around him with their privates touching. "Do you feel me against you? How hard I am and how much I want you right now?" She felt the same way and then realized he didn't have a condom with him. "You don't have any protection with you, and I just started taking the pill." "Damn it," he swore. "I never even thought of it, because I didn't think he would be in the tub." She bit down on her bottom lip and put her arms around his neck. "We can still fool around a little." For the next 20 minutes, they kissed, touched and groped each other. She loved the way he kissed. It was so intense and she couldn't get enough of his lips on hers. "That's it. I've had enough of this. It's time for some real action," he said. Getting out of the tub, he grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his waist. Picking up another towel, he held out his hand for her to take. "Come out now before I change my mind and take you right here even without a damn condom." She knew he was serious, so before he could get back in, she stood up, letting him wrap the towel around her and lifted her out of the tub. He kissed her before picking her up, and he carried her to the bed and laid her down, pulling the towel off of her. "I think I'll have a little snack first," he said. Pushing her legs apart, he placed his mouth over her wet cat. After devouring every inch inside her, making her scream out his name, he moved up her body. "I love how I can make you come so quickly. Now it's time for my fun," he said, reaching for a condom from the nightstand, ripping the package open with his teeth. He removed it and placed it over his hard shaft. Later he held her in his arms. "That boy from school, the one you had sex with, What is his name? She looked up at him. I don't remember, and it was only twice. We were just kids, and why do you want to know? So that I can hunt him down and kill him. What? Why would you say such a thing? Because I hate the thought of any man touching you, so they must be destroyed. Oh, you're being so silly. Look, for one thing, the first time he and I did it, it was horrible. The second time wasn't much better. And we were only 16 and we did it in the back of his car. Has there been no one else? No, not until you. This pleased him. So with me, it was good. She looked up at him and smiled, running her fingers over the few hairs on his chest. Oh, I believe you already know the answer to that. I do, he said, smiling back as he rolled her over onto her back and climbed on top of her. Chapter 12. The next morning after getting dressed, she asked him to do up her necklace. She handed it to him, but what he did was move her hair over to the side and started kissing her neck. Oh God, she moaned softly. She loved the way it felt. She also knew where this was headed, and had to stop him before it was too late. Lazaro, you must stop. We don't have time for this. Yes, we do, he said as he continued his attack on her neck. Lazaro, no we don't. Why not? He asked in a grumpy voice. Because your mother is taking me out. We're getting our hair and nails done. So if you don't want your mother getting mad at you, you will let me finish getting dressed. I wasn't told about this, he said, pouting like a little boy who was being denied his treat. I don't like you going anywhere without me. She turned around to face him. I'm sorry. I thought she told you. Look, if it's a problem I will tell her I can't go. But I didn't know I was to be a prisoner while I'm here. She couldn't help feeling angry at him if that was what he was doing. No, don't do that. If my mother wants to take you, it's all right, and you are not a prisoner. I just want to make sure you are kept safe. Finish getting dressed. I'll see you downstairs, he said, giving her a kiss as he left the room. Hurrying downstairs, he went looking for his mother, finding her in the family room. Mother, what the hell are you doing taking Katerina out without getting my permission to do so? Don't you use that tone with me, young man. I'm still your mother. I certainly do not need your permission to take her out for a day of pampering. I'm sorry, Mother, but you should have told me. I am only worried about her safety. She went over to him, placing her hands on his cheeks. I know you are, but she will be safe with me, and Ferrari doesn't even know she is here. I will not use her last name. And with what she's going through, I think she needs a day out. Okay, Mom. I'm sorry. You really like her, don't you? I do. She's like the daughter I never had. Neither one of her sons knew that she was once pregnant with a girl but lost her when she was in her 8th month. It was before either one of them was born, and it almost destroyed her. He smiled, just thinking of her. She really is special. So sweet and brave. I think someone is in love, she said, smiling at him. Oh, I don't know about that, he replied. Before they could say another word, Katerina appeared. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. No dear, you're right on time. Our driver is waiting for us. As they were leaving, he grabbed Katerina's hand. Enjoy your day out. I will be here when you get back. He walked them to the door, and instructed his men to keep an eye on them both, and not to let them out of their sight. He let them know that if anything happened to them, he would personally put a bullet in their skulls. Going back inside, he went to his office, that he shared with his father and brother, to make a few calls. There he found both talking, and they looked up when he walked in. What's going on here? Leon spoke up. I was just about to call for you. There's a problem at one of our warehouses, and we need to go check it out. What's the problem? Some of our shipment has gone missing, and I think I know who has taken it. So we are going to go and have a talk with Andy. Wait, Andy? But he is one of our most trusted men. He wouldn't steal from us. I hope not, Leon said as he loaded his gun. They headed out, taking a few men with them. If there was one thing the Mafia hated, was a traitor and one who stole from them. Either one was just as bad as the other and had to be punished. They arrived at the warehouse, just as Andy was loading some crates of guns into a van. Clearly, he was in shock to see the Brambillas. He looked from one to the others, sticking his hands inside his pockets. I wasn't expecting to see you here today. Lazaro tilted his head to the side to see inside the back of the van. What are you up to, Andy? Nothing, sir. Well, it looks to me like you are helping yourself to some of our merchandise. Am I right? Are you stealing from us? Lazaro asked, moving his jacket over, letting Andy see his gun. His father and brother stood beside him. letting him do the talking since he was in charge. "No, Mr. Brambilla. I found them and was bringing them back here," he replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Lazaro looked at Anthony and his father. "Looks like we made a mistake." "I don't know, brother. Unless my eyesight is going, I could have sworn I saw him put one of these crates in his vehicle." He turned to his father. "Did you see anything?" Leon shook his head. "I saw what you did." He pulled out his gun and pointed it at Andy. "How could you steal from us? Have we not been good to you? We gave you money for your son's operation, and this is the way you repay us." Andy got down on his knees and started crying. "Please, spare my life and I promise I will never steal from you again." "But this is not the first time, is it?" Lazaro snapped at him. "You bastards have so much, living in that giant mansion of yours, and all I have is a lousy 2-bedroom apartment. What are a few guns to you? It's nothing but pocket change to you." "Oh, Andy, it's not the guns or the money, it's your lack of loyalty. If we spare your life, what message will that send to the others?" He turned to the others, his back to Andy. "Let's go. Father, we'll let Anthony do the honors since he enjoys this part the most." They walked towards their car, and before they reached it a gunshot rang out. Getting into the car, they waited for Anthony, who was instructing the men to dispose of the body and clean up the mess. Heading back home, they were all quiet. They never liked killing off one of their men, but on occasion, the odd one would betray their boss and had to pay the price. If they didn't, others might feel they could also get away with it. In their line of work, fear worked in keeping the men loyal, but in treating them right in the way that if one of them needed help, the Brambilla family was there for them. Whether it was to settle a score, or if their family needed medical care or saving from an enemy. Meanwhile, back to the women. Katerina sat in the chair as her hair was being done. She had never been to a fancy hair salon. She was given a pedicure and manicure. It was a new experience for her. "Eleonora, thank you for doing this. That facial we had earlier was amazing. My skin feels so soft and silky. I'm so glad you are enjoying it. We, women, have to keep ourselves beautiful for our men. But you didn't enjoy the bikini wax, did you?" She blushed a little. "It was different and I feel naked." Eleonora let out a small laugh. "You'll get used to it and will want to keep doing it. Trust me, men love it and SX feels so much better." Again Katerina blushed. "It's none of my business, but do you and Leon still have a good SX life after all these years?" "Oh heavens, yes. He's as much of a beast now as he was when we were first married. I don't understand how some women complain that they only get it once a week if they're lucky. Hell, I'm lucky if I get 1 day a week off from it. But I'm not complaining." When they were done, Eleonora had her driver stop at a women's clothing store. "We need to get you a dress." "But I have plenty." "Oh, no, this has to be something really classy. It's for a party we'll be attending in a couple of days." Lazaro never mentioned us going to a party. "Oh, that son of mine, he can be so thoughtless at times. He probably figured he didn't have to mention it, and just expected you to go, or he just plain forgot. Perhaps he doesn't mean for me to go. We go as a family and you're now a part of our family, so you will be going. I'll have a word with him when we get home. Now, let's pick out the perfect dress for you to wear, one that will knock Lazaro's socks off." After trying on several dresses, she found the one that Eleonora said was perfect. Looking at herself in the mirror, Katerina couldn't help loving it. It was a black dress with sequins and off-the-shoulder cut. "It's gorgeous but way too fancy and expensive." "Well dear, we're going to a very elegant ball, and every woman will be wearing these kinds of dresses." She looked at the young woman before her. "This dress looks like it was made just for you. We will take it." When they finally got home, the men were waiting for them and got to their feet when they walked into the room. "We were beginning to wonder if you were ever coming home, and don't. You both look absolutely gorgeous," Leon said, giving his wife a hug. "Lazaro, does Katerina not look beautiful?" "Yes, mother, she sure does," he said, smiling. "Just wait until you see her in the dress that I bought her for the ball." "There was no need to buy her a dress, mother. We aren't going to the ball." Eleonora was shocked to hear him say that. They had gone to the ball every year. "What do you mean you aren't taking her?" "I can't make myself any clearer. We're not going, and that's all there is to it." When Lazaro and his mother started fighting, Katerina stepped in between them. "Please stop fighting. It's obvious your son doesn't want to be seen with me around all of his rich friends," she said, and ran out of the room with tears running down her face. Anthony stood there shaking his head at Lazaro. "Now look what you've done. You've hurt her feelings and made her cry. Boy, you better go after her now and apologize." Leon said, going over to stand beside his wife. Lazaro ran his fingers through his hair. Grunting, he left the room and made his way upstairs to the bedroom. He found her sitting on the sofa in the area just off from their bed. "Kat, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I know why you don't want to take me. You don't think I'm good enough to be around the rich, and you think I will embarrass you. I can't help it that I'm poor. But being poor doesn't make me stupid, and I do know how to behave myself around people of class." He went and sat her down beside her. "Is that what you really think? What else could it be? Kat, some of those people can be such snobs, and I don't want anyone to say something that will upset you." "Yeah, right," she said, shrugging her shoulders and refusing to look at him. He grabbed a hold of her chin and turned her so that she had to look at him whether she wanted to or not. "You listen to me. I am not ashamed or embarrassed to take you anywhere. I don't give a damn if you have money or not, and the reason I didn't want to take you was that I'm worried for your safety. If anyone were to find out who your father is, it could get back to Ferrari, and that could prove deadly. My job right now is to protect you at all costs. That man doesn't even know I'm in this country. He thinks my father's daughter is someone else, and we wouldn't be using my real last name." He let go of her chin and rubbed the stubble over his face. "Is it that important for you to go to the ball? I've never been to one before, and after your mother told me about it, I became very excited. It's something I've only ever read about, and to be able to go, I found myself looking forward to it. But if you're really against it, then we won't go. But your mother spent so much money on the dress, and it would be a shame not to wear it. Then we will go. But you must stay by my side at all times so that way I can keep you safe." She turned to him and flung herself into his arms, planting little kisses all over his face. "Thank you. Thank you so much. If you really want to thank me, I can think of a better way than just a few kisses all over my face," he said as he picked her up and carried her over to the bed and flung her down. Pulling off his shirt, he climbed in on top of her. As he started kissing her, his hand went down between her legs and inside her panties. His hand was still over her cat when he broke the kiss and looked down at her. "Now what do we have here?" he asked with a big grin on his face. This made her blush when she realized what he was talking about. "I had a bikini wax. Do you like it?" "Oh, I like it very much," he said as he removed her clothes and placed his mouth where his hand was only moments ago. "Oh yes, Papa likes." Chapter 13. The night of the party. Eleonora helped Katerina get ready after she herself was finished dressing. "Oh, sweetheart, you look absolutely gorgeous. Lazaro's eyes are going to pop right out of their sockets. Eleonora, this dress is the most beautiful thing I have ever worn, but you shouldn't have spent so much money on it." Her eyes filled with tears. She felt so elegant and like a princess. The earrings that were given to her by Lazaro's mother made the outfit. "Seeing how you look in this dress is worth every penny. Listen, I know how worried you are about your mother and father, but at least you know they are alive and soon they will be rescued, so you must be very patient. Ferrari is a smart and dangerous man, so my family has to prepare a plan so that he doesn't know it was us. It takes time." Yes, earlier she was told by Leon that his spy found out that her parents were alive, but that was all the detail he was able to give them so far. Now they had to wait for more information and for them to come up with a plan. "I am grateful to know, but I still can't help but worry about how they are being treated. My father is a very strong man, but my mother is a little more fragile. But as long as they are together, I know she will be okay. Thank you for letting me borrow these earrings. They go perfectly with this dress." "Oh, sweetheart, I'm not lending them to you. I'm giving them to you as a gift." "No, you can't. They're real and too expensive just to give away. I can't accept them." "Yes, you can, honey. I have so much jewelry and some that I haven't even worn yet. You will make me very happy if you will accept them." She couldn't help it when her eyes started filling up with tears. "You are way too kind." Eleonora put her arms around her and gave her a big hug. "I know most people think that those who are in the mafia are evil, cruel and greedy, but that is just a myth. We can also be very soft and understanding, especially with the ones we love and care about. Now, it's time to go downstairs and have a drink before we head off to the ball. You go ahead. I need to use the ladies' room, and I'll be down in a few minutes." 10 minutes later, she entered the family room where everyone was gathered, and Anthony was the first one to see her. "Holy crap," he said, nudging Lazaro and nodding his head, indicating for his brother to take a look. Lazaro took one look at her and felt his heart racing like crazy as he eyed her up and down. She looked like a goddess and knew that he was now her slave. Anthony went over to her. Taking her hand in his, he raised it to his lips and kissed it. Katerina, you are a vision of loveliness. My only regret is that my dumbass brother was the first one to lay eyes on you. If only it had been me. Lazaro went over and removed her hand from Anthony's. Down, boy. Go find your own woman. He then turned to her. My brother is right. You look absolutely beautiful, and I will be so proud to have you on my arm when we enter the ball. I will be the envy of every man there. Looking into his eyes, she got this warm feeling deep in her heart. Though they had only known each other for a couple of weeks, she was starting to have deep feelings for him. Thank you, she said in a soft voice. Before leaving to go, they all had a glass of champagne. Lazaro practically growled at his brother when he kept paying a lot of attention to Katerina. So where's your date for tonight? You know me, bro. I never take a date with me in case I meet someone, he said, winking at him. I will be there to keep this lovely lady company, in case you decide to ignore her. Okay boys, get along and let's get going, Leon said, once again getting irritated with his son's behavior. They all piled into the limousine and of course, Anthony had to sit beside her, with Lazaro on the other side and his parents across from them. What exactly happens at these functions? Katerina asked, being the curious person that she was. There's a lot of mingling, champagne and dancing. A lovely buffet will be served all through the night, mostly finger foods of course. There will be a live orchestra, and everyone will be dressed in their finest, the men all in their tux and the women in the most beautiful gowns you can imagine, but nothing will compare to your gown. Eleonora answered her. When they arrived at their destination and entered the ballroom, Katerina looked around. She had never seen anything like this in her life. It was something like out of a magazine. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Tables were set up with gold tablecloths, and crystal candle holders along with flowers were set in the center of the table. The place was packed with so many people. There were many waiters walking around with trays of champagne, and others carrying little trays of finger foods. They each grabbed a glass of champagne and walked around as a family, greeting the people they knew and introducing Katerina, changing her last name to Greco. Just as Lazaro suspected, almost every man in the place started eyeing her, but it didn't bother him. He was there and would keep them away from her. If anyone did dare to bother her, he would quickly take care of them. After mingling for a while, they found a table and all sat down, talking amongst themselves. Are all these men in the mafia? They all looked at her and smiled. No, hardly anyone except for us, Lazaro said, giving her a wink. You know, we also have many legal businesses, and a lot of the people here know us from that and not from the other. Would you care for a dance? I would love to, but I must warn you I'm not really that good. I'm sure you are an excellent dancer, he said, holding out his hand for her to take, and then they walked over onto the dance floor. She loved the way he held her in his arms so strong, and she couldn't help but melt seeing him in his tux, and how handsome and sexy he looked. He used his finger to lift her chin up so that he could look at her face. You are the most beautiful woman here, and all the men cannot keep their eyes off of you. I love this dress and how it shows off your neck and shoulders. I am dying to kiss your neck and move down over your shoulders to the beautiful round softness of your breasts. I am so horny right now. Why do you have this effect on me? Lazaro, you shouldn't talk like that. Not here. Why not? Are your panties getting wet? She blushed. Stop. Someone might hear you. Oh, so you are turned on. Oh my God. You are a devil and can play this game. Maybe I am turned on. I can feel how hard you are. Too bad you can't do anything about it. It must be difficult for you to have it pressed so tightly against your pants, wanting out to explore. Tell me something. What does it feel like having it hard, and do your balls hurt too? She let out a giggle when she heard him hissing through clenched teeth. Be careful, Cat. If you arouse the beast too much, I may have to take you into one of the many restrooms and show you just how much exploring it wants to do. He smiled to himself, knowing that what he said would shut her up and stop her from teasing him. But she was right though. It did want out to explore inside her, but he had to control his urges. This was not a time or the place for such things. After a couple of dances, Anthony came over for his turn. They were all having a great time, but that was about to change when an unexpected person came waltzing in as if he owned the place. What the hell is he doing here? Anthony said, and the rest turned to look to see who he was talking about. Katerina looked at the man who was walking through the door. He was an older man and walked with a slight limp, and two other men were walking alongside him. Who is he? She asked, curious as to why the others looked mad when they saw him. Fu King Roberto Ferrari, Anthony said without thinking. Anthony, Shut up, Lazaro snapped when he saw the look on Katerina's face. It was one of fear and anger. He was worried that she was about to cause a scene, so he grabbed her hand and squeezed it. Don't say a word. You must not give him cause to suspect who you are. But that is the monster who is my parents. She wanted to get up and go over and punch him in the face. Lazaro, perhaps you better take her home now, Leon said when he saw Ferrari walking in their direction. But it was too late. The man was at their table before Lazaro could get her out of there. Hello, my friends. What a pleasure to see you. It's been a long time. Mrs. Brambilla, you look as beautiful as always. He looked over to where Katerina was seated next to Lazaro. I don't believe we've met. I would have remembered someone as young and beautiful as you. Leon spoke up before his son could. She is a friend of Lazaro. That is all you need to know. I don't want any trouble with you, so please leave our table and go and enjoy yourself. Leon, my old friend, I am not here to cause you any trouble. I just came here to have a good time with my friends, he said, nodding towards the two women who were waiting for him by the door. He turned his attention back to her. My name is Roberto Ferrari. And what is your name? My dear. His eyes stared at her breasts as he waited for her to speak. Caterina Greco, she replied, and noticed that the others were relieved that she did not give him her real last name. I do hope we meet up again. Lazaro couldn't hold his tongue any longer. Standing up, he got right in front of the man's face. She is with me, so I suggest you stay away from her or else. Or else what? Leon and Anthony both got to their feet, and the father once again spoke. Roberto, your friends are getting impatient. Go enjoy the party. Neither one of us wants any trouble. Oh, I will, he replied, giving Lazaro an evil glare as he walked past him. Going over to his men, he gave them Katerina's name, and told them to check her out and see who she is and where she comes from. Eleonora made the men all sit down. I would suggest that we all leave and go home, but if we were to do that, Roberto might become suspicious, so let's ignore him and try to enjoy the rest of the night. Lazaro nodded his head in agreement. Yes, mother, you're right. I think I will take Katerina out onto the patio for some fresh air, he said. Taking her hand, he walked with her over to the entrance to the patio, grabbing 2 glasses of champagne on the way. When they got outside, she took the glass he handed her. You don't know how much I wanted to punch him in the face and scratch his eyes out. I hate that man so much for what he's done to my parents. Lazaro, you must promise me not to let me out of your sight, because if that man comes anywhere near me, I am afraid of what I will say and do to him. I will not leave your side for a second, but you must try to control your anger around him. If he gets an inkling as to who you are, not only will you be in danger, but he will certainly kill your parents. He placed one hand on the side of her cheek. I will not let anything happen to you, he said. Leaning over, he placed a passionate kiss on her lips. When they finally went back inside, they noticed that Anthony had hooked up with one of the young women from the party, and they were getting very bouncy. It looks like my younger brother will not be coming home with us tonight. Is Anthony always like this? Does he just pick up women for one-night stands? He's such a good-looking man, and I'm surprised that he doesn't have someone special in his life. Anthony has always been a bit of a playboy ever since he turned 16. I don't think he will ever settle down, and if he does, she will have to be something really special to get him to change his ways. Dance with me again, she said, getting to her feet. Resting her head on his shoulder, she felt so safe in his arms. That monster keeps looking at me. I've never been one to wish someone dead, but I want him dead, and want to be the one to shoot him right between the eyes. He looked at her, very surprised at her words. I don't think you have it in you to kill someone. Yes. He noticed how the man kept looking at her and knew what was on his mind. It took every ounce of willpower not to pull out his gun and shoot the prick between the eyes. I'm not, but for him, I would make an exception. You might get your wish someday, but for now let's ignore him and enjoy our evening. He tightened his hold around her and loved how she fit so perfectly in his arms. Chapter 14. An hour later, when he was alone with her, he placed his hand on the side of her face, giving her a sweet and tender kiss. I think it's time for us to go home. But your mother says we should stay longer so as not to make Ferrari suspicious. They can stay, but we are leaving. Taking her hand, they walked over to his mother and father. Katerina's tired, so I'm going to take her home now. We'll take the limo, but we'll send it back to pick you up. Okay, dear. We'll see you both in the morning, Eleonora said, giving them both a hug. When they were gone, he turned to his wife. She didn't look tired to me. She smiled at him. No, she doesn't. I suspect he just wanted to get her alone. Our son is in love with her. He stood behind her, his arms around her waist. I believe you are right. I just hope she feels the same way for him. She reminds me of you when we first got together. I wonder if she has your temper as well. If so, I pity the poor boy, he said, laughing. She tilted her head to look at him. Watch it, mister, or you will find yourself sleeping alone tonight. Now, take me up for a dance and hold me in your arms and tell me how much you love me. It will be my pleasure, he said, giving her a sweet kiss. Back at the mansion and in their bedroom, he couldn't keep his hands off of her, or his lips. She had to stop him from tearing her gown. Lazaro, slow down. Let me take off my dress and hang it up. She turned her back to him. Help me with the zipper. I can't reach it myself. He did what she asked, then started removing his own clothes. Getting into bed, he watched her as she took off her dress, carrying it over to the closet, wearing only her panties. She had come a long way from when they first started sleeping in the same room. Now she wasn't shy about walking around naked in front of him. Maybe she enjoyed seeing him get aroused. Suddenly she had become very quiet. Cat, are you okay? Hanging up her dress, she walked over to the bed and climbed in. She didn't bother putting on a nightgown, since he always removed it the moment she got into bed. I just feel guilty for living in luxury and having fun when my poor mother and father are being kept prisoner. He sat her up. Taking her face in his hands, he stared into her eyes. I know how you must be feeling, but they would want you to be happy. You have no reason to feel guilty. My God, Cat, you were so brave the way you came looking for me for help. You put your life in danger, not from me but from others, and I know your parents would be so proud of you if they knew. I promise you soon they will be free. He lowered his lips onto hers, kissing her as he laid her down. As he moved his tongue inside her mouth, his hand moved to one of her breasts, massaging it as he continued his attack on her mouth. He then moved his hand down and inside her panties, letting the feel of her soft skin that was hairless. Fucking panties, he swore, pulling them down to get a better feel. He moved his mouth down her body, leaving feathery kisses along the way until he got between her legs. He kissed and sucked along her pubic bone, before sticking his tongue between her folds and entering her, lapping up her juices like a starving animal. Oh God, she cried out as she twisted her fingers around the sheets. The way his tongue was moving inside her was driving her into a new height of sexual arousal. It felt like electricity going in different directions under her skin. She felt like she was falling off a cliff into a pile of ecstasy, her body convulsing, causing her to scream out his name. When she had what would be considered an earth-shattering release, she was weak, exhausted when he moved up on top of her with a satisfied look on his face. Oh, Cat, glad you enjoyed it. But now it's my turn for some fun. He reached for a condom and remembered he didn't need it, since she had been on the pill for several days now. So he slowly entered her, loving how it felt doing it raw. Oh, baby, this is so much better. The next day, she woke up, opened her eyes to find him already dressed and putting on his jacket. It's so early. Where are you going? He went over and sat her down on the bed, caressing her cheek. I have some business to take care of, but when I come back I thought we could go fishing as I promised you a while back. He felt he needed some time to relax, and since she had said she liked fishing, he figured he'd take her. I'd like that. Just be careful while you're gone. So you are worried about me? Yes. You have enemies and I don't want anything to happen to you. I kind of like you, she said, placing her hand behind his head and drawing him down for a kiss. I'd like you too. I'll be back around noon. Be ready and I'll have the cook pack us a lunch. Giving her a sweet kiss, he left the room. He knew if he were to prolong the kiss, he would have ended up back in bed with her. She stayed in bed and slept for another 2 hours before getting up. After taking a shower, she went down and had breakfast with Eleonora, and then they went into the studio where her painting was completed. Oh, can I see it now? Eleonora smiled and nodded. I hope you like it. Getting up, she walked over and stared at the picture. Oh, it's amazing. It looks just like me. You really are good. Thank you, sweetheart. I just have to wait until it's dry, and then figure out where to hang it. Or maybe Lazaro would love to have it. She looked at Katerina. I have never seen him so happy before. Not until you came along. I see the way you two look at each other and I can see the love. He's a good man and will never hurt you. Do you love my son? Yes I do. Have you told him? No, I'm not sure how to. What if he laughs at me and doesn't feel the same way? She looked at Eleonora. Isn't it too soon to talk about love? We'd only known each other less than a month and I'm scared. I've never been in love before. It's never too soon, and life is short. You never know when it will be taken away from you, so you should tell someone how you feel when you can. Just so you know, I know my son and I know he has fallen in love with you. She looked at her watch. Oh, why? It's getting late and you should get ready for your outing with Lazaro. She had finished changing into jeans, a blouse and put her hair up in a ponytail when he entered the bedroom. You're late, she said, turning to him. I know, I'm sorry, he said, going over gave her a kiss. Just give me a few minutes to change and we'll head out. I know the perfect place to fish and I have already had our poles put into our car. They drove until he found the spot where he used to go fishing. Getting out of the car, he took out the fishing poles and the other gear, and they walked over to the edge of the water. He turned to look at her. Are you sure this is what you want to do or would you rather we go somewhere else? No, I've been looking forward to doing this, she said, grabbing one of the fishing poles. I still find it hard picturing you fishing. Okay, let's see what you got, she said as she handed him one of the poles. After they had tossed the line into the water, they sat her down on the ground and waited for a bite. It was several minutes before either one spoke. Why are you smiling at me like that? She asked when she noticed him looking at her with a grin on his face. You always surprise me. Really? How so? I never expected to see you put a worm on the hook. I don't know any other woman who would go fishing, much less put a worm on the hook. She shrugged her shoulders. It's not a big deal and I think, if you're going to do something, you should do it and not expect someone else to do it for you. Hey, I think you've got a bite, she said, pointing. They both stood up as he tried to reel it in. Damn, I think I've got a big sucker here and he sure is fighting. Take it easy, Lazaro. Don't reel it in so fast or you're going to lose him, she said excitedly, hopping from one foot to the other. But suddenly the fish managed to escape and swam off, causing him to curse. Shit, I almost had that sucker. Well, I told you to slow down but you wouldn't listen. Man, she said, shaking her head. I am not a man who has very much patience, as you very well know, he said with a smirk on his face. She turned away so that he wouldn't see her blushing. Yes, she knew very well how limited his patience was. Like God help her if she didn't hurry up and remove her clothes when getting into bed. If she took too long, she would end up with a pile of ripped clothes on the floor. He could be such a beast when he was in one of his horny states. They went back to fishing and after an hour, he was getting bored, so he stacked the end of his pole into the ground and laid down on his back with his hands behind his head and closed his eyes. This is so relaxing, he said as he yawned. So what, you're going to go to sleep now? She asked, looking down at him. God, he looked so hot and SI with his shirt unbuttoned halfway down, showing off part of his muscular chest. Of course, her eyes traveled down lower. Knowing what was hidden inside his jeans, she couldn't help getting turned on. If you want you can pull down my fly and pull it out and get a better look at it, he said with a wide grin on his face. Oh my God, I'm not even looking at you, she said angrily. Not that she was mad at him, but more so at herself for staring at the particular area and for the life of her couldn't understand how he knew when his eyes were closed. Yes, you were. Go ahead and take it out. I'll even let you have a little taste. No thank you, she replied and went back to fishing. But suddenly she found herself flat on her back with him on top of her, her fishing rod laying on the ground. Get off of me. He had her hands pinned above her head. No, I don't want to. I want to take you right here and right now. Lazaro, stop. You can't be serious, she said as he started kissing and sucking on her neck. Oh, but I am, he replied, using his one hand to hold both of hers above her head, as his other one started undoing the buttons on her blouse. She turned her head to the side when his mouth went on her breast, but then she noticed the line on her fishing pole moving and she knew she had a fish on the hook. Lazaro, look, I've hooked a fish. When he released her hands, she gave him a light shove, and then she jumped up and grabbed her fishing pole and started reeling it in. He stood next to her, giving her encouragement as she brought the fish in. Will you look at the size of this? He said, holding it up. I have never seen one this big here before. This will make an excellent meal. She took the fish from him, and removing the hook threw it back into the water. What did you do that for? I'm freeing it. It's a living creature and it deserves to live. What is the point of catching a fish if you're not going to keep it and eat it? Sometimes he just couldn't understand women, and she was more confusing to him than anyone else he had ever met. I love the fun of fishing, and I always planned on throwing them back in. He just shook his head and chuckled. Okay, I don't get why you want to throw them back, but if it makes you happy then so be it. I guess we should be getting back now. He looked at her blouse, that was still unbuttoned, and placed his finger on the front of her bra. Unless you would like to continue what we started. You mean what you started? She said, swatting his hand away and doing up the buttons. They gathered everything up and loaded it into the trunk of his car. We smell like fish and need a shower, he said as they got into the vehicle and drove off. They never did eat the food that had been packed for them by the kitchen staff. Chapter 15. When they got home and as soon as they walked in the door, Anthony was there to greet them. Oh my God, you just smell like fish, he said, plugging his nose and backing away. Damn, go take a shower, and when you're done Father wants to see the two of you. What does he want? Lazaro asked. You'll find out when you get there. Now go clean up. Yuck, you guys really stink, he said, still covering his nose and walking away. The more he got to know Katerina, the more intrigued he became with her. She had guts, spunk, and he never knew any woman who would even think of going fishing. Once upstairs, they removed their clothes and stepped into the shower, Lazaro being the horny brute that he was had to take their shower to another level, making sure his lips tasted every inch of her. He ignored her protest to stop, saying they didn't have time, but soon he had her moaning and giving in. Leon Saturday tapping his fingers on the arm of his chair and kept checking his watch. Anthony, did you not tell your brother I wanted to see him and Katerina? Yes, Father. Then what is taking them so long? They had just come back from fishing, and they stunk, so I told them to shower and put on some clean clothes. My guess is they got sidetracked when they got in the shower, he said with a grin on his face. Anthony, Eleonora snapped angrily at him. Be respectful of your brother and Katerina, and there will be no more of that kind of talk. It's time you settled down and found a good woman, one who will keep you in line. Oh mama, I'm too young to settle down, and there are so many beautiful women out there who would miss me if I were taken. She rolled her eyes at him. You're going to end up old and alone if you don't start changing your ways. Lazaro held Katerina as one hand as they walked down the stairs and towards the family room. Do you think your father has more information on my parents? We're about to find out, he replied as they entered the room. Well, it's about time you two showed up, Leon barked, indicating with his hand for them to sit down. Katerina, I've heard back from my spy, and he tells me your mother and father are alive and well, but they are being kept away from each other and have their own rooms. Well, not much of a room, I'm afraid. Just a cot on the floor. She tightened her grip on Lazaro's hand. Her lips trembled ever so slightly. When can you get them out of there? And what can I do to help? Her question about helping threw Lazaro for a second before he threw a feet. Help? What the hell are you talking about? No way are you getting involved with the rescue. You will leave that to us. What the hell are you thinking? She yanked her hand out of his in anger. You're not the boss of me and they are my parents. So if I want to help I will. The fuck you will, he said, jumping to his feet. It was like they were alone in the room, as they started fighting while the others listened in. They were too shocked to say anything, thinking how much they sounded like an old married couple, but Leon finally butted in, getting to his feet and in between them. Okay, that's enough. Now sit down and let me talk. They both Saturday back down, but Saturday apart with their arms crossed. For sure they would continue their fight later, in private. Katerina, now that we know they are alive, the next thing we have to do is get the plans to Ferrari's home and property. From there we will figure out a way to get them out of there without him knowing they are gone. By that time your mother and father will be far away. He will never find them or know who took them. It will take time and you must be patient. Lazaro is right. You cannot be involved. But they are my parents, she said, wiping away her tears. I know and I understand how you feel, but you must trust me and my sons. I trust you, she said. Getting up, she excused herself and went back upstairs to her room. She needed to be alone. Her heart was breaking knowing that Ferrari was keeping her parents separated from each other. Lazaro stood up, watching as she rushed out. That woman is so stubborn and loves to argue with me. God, what the hell do I see in her? Eleonora went over to him, placing the palm of her hand on the side of his face. You are in love. You see the beauty of her soul. It is her strength and bravery and her kind heart that draws you to her. She is upset. I will go and talk to her. Katerina was sitting on a chair when there was a knock at the door. Come in, she said, not bothering to get up. She saw Eleonora carrying a small container of ice cream and 2 spoons, and she sat her down beside her. I heard you like butterscotch ice cream, so I thought we could share this, she said, handing Katerina one of the spoons. I don't really feel like talking. We don't have to talk, just eat, she said. Opening the lid, took a spoonful of the ice cream. Oh, this is so good, try some. She looked at the ice cream and her mouth watered, so she scooped up a spoonful. It was so yummy, and weird as it might sound, it did make her feel better. As they continued eating, she began to open up to Eleonora. I'm so sorry about the scene I caused downstairs, but that son of yours makes me so mad at times. Are all men so bossy? Eleonora took another spoonful and nodded her head. Yes, the men in this family anyway. I'll let you in on a little secret. Right from the start, you have to put them in their place. Don't let them get away with it. Lazaro will soon know not to boss you around. Once he spends a couple of nights on the sofa, we'll set him straight. That he's mafia, and I thought no one is allowed to talk back to them. Well, that is true for most, but not us. My husband treats me as an equal, and my sons were taught to treat women the same way. Lazaro will never hurt you, but he's right about you helping out. They will have enough to worry about when they go on their mission. If you are there, they will be worried about you and might make a mistake, one that could get them killed. They are experienced where you are not, so you must trust them to save your mother and father. Katerina let out a sigh. I know you're right, and I will not bring it up again, but I am not going to forgive him for the way he yelled at me in front of everyone. That's my girl. Make him work for your forgiveness, because if you give in too easily, he will think he can be that way all the time. Trust me, I know this for a fact. When Leon and I first got together, he was the same way as Lazaro, but I put him in his place. She let out a giggle. He may be the boss of others, but here at home, I am the boss, and he knows it. My parents were so different. They rarely fought, and neither one raised their voice to the other. I really miss them, and I worry all the time, praying they are all right. When I searched for someone to help me and found Lazaro, I never thought I would end up here with people who were so kind and so loving to each other. Are you sure this is a mafia family? Eleonora laughed softly. I know it's kind of unusual, but it's who we are. Would your husband really have shot me if he thought I was a spy? Yes, but you need not worry. He is quite fond of you now. Oh look, we finished all the ice cream. I should go now, she said, getting up. Stay strong and make my son behave himself. Good night, sweetheart. Meanwhile downstairs, your woman is quite the spitfire. You will have your hands full with her, Anthony said, pouring them all another drink. Leon chuckled. She reminds me of your mother and has her temper. Son, I suggest when you go upstairs you apologize right away. Oh, and stay clear if there are any objects close by that she can throw at you, because she will. Why the hell should I apologize? It was her with her stupid idea of going with us to rescue her family. No, it is she who needs to say sorry to me. Son, you could have handled it better. You should have discussed it in a calm and quiet manner. Instead, you chose to yell and throw your weight around. Women do not like a man to be bossy and order them around. You must learn how to handle women the right way. Anthony stood back and started laughing. Lazaro, one would think that you, being the older brother, would be smarter than that. Even I know you never yell at a woman in front of the family or around other people. Bro, she's going to bust your balls until you're down on your knees begging her to forgive you. That will be the day I beg for forgiveness. Oh, you will if you ever want to get into that keg again. Anthony, watch your mouth, and if your mother heard you talking like that, she will swat you upside the head, Leon said, pointing his finger at his younger son. Too late. I already heard what he said, Eleonora said as she entered the room. She walked over to him, and as he went to back away, she did slap him upside his head. I will not tolerate that kind of language, especially when it concerns Katerina. Have I made myself clear, young man? He rubbed his head where she had slapped him. Yes, mother, I'm sorry. Lazaro started laughing. What's wrong, Anthony? Did Mom hurt you? She turned to Lazaro. I don't know why you're laughing. You deserve much worse than a slap for the way you talked to that poor girl. But Mom, you heard what she said, thinking we would let her come with us. She needs to learn her place. He knew he was in deep shit when his mother came over, a look of anger on her face. She needs to learn her place. What exactly is her place? He backed away before she could slap him. I didn't mean it the way it came out. It's just that when it comes to matters such as we're dealing with, she must stay away from the danger. It's our job as men to protect our women, our family. I know I could have handled it better and not yelled at her, but damn, did you not hear the way she was yelling back and calling me an ass? You're lucky she didn't punch you in the mouth. If I were you, I'd sleep in one of the other bedrooms tonight, until she cools off. She's not kicking me out of my own room, he said, scoffing. Oh, Lazaro, the moment you had her things moved into your room, it became hers. She turned to look at her husband. Leon, have you not taught your sons anything about women, and how things work once they have fallen in love? He just shrugged his shoulders, not wanting her to get mad at him. As far as he was concerned, his sons were on their own when it came to their mother. Lazaro straightened his tie. It's late. I'm going to bed. As he was walking out, he stopped when Anthony called out to him. What do you want now? Brother, when you enter the bedroom and she's removing her shoes, you better duck, because for sure she will throw them at you. Also, watch for anything else she might grab to throw at you. Lazaro shook his head. What kind of women do you date, and what do you do to them to make them that mad at you? Anthony shrugged his shoulders. Nothing. I'm too handsome for them to get mad at me. Yeah, right. Your ego is as big as your head, Anthony. Good night, everyone, he said and walked out. As he climbed the stairs to his part of the wing, he hesitated, wondering if his baby brother was right. Should he be prepared to duck? And would she really be so bold as to throw things at him? Well, one way to find out, he thought as he opened the door to his room. Chapter 16. As soon as he walked in and saw her, he knew she was still furious. God help him. It turned him on seeing her so mad, and if looks could kill, he'd be dead. Cat, he said, checking to see if she still had her shoes on. She did. What the hell are you doing here? She asked, giving him the stink eye. Well, it is my room and I was thinking of going to bed. I thought it was our room, she snapped back. It is, he said, moving further into the room. You're not sleeping in here tonight. Yes, I am. Like hell you are, you bastard, she said. Removing one of her shoes, she threw it at him, missing him. As soon as he saw her removing her one shoe, he ducked just in time. Hey, stop that right this minute. Damn, he was really turned on now. Then when he saw her removing the other shoe, he held out his hand. No, don't you dare throw that. But did she listen to him? No, and he had to duck again. Cat, let's talk about this. I'm too angry with you to talk, so just go away. I'm not leaving this room. I am sleeping in here, he said and started to remove his clothes. When he saw her looking for someone else to throw, he held up his hand. I swear if you throw one more thing at me, I will tie you to that bed and let you sleep that way all night. Fine, but you are not sleeping in this bed with me. You can sleep on the sofa out there, she said, pointing to the room just off of where the bed was. He had come up with the intention of apologizing to her, but she made him so angry he decided not to. Okay, I will sleep out there on that crappy old sofa, but don't come to me when you want some love. Oh, believe me, the last thing I want from you is sex, she snapped. Grabbing her nightgown, she went into the bathroom to change. When she came out, she was glad to find that he was on the sofa and not in the bed. Climbing in, she pulled the covers up over her and laid there on her back, staring up at the ceiling. Pulling the cover over him, he laid his hands behind his head. It didn't feel right with him not being in bed next to her. Then when he heard her sniffling, he felt really bad. Cat? What? I'm sorry. What are you sorry about? I'm sorry for yelling at you in front of my family. I shouldn't have done that. Is that all you're sorry about? He laid there thinking for a moment. What else did he have to be sorry about? Then it dawned on him the way he was bossing her around. I'm sorry for being so bossy. Well, you should be sorry. You embarrassed me in front of them. And the way you were ordering me around like I was one of your hired men. You are not the boss of me. You're right. I'm not the boss of you, and I promise I will not do that again. She wiped the single tear from her eye. I'm sorry too. A smile appeared on his face. And what are you sorry about? For yelling at you and the way I talked to you in front of your family. I was wrong and shouldn't have done that. They must think I'm one crazy bitch. They don't think that. In fact, they are all blaming me. But you must understand how dangerous this mission is going to be. I know. Your mother talked to me and made me realize how foolish I was to even think about going with you. I will not interface again and will leave it up to you. Thank you. Now can I come back to bed? Your mother told me not to give in to you too easily. She said I should make you work for forgiveness. Cat, forget what my mother said. What do you want me to do? If she was honest, she would admit that she wanted him in bed with her. And she was sure that the sofa was very uncomfortable, and hated the thoughts of him sleeping on it all night. Well, I want you here beside me. She let out a squeal when he appeared like the speed of lightning next to her. As soon as he heard what she said, he knew he was allowed back into bed. Jumping off of the sofa, he made it to the bed just as she finished her sentence. He cupped her chin in the palm of his hand. I'm so glad you decided to forgive me, and I promise to try to keep my temper under control when it comes to you. Now take off your nightgown, so that I can make love to you all night long. When he went to kiss her, she turned her head to the side and placed her hands on his chest. There is one more thing we have to make clear. What's that? He asked, placing his finger under the strap of her nightgown. He attempted to pull it down, but she stopped him. Let's get one thing clear. I am not your toy and my body is not your playground, she said with a serious look on her face. A smirk appeared on his face. I agree you are not my toy, but your body is my playground and right now I want to play. He didn't give her a chance to answer as his mouth came down forcefully on hers as he lowered her onto her back. Oh, she knew she shouldn't forgive him so easily, but damn, she loved the way he made her feel when he kissed her. Her eyes closed when his mouth moved down, capturing one of her breasts in his mouth while his hand cupped her cat, rubbing ever so gently. Then as he moved down and replaced his hand with his mouth, she let out a scream when his tongue explored every inch inside her. He stopped what he was doing to look at her. I don't know what tastes better, your tits or your cat. I guess I should have another taste to be sure, he said, placing his mouth back over her wet cat. After sampling another taste, he looked at her. The swell of her breasts got him horny as hell and he had to have her now. Moving up, he towered above her and slowly entered her. Watching her facial expression, she had a look of pure ecstasy on her face, and he would be lying if he said it didn't stroke his ego knowing he was giving her such great pleasure. He flipped her over onto her stomach, grabbed her hip and lifted her up. He entered her from behind. He could hear her moans of pleasure as he thrust hard and fast. His snake was hard and throbbing, and soon after she came he released inside her. Pulling out, he gave her a kiss before turning her onto her back. He loved the fact that she was open to doing it in different positions, and he would have to introduce her to many more. Laying on her, he kissed her, feeling her fingers caressing his back. He finally rolled over onto his side, pulling her close and wrapping his arms around her. She ran her fingers over his chest. She couldn't stop smiling. Lazaro, that was amazing, but it still doesn't let you off the hook. I'm still not happy with you. But you do forgive me, right? Yes, she said after hesitating for a moment. What are you doing with me? He looked at her, confused. What are you talking about? Is it just sex you want from me? When you first approached me for help, and I agreed, all I wanted was to keep you around for sex, to satisfy my needs. But the more I got to know you, the more I liked you. It's no longer just for sex. It's much more than that now. She lifted her head to look at him. What are you saying? I'm saying that I have fallen in love with you. She sat her day up to look at him, letting the sheet fall from her and exposing her breasts. You love me. She wasn't sure if she heard him right and needed to hear it again. Yes, I love you. He was hoping she would say it back, and when she didn't he felt as though his heart was breaking into little pieces. I know in the beginning I was forcing this arrangement on you, so I don't expect you to feel the same way about me. You may not love me, but I do love you. And whether or not you ever fall in love with me, I'm not going to let you go. You belong to me. You sound so heartless. I don't mean to, but it's the way I feel and you did agree to it. You're a fucking hoe. She snapped and got out of bed. Throwing on a robe, she went out onto the balcony and stood there looking out. She was just about to tell him that she was in love with him too, but he blew it with his comment, making her feel like she was not someone he was in love with but more his whore. He sat her day up on the edge of the bed, rubbing his hand over his face. As long as he lived, he would never understand how a woman's brain worked. He couldn't believe how they ended one fight only to have another one. So getting up, he went to her. Kat, I'm sorry if I was so blunt. She looked at him with tears falling down her face. You say you love me, but you talk to me like I'm a whore. Seeing her cry tore at his heartstrings, he went over and got on his knees, taking her hands in his. I didn't mean to make you feel that way, and sometimes I don't think before I speak. You are not my whore. You are the woman I love, and I guess I was a little hurt when you didn't say it back. She looked into his eyes. You're a smart man, strong and fearless, who with one look can scare any man. And yet you are so stupid when it comes to women. You didn't give me time to tell you how I feel before opening that stupid mouth of yours. I am not a patient man. So I've noticed, she said, pulling her hands out of his. Then how do you feel? Tell me before I go insane. All right, I'll tell you exactly how I feel about you. You are an arrogant, self-righteous son of a bitch. You're bossy and think it's your way or the highway. Just because you are handsome and rich, you think you have the right to talk to people in a rude and sometimes cruel manner. Well, that makes me feel better, he replied sarcastically. There you go again, not letting me finish. Now shut your big trap and listen to me for a change. You are all of that, but there is another side to you. You can be so warm and loving, so tender when you want to be. Men fear you but I don't. I love you, you big goof. The biggest smile crossed his face and he got up off his knees, pulling her into his arms. Do you know what has just happened? What? She asked, looking down and seeing he was naked and his manhood was standing at attention. Oh, I see, she said, her eyes still on his manhood. He chuckled, lifting her chin up to look at him. I wasn't talking about my snake. Hearing you say you love me has made me so happy, and now you have more power than you could ever imagine. You own me, you are the boss of me and I will never be able to refuse you anything. He placed his lips on hers, giving her a passionate kiss. After admitting their love for one another, she did feel a surge of power over him, not that she would use it to take advantage of him. Well, maybe in some cases like right now. So if I'm the boss of you, that means you have to do what I command. Am I right? She asked when she broke the kiss. He smiled at her, knowing he had made a big mistake by saying what he did. I guess so, but be careful what you command of me. There are limits. She reached down and took a hold of his snake and gave it a light squeeze. You said you couldn't refuse me anything, so what I want you to do is take me over to that bed and toss me down like a rag doll and ravish me. Smiling, he tore her robe off. It seems my kitty cat likes it a bit rough, he said. Picking her up, he carried her over to the bed and flung her down just the way she wanted it. But he did not stop there. He grabbed his tie that was on the nightstand, and before she knew what was happening he tied her hands together, putting them above her head. She was a tiny bit shocked at first, but then she felt that little tingling in her core. Lazaro, what are you doing? She asked, breathing heavily. I'm doing exactly what you want me to do. I'm going to ravish and devour every inch of your body. And I don't want your hands or arms getting in my way, so I suggest you keep them above your head or else I will have to tie them right to the bed. Then do it, and while you're at it, why don't you just blindfold me too? Hearing her say this got him hornier than ever, so he decided to do just that, noticing that she did not try to talk him out of it. Chapter 17. When she woke up, her whole body ached from Lazaro's lovemaking for hours on end. He was like the Energizer Bunny. He kept going and going, never getting tired. Slipping out of bed while he was still asleep, she went and took a quick shower, hoping he wouldn't wake up. She was appalled when she got in the shower and saw all the love bites on her breasts and leading down to between her legs. Stepping out, she dried off, went into the bedroom and was glad he was still asleep. She put on a pair of jeans and a white top and let out a squeal when a pair of strong arms went around her from behind. Lazaro, you scared the shit out of me. You naughty girl, taking a shower without me. Now I will have to punish you, he said in a deep, husky voice. Turning her around, he pulled her top down past her shoulder and began kissing it. Though she liked it, she stopped him. I think you've had enough for now. I should be mad at you? Why? He asked, pulling her closer to his naked body. I was supposed to go swimming this afternoon with your mother. So, you still can? No, I can't. You have left so many marks on my body. And there's no way I can wear a bathing suit now. I didn't hear you complaining last night, he said with a smirk on his face. I was just marking my territory, letting you and everyone know you are mine. He could feel her warming up to him when he placed his lips on hers, felt her nipple hardening when he put his hand under her top and over her breast. But when he heard a loud knock at the door, he swore. He hated being interrupted when he was about to get lucky, and she moved away from him. Don't move. I'll get rid of whoever it is. Anthony was standing there waiting for someone to answer the door, and when it did, his eyes noticed his brother's package. Jesus, brother, cover up your weapon. What if it was one of the maids at the door? He snickered, moving his eyes back up, and shook his head. Lazaro hadn't even thought about how he was totally naked when he opened the door. He was just too much in a hurry to get rid of who it was. Why do you always have to show up at the most unfortunate time? Father wants to talk to you and Katerina. It's about her parents. Since the two of you missed breakfast, I was sent up here to get you. At the mention of her parents, she grabbed Lazaro's briefs and handed them to him when she got to the door. What about them? I honestly don't know. I'll find out when you do, so why don't you guys get ready and come on down? We'll be right down. she said, closing the door when he left. Lazaro, hurry up and get dressed. Just give me 5 minutes to shower, he replied. Turning, he rushed to the bathroom, knowing how anxious she was to get downstairs and find out what was going on. He took a quick shower and threw on a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt. When they got downstairs, they were told by the butler that his father was in the office waiting for them. Leon was sitting behind the desk and waved them over when he saw them walk in. Good, you're here. I have news for the two of you. Come sit down. They both sat down on the other side of the desk. Anthony stood next to his father. So what have you found out? Lazaro asked, holding on to Katerina's hand. Leon looked at her. What I've got to say may be hard for you to hear, but I feel you have the right to know. He saw the worried look on her face and felt bad, knowing she was going to be upset with what he had to tell her. My spy was able to get close to your parents. Ferrari is keeping them apart from each other. They are being kept in separate rooms at night and throughout the day. They are not allowed to see each other. I'm afraid your mother is being worked over 15 hours a day, doing hard labor such as cleaning and cooking. Your father's kept locked in the basement doing Ferrari's books, 2 sets, an illegal set with all his activities and one that he shows to the government at tax time. They are only allowed 1 meal a day. My spy says that your mother is becoming very weak, so it is important that we get them both out of that home as soon as we can. Katerina's eyes watered up and tears trickled down her face. My mother has always been very fragile, and without my father by her side, I'm afraid of what's going to happen to her. Leon leaned forward. Sweetheart, I give you my word that they will be rescued in a few days. She looked up at him as she wiped her tears away. My mother might not have a few days. I thought that if they were at least together, it would make her strong, but without him, she won't be. Father, Lazaro said, getting to his feet, we must go now and get them out of there. Son, you know it is not as simple as that, but I have managed to get a hold of the household plans to his mansion, and we, along with our man, will go over it and make a plan. From what I understand, Ferrari is leaving for Mexico in 3 days, so we have that time to go over everything and get them out of that place before he returns. She crossed her arms and tried to stop her body from trembling. Once you get them out, then what? We will drive them to where a helicopter will be waiting to take them out of the country. Where will they be taken? She asked, fearing that she would never get to see them again. Leon looked over at Lazaro before answering her. Canada, in a small town up north. I have secured a home for them and a job for your father. I've also arranged for them to have a new identity and passport, so there will be no way that Ferrari will ever find them. I can't thank you enough for everything that you're doing for them, she said, wiping her tears away. My dear, we consider you family, so that also makes your parents our family. Thank you, but will I ever get to see them again? Not for a while. We must wait until Ferrari has given up finding them, and when things settle down, then we can arrange a visit. He looked at Lazaro. You two should go have something to eat. I will let you know when our men get here, and then we can start planning. When they left the office, she stopped and turned to him. I'm so worried for my parents. What if something goes wrong? He drew her into his arms, holding her tightly against him as he gently stroked her back. We will make sure nothing goes wrong. I give you my word, we will get them out of there and away from danger. As for your mother, she just might be stronger than you think. There was no way she could eat anything, so instead, he took her outside for a stroll around the property. He held her hand as they walked. After a while they stopped and sat her down on the bench. He put his arm around her, letting her lean her head against him. Do you feel like talking now? Why do bad things happen to good people? I don't know, but soon they will be free. Will I ever see them again? Yes, you will. But when? She asked, sniffling. He felt so bad for her and wanted to say something to make her feel better. Once they are away and settled into their new place, I will buy one of those burner phones and you can call them. She looked up at him. But why do I have to wait? Can't I talk to them on the phone when they leave? Katerina, when Ferrari finds out that they're gone, he's going to be looking for who took them, and he will be keeping his eye on us since we are his #1 enemy. If he finds out that we have bought a burner phone, he will know for sure that we're up to something, so we must give it some time. You're right, and I do understand. I am very grateful that soon they will be rescued. She gave him a weak smile. I'm going to do my best not to worry, and I will try to be patient. I think I could go for something to eat now. He pulled her close and gave her a sweet and loving kiss. After ending the kiss, he got up and taking her hand helped her up. Me too. I'm starving and this time it's for food, he said, winking at her. Meanwhile, back at the Ferrari's mansion, Roberto was sitting behind his humongous-sized desk in his office, when there was a knock at the door and two of his men walked in. Taking a puff of his Cuban cigar, he stared at the two men. Well, you better have something to report. Both men were deadly afraid of their boss. To cross him meant death. We couldn't find anything out about the girl, boss. There's no address for her. She's not on any social media. It's like she doesn't exist. Roberto slammed his fist on the desk, causing the two men to jump back. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course, she exists. I've seen her with my own eyes. You need to dig deeper and find out who she is or else. Yes, sir, the shorter one said. She's obviously with that fucking Lazaro, and is probably living in the mansion. I want one of you to go around there and keep an eye on the place and report back to me if you see her coming and going. He pointed to the shorter one. You will do it and don't get caught. Now get the fuck out of here. Both men started to leave, but Roberto told the taller one to stay. Is there something you want me to do, boss? Yes, I want you to go back to the Rossi's residence and go through the house from top to bottom. What am I looking for? I'm not sure. I just got this gut feeling that we're missing something. See if you can find any family pictures of them, and maybe an address where their daughter is living in America. Can you not just get that information from the girl's mother or father? He gave the man, whose name was Gus, an evil glare. Do you think I am a stupid man? Gus swallowed the lump that was lodged in his throat. No, boss, not at all. He began to sweat, wondering if his boss was going to shoot him in the head for saying what he did. I have asked both of them, you fool. I even tortured them and they both said the same thing, that they were estranged from their daughter and hadn't heard from her in years, and had no clue as to where she was. There is a picture of their daughter. Find it and bring it to me and I can have someone go to America and look for her. Now get out of my sight, before I put a bullet in your fucking skull. God, he was so tired of all the imbeciles that he had working for him. It seemed like none of them could do the job right, and maybe it was time for him to get rid of them and get some new men. He got up from his chair and poured himself a brandy. Lighting another cigar, he stared out the window, and his thoughts went to the young woman that was with the Brambilla family at the ball. He liked young women, liked how soft their skin was and how tight they were. This Katerina had a beauty that got him hard. He decided he wanted her, but he had to wait for the right moment to snatch her. He pushed a buzzer on his desk and waited for one of the maids to come. You wanted something, sir? The young maid asked. She kept her eyes down, not wanting to look at him. She was once his victim. He had forced himself on her, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it. Thank God, after a couple of times, he no longer wanted her. Yes, I will be expecting a young woman soon, so I need for you to make up the guest room next to mine. Make sure the things I want are there, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yes, sir, she said, leaving the office. She felt sick to her stomach and sad for the poor girl who would be his next victim. The things he was talking about were used to torture and cause pain to the woman, which got him excited. He was a man who got aroused by causing excruciating pain. First, he would rape them and then do other stuff that would help him to get it up again. Chapter 18. Lazaro wanted to take Katerina's mind off of everything, so for the next couple of days he kept her busy. He took her out to dinner, the opera, and to one of their nightclubs. It seemed to help. She loved the opera and had fun at the club. Anthony went with them and had her out dancing to the fast songs. He himself preferred the slow songs, but he watched as she and his brother danced. She really knew how to move her body. God, he couldn't wait to get her home and rip off her dress and make love to her. Just watching her on the dance floor got him so freaking hard. When a slow song came on and Anthony pulled her into his arms, Lazaro had enough of watching them together, so he went down onto the dance floor, tapping his brother on the shoulder. I think it's my turn now, he said in a bitchy tone. Anthony gave her a kiss on the cheek. Looks like my brother is a little jealous. See you later, he said, winking at her as he walked away. When he pulled her into his arms, she noticed he looked a little angry. Why are you being so grumpy? I hope it's not because Anthony and I were having fun. It was you who said you didn't like the fast songs and told him to dance with me. I was watching and some of the news were quite provocative. I don't like seeing a man that close to you even if he is my brother. She put her arms around his neck. It was all innocent, and the only man whose arms I want around me is yours. But I do kind of like it when you get jealous. It turns me on, and I know that when we get home the sex will be amazing. You little devil. So you were showing off, wanting to make me jealous. I shall have to punish you when we get home. Oh my, will you bring out the handcuffs tonight? He had to smile. She was really getting into the bondage aspect of sex. My love, I think you are drunk and goading me into it, but I must say, I am liking the thought of you being tied up and helpless and at my mercy. Oh, why, is that your gun poking me or are you horny? She placed her lips to his ear and whispered, I need to go home and change my panties. They are very wet and I want to be free KED. His snake twitched. Grabbing her hand, he walked over to where Anthony was dancing with a woman he picked up. We're going home. You'll have to take a taxi or call for your father's driver to pick you up. Yeah, you guys go on and I won't be home until tomorrow, he said, winking at Lazaro. As they drove home, he placed his hand on her knee and moved up her leg. He liked how she opened her legs wider, giving him more room to move up. Her panties were indeed wet. He let out a grunt, wishing they were home. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? He asked, feeling his snake getting hard. Then what she did next blew his mind. She reached over and pulled down his fly and took his snake out. Katerina, what are you doing? As if he didn't know that this was the first she ever put him in her mouth. She never replied to him, just got down and took all of him in her mouth and started giving him a blowjob. He gripped the steering wheel, keeping his eyes on the road. He began breathing heavily. He moaned out loud as she continued sucking, using her tongue to glide over the tip of his manhood. They were a mile from the mansion, and he couldn't concentrate on the road, so he did the right thing and pulled over to the side of the road. Turning off the engine, he sat her back and let her finish what she had started. For the first time doing it, she did amazing, making him come and moan and squirming like a madman. When she was done, he pulled her up, kissing her as if his life depended on it. Kat, that was so good, but you didn't have to. I wanted to, she said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. I read that man like it, and since you are always going down on me, I figured it was time I returned the favor. I hope I did it right. He reached up and caressed her cheek with his fingers. You did great and didn't gag once. Thank you for doing that. I loved it. I can't wait to get you home and tear off your dress and give you a night you'll never forget. I love you. I love you too. Now start the car and get me home, because I'm so freaking horny, and not I'm sure if I can wait much longer. He started the car and raced home. He too was still horny as hell and wanted so bad to be inside her, to feel her sweet warmth wrapped around his snake as he moved inside her. Throwing the car into park, he rushed to her side and opened the door. Taking her hand, he walked as fast as he could with her trying to keep up. Once they got inside their room, she was the one to push him up against the wall. She grabbed him by the collar and started kissing him. Breaking the kiss, she began removing his jacket, while he kissed the side of her face. Not bothering to unbutton his shirt, she just tore it open. Placing her mouth on his chest, she began kissing it. She could hear him moaning and feel his erection inside his pants. She liked being in control. It gave her a sense of power and decided to have some fun with him. Giving him a light shove back, she turned to walk away. Not tonight. I'm too tired. She left him standing there with his mouth wide open. You've got to be fucking kidding me, he barked. I'm not kidding. I just don't want to. You can't leave me like this, he said, letting her see him grab his crotch. She shrugged her shoulders and snickered. Well, you can always take matters into your own hands and masturbate. She let out a squeal when she felt his arms wrapping around her waist from behind. He picked her up and carried her over to the bed and dropped her down. Now, why would I need to masturbate when I've got you? He said as he started removing his clothes. If you like that dress, I suggest you take it off now. What if I don't want to? Then I will remove it from you, and you know what that means. She knew too well what it meant, and it wouldn't be the first time that he had torn off her clothes, ruining them. Getting up on her knees, she lifted the dress up over her head. There. Now there is no need for you to destroy another dress. Take off your bra and panties, he ordered. So much for her being in charge, she thought as she slowly removed them. That's my girl, he said as he climbed into bed, lowering her down onto her back. You should know by now not to tease me. She placed the palms of her hands on his chest, loving how it felt. But it's so much fun teasing you. Your face turns all red and your eyes narrow, and you give me this S-style look that melts my heart and soaks my panties. I'm glad I have that effect on you. You do the same for me, except for the panties, of course. God, you are so beautiful and you drive me absolutely insane with desire. She looked at him as she traced his muscles with her fingers. Are you going to keep talking or are you going to make love to me? Maybe it's time I teased you and say that I'm not in the mood anymore. How would you like that? With a sweet smile on her face, she reached down between them and grabbed his snake. I'd say you were lying. He knew she had him there, so lowering his mouth onto hers, he kissed her, letting her know just how much he wanted and loved her. Soon they were touching and groping each other. By the time they were done with their foreplay and making love, the bed was totally destroyed. Sheets were all tangled, blankets and pillows landed on the floor. The lamp on the nightstand by the bed was knocked over. Both were covered in sweat, panting and moaning, and they collapsed from exhaustion. Back at Ferrari's mansion, Roberto was coming from one of his many bedrooms after forcing himself on a young woman he picked up at a club. When he was told Gus was waiting for him in his office, doing up his belt buckle, he headed downstairs. All the time he was hurting the woman, he kept thinking of Katerina, wishing it was her he was banging, but he knew he would get his chance with her sooner or later. Gus stood up when his boss entered the office. Ferrari sat her down behind his desk. Well, do you have anything for me? I searched the whole house and found nothing, but I brought back the picture of Rossi's daughter that you asked for, he said, handing it to him. Little did he know that all the family pictures were hidden in the secret room, which he didn't find. He snatched the picture from Gus' hand and looked at it. I'll have my men in America look for her. I still can't believe this is their daughter. The mother is still beautiful. If only she was younger. If I may ask, sir, why do you want to find this girl? He looked evilly at Gus. Rossi stole from me. His daughter will help pay off his debt. There are a lot of sickos out there that get off on doing fat chicks and will pay a lot of money. I will make a fortune pimping her out, or perhaps sell her to the highest bidder. I haven't quite decided yet. Tell that other idiot to come in on your way out. Howard entered the office. You wanted to see me, boss? Yeah. What have you found out while you were watching the Brambilla's mansion? He swallowed hard as he stood there. She's definitely living there. I see her and Lazaro Brambilla coming and going. He's taken her to the opera, 2 plays in the club. I followed them to the club and they are clearly an item. Ferrari let out a growl and pounded his fist on the desk. To think that punk is screwing that sweet piece of meat really pisses me off. He got up and went over and poured himself a shot of whiskey. I wish there was a way to take out the whole Brambilla family once and for all. I need to find a way to get her without them knowing. Sir, there is no way of taking out the Brambilla family. They're far too powerful and their men are all loyal and faithful to them. Oh God. He cringed when he realized his mistake when he saw the way his boss was looking at him. So you think they are stronger and more powerful than I am? Howard's eyes grew as wide as saucers when Ferrari pulled out his gun and aimed it at him. No, you are just as powerful and strong. I misspoke. Forgive me. I forgive you. I know you didn't mean it. Leave now. Howard let out a sigh of relief. Turning, he started walking towards the door. Little did he know he wasn't leaving alive when a bullet went through the back of his head and he fell to the ground, dying instantly. Hearing the shots, Gus and 2 others came storming in with their gun raised but lowered them when they saw the body on the ground. I'm surrounded by a bunch of holes who can't do a damn thing. Not only can't anyone find out who this woman is that Lazaro is fucking, but this fool had the nerve to tell me the Brambillas are stronger and more powerful than me. He looked at Gus and the other 2 men, still holding his gun. Do you also believe it? They all shook their heads. Good. Now get rid of this body and have someone clean this shit up. He laid his gun down. Picking up the picture of who he thought was Rossi's daughter, he faxed it to his man in America, adding a note saying what he wanted. Boss, is there anything else? Gus asked nervously. Yeah, I'm leaving from Mexico tomorrow morning, and you're coming with me, so go pack your bag. Oh, and there's a broad in my room. Go and get her. What do you want me to do with her? Knowing his boss, he was probably going to have to kill her and dispose of her body. Just take her to her place and let her know that if she says anything to anyone, I will have her killed and chopped up into little pieces. He looked at Gus and snapped his fingers. Well, what are you waiting for? Yes, sir, he said and left the office. He was glad he didn't have to kill the girl. She was young and innocent and didn't know what she was in for when she came here. Dropping her off an hour later, he grabbed her arm. Remember what I said. Keep your mouth shut if you want to live. With tears streaming down her face, she nodded her head and got out of the car and ran for her life back to her apartment. Chapter 19. The next day, after spending a couple of hours at the shooting range, he pulled her into one of the sheds. Kicking the door closed with his foot, he started kissing her. Putting her hands on the side of his face, she kissed him back. Things were heating up, but they stopped when the door opened and Anthony walked in. Sorry to interrupt whatever's going on here. As if I don't know? Anthony, what do you want now? The men are here and the meeting is about to start. He looked at Katerina. I'm sorry to take him away from you, but it's time to plan the rescue. We only have a day before Ferrari comes back from Mexico. No, that's all right. I understand. Tell father I'll be right there. Okay, see you in a few minutes, he answered and left the shed. He took her back in his arms. We'll finish this later, he said, giving her a passionate kiss. He then took her hand and they headed back to the house. Can I be there while you're discussing the plan? It will take several hours and it would be better if you weren't there. We don't need any distractions, and the men have to stay focused on what we have to do. Please don't argue with me on this and just trust me. How would I be a distraction? Have you looked in the mirror? With you there, the men will be checking you out, and I will become so angry and might have to kill them. You wouldn't want that, would you? She laughed. You wouldn't do that. Okay, I will leave it to you and spend some quality time with your mother. Maybe she will show me your baby pictures. I bet you are a cute baby. Tiny fingers and toes. He shook his head at her, and when they reached the house, he gave her a kiss before going to the meeting. This might take a while, so don't wait up. Before he walked away, she pulled him back in for another kiss. What would be the point of going to sleep when you will just wake me up the moment you climb into bed? Yes, she knew him well. He was always so horny, and many nights he had awakened her when the mood struck him. Katharina and Eleonora decided to go to the movie room and watch a movie, making a large bowl of popcorn and opening a bottle of white wine, while the men conducted business. Leon had gathered 12 of his best men to help with the rescue. He laid out the plans for the mansion and the meeting started. He laid out the picture of Laura and Neri, one he had blown up from the picture Katerina had of them in her locket. Lazaro placed his finger over an area on the blueprint of the mansion. We have 2 of our men on the inside. One of them will be waiting here at the east side of the building to let you enter. The other one will be disabling the security cameras to the side and back, but it will go back on in 30 minutes. You only have that time to grab them and get out. A car will be waiting to take the couple to the helicopter. But the place will be swarming with Ferrari's men, one man said, looking at Lazaro. True, but they will be distracted at the far end when a fire breaks out. Our man inside will take you to the couple. Are you also coming with us? He looked at his men. We will, but we'll be wearing a ski mask. As will you all be? We cannot be identified. Ferrari can never know it was us who took the couple. What if someone catches us? Then they must be terminate. I'm not going to lie. This will be dangerous, but if we all stick to the plan, we will be saving an innocent couple. If anyone here wants out, we won't hold it against them, so speak up now. One man who had worked for them spoke up. Why is this couple so important to you? It was Anthony's turn to speak. They are the parents of Katerina, whom most of you have met. She is a part of our family, and as you all know, we protect our family. So answer us. Are you all with us or not? They all said yes at the same time. For the next 4 hours, they went over the details, not leaving anything out. They were served drinks and sandwiches, and after every single detail was gone over several times, the men all left, each knowing when and where they were to be the next day. It was well planned out, and with luck, they would be long gone before any of Ferrari's men knew the older couple were missing. Eleonora looked over at Katerina and saw she was asleep, more like passed out from all the wine they had drunk. She herself was a bit tipsy, and decided to get Lazaro to carry Katerina upstairs. Going towards the office, the men were coming out. Good, you're done with the meeting, she said, slurring her words a little. Leon went over to her, putting his hands on her shoulders. My love, I do believe you are drunk. Let me take you to our room so you can sleep it off. She looked back at him, smiling. Yes, Katerina and I had some wine and I'm afraid we got carried away. She then looked at Lazaro. She's asleep in the movie room, so you better go get her and take her to bed. Okay, Mom, he answered, chuckling. It wasn't often he saw his mother drunk, but he was glad she had kept Katerina company. Saying goodnight to Anthony, he headed to the movie room and saw her passed out in the chair. There were 2 empty wine bottles sitting on the table and popcorn was spilled on the table and chairs. Going over to her, he squatted in front of her, reaching up to stroke her cheek. Cat, wake up. Her eyes opened, and when she saw him, she smiled. There's my hot and SI Mafia man. I was having naughty dreams about you. He chuckled. She looked so adorable, and the way she was slurring her words sounded so funny. I think I'd better get you to bed. She leaned back and closed her eyes. You're always trying to get me into bed. You naughty man. Her eyes flew open and she grinned at him. Why wait? Just take me right here, she said, and leaning over kissed him. He could taste the wine on her breath. As tempting as that is, we can't. Someone could walk in at any moment. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her, loving how she wrapped her arms around his neck. I take it you had a nice time with my mother. Yeah, she's amazing and so easy to talk to. She told me all about her and your father. Did you know they still have a very active sex life? Oh, Kat, I don't want to hear about their love life. She looked at him, grinning. Do you know what that tells me? He was almost afraid to ask. What? That since you are so much like your father, I will be enjoying sex with you forever. I know that practice makes perfect, and if it's this amazing now, I can only imagine what it will be like years from now. Woman, you are turning into an info. Not that he was complaining. He loved that she could keep up with him, and it made his heart swell hearing her talk about them being together years from now. It told him she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. When they got to the bedroom, he laid her down on the bed. You should get undressed and under the covers. I will get you some water for you to drink before you fall asleep. She laid down on her back. You can undress me. You usually do. He couldn't help but smile. Yes, but that's because I want sex. What? Don't you want me now? He turned his back to her and walked over to the table, where there was a pitcher of water and filled a glass. I always want you, but not when you're drunk. It wouldn't be right. He turned back around and going over, he found her asleep. Putting the glass of water down, he stood there staring at her. It looked like he was going to have to remove her clothes after all. He tried not to think of her perfect body and how much he wanted her as he started stripping off her clothes. But it wasn't easy. Girl, you have no idea how hard this was for me, he said as he covered her up with a blanket. Yes, I do, she said, opening her eyes for a second, before rolling over onto her side and going to sleep. You little tease, he growled as he started removing his own clothes and getting into bed. I will have to punish you tomorrow for tricking me. Hearing her breathing, he knew this time she really was asleep. It was early when he was awakened by the sound of Katerina throwing up in the bathroom. Getting out of bed, he threw on his briefs and went to see if she was okay. Kat, he said when he saw her naked, her head over the bowl. Grabbing the bathrobe that was hanging on the hook, covered her up, and then held her hair back while she continued to empty her stomach. She reached for the cloth he handed her when she was done, wiping her mouth. Oh, God, why did I have to drink so much? I feel like crap, and just want to crawl under the covers and stay there forever. You are not used to drinking that much, but you will be fine in a while. Come back to bed and I will get you something to help take the pain away. He helped her up but had to wait when she insisted on brushing her teeth. Tucking her into bed, he went and got her some pills, and had her take them in the fresh water he poured for her. Your mother drank as much as I did. I hope she's okay. He chuckled. I'm sure she feels just as bad as you do. I'm going to get dressed and go downstairs to go over a few things with Anthony and my father. You stay and rest, and later I'll have the maid bring you something to eat. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. She slept for several hours and didn't touch the food that had been sent up. Taking a shower and changing, she felt guilty for the trouble the maid went to, so she decided to carry the food down to the kitchen. After dropping it off in the kitchen, she went into the family room where the others were. Katharina, I hope you are feeling better, Eleonora said. Getting up, she went over and hugged her. We really did overdo it with the wine. She hugged her back. I'm feeling much better. How are you? I'm good. No, I bet you are starving. So I asked the staff to make us an early dinner. The men will be leaving shortly, so we must feed them first. Katerina looked over to Lazaro, then went to him. I'm worried about tonight. What if something goes wrong? Her emotions were all over the place. Not only was she worried for her parents, but also for her new family, the ones she has grown to love. He cupped her face in his hands. My love, do not worry. We know what we're doing and everything will go as planned. He kissed her, not caring that his family was looking on. After they had dinner, Katerina and Lazaro went up to their room. Within minutes they were both naked and made love until it was time for him to leave. They showered and got dressed, but before going down she pulled him into her arms. Please be careful and come home to me. Oh, Kat, nothing will stop me from coming back to you. I love you with all of my heart. She had tears in her eyes. I wish I could see them before they leave. I know, but you do understand we have to get them away as soon as possible. It's for their own safety. She lowered her head. I know, but do something for me. Anything, he replied. Tell them how much I love them and miss them, and that I will talk to them soon. Let them know I'm okay and safe and not to worry about me. He pulled her close, holding her head against his chest. I will tell them. He couldn't help feeling a little guilty but pushed it out of his mind. Come, it is time for me to go. Walk down with me. The others were waiting for him. Eleonora gave each of her sons a hug. You boys look out for each other and your father. Be careful and come back to me in one piece. I love you both so much. She then went over to Leon. I love you so much, and if you get yourself hurt, I will kick your bum until you will not be able to sit for days. Leon placed his hand behind her head and drew her in for a kiss. It wasn't a sweet goodbye kiss. It was one of passion and deep love. I love you too, and we all will return. Take care of our girl Katerina. When they walked out, Katerina called out to Lazaro and ran to him, jumping into his arms and kissing him, as if it would be the last time she would ever see him. I love you. I love you too. Anthony cleared his throat. What about me, Katerina? Don't I get a kiss? Releasing her, Lazaro gave his brother a gentle shove. Get your own girl, he said, and then they piled into their vehicle, followed by the others. Chapter 20. The Brambilla family met up with the others at their warehouse. Each man put the silencer on their guns. Okay, our men on the inside are getting things ready. The surveillance cameras will be disabled for only 30 minutes. We need to get in and out before then, Anthony said, staring each man down. Each one of you knows where you need to go to find the couple. Grab them and get them out. We will cause a distraction, which will have Ferrari's men going to see what happened. If anyone sees you and if they pose a threat, kill them. You all know where to meet us. Don't fuck this up or else, Lazaro said, looking at each and every one of them. Okay, men, let's do this and be careful and try not to get caught, Leon said, tossing out the ski mask for everyone to wear. Okay, men, let's do this. Luck was on their side. The Ferrari's mansion was in a secluded area in the forest. Parking their vehicle a mile away, they made their way through the woods. All dressed in black, Leon pointed his finger, giving his men the signal to move forward. With most of Ferrari's men on the other side of the mansion, trying to put out the fire that was started in the garage that held some of the man's most prized vehicles, the Brambillas group had no trouble getting inside. Father, that was pure genius, blowing up the old man's garage, Anthony said as they entered the mansion. I knew his men would go there to save the cars, knowing their boss would kill them if they didn't. Too bad. Won't be no saving them now, Leon replied. 2 men left to find Neri Rossi, another 2 went looking for the wife, while the father and sons kept a lookout. They were able to move about without anyone showing up, except for one, a young girl who appeared to have been recently beaten. Hearing a noise, she opened the door to the room she was in, and went to scream, but Lazaro quickly grabbed her, covering her mouth with his hand. Girl, we are not here to harm you. If I release your mouth, do you promise not to scream? He felt sorry for her, knowing damn well Ferrari had raped her. When she nodded her head, he released her, staring into her eyes. Go back into the room and stay there. And you saw no one, right? She started to cry and nodded. No, I saw nothing, she said. Going back into the room, she closed the door. Lazaro, we can't leave her here, Anthony said, looking towards the door. She's not our problem. Brother, she can't be more than 16. She's a child. He's right, son. Lazaro knew they were right. He signaled for one of his men to come over to them. Opening the door and scaring the poor girl, he went over to her. Do you wish to leave this place? Yes, she said as tears fell down her face. I will have my man take you to a safe place where Ferrari will never find you. Wrapping his fingers around her skinny arm, led her out into the hallway. He looked at the man he called over. Take her away from her and to a safe house far away. Don't let anything happen to her or you'll have me to answer to. As she was being taken away, she looked back at him. Who are you? You don't need to know. Now go. Leon checked his watch. Where are they? Time is running out. Anthony and I will go and see what's taking so long, Lazaro said, touching his father's arm. Be careful and we'll be back soon. He headed to the room where Laura was being held, while Anthony went to Neri's room. Anthony found Neri's room with no problem, but upon arriving he found his men manhandling him and shouted out, "Leave him alone! What the hell do you think you are doing to him? He won't come with us. Mr. Rossi, we're here to rescue you, so you must come now." Why should I? I don't know who you are or what you are going to do to me. I've done everything Ferrari has asked me to do. We're here to save you from him. We have less than 10 minutes to get you out of her. Anthony yelled at him. You will come now or we'll take you by force. I'm not going anywhere without my wife. You won't have to. Someone is on their way to get her and soon you will be together. Just then a guard appeared, but Anthony shot him before he could raise his own gun. Who are you and why are you helping us? A friend. That's all you need to know right now. Lazaro made his way to where Laura was, and she was refusing to leave. He went over and grabbed her by the shoulders. Mrs. Rossi, we are here to save you. We are not here to harm you in any way. He was shocked to see how frail she was. She was nothing but skin and bones. Why would you want to help me? She cried out. I am a friend of your daughter. She has sent us here to rescue you and your husband. Hearing about Katerina, she began to cry. No, that's not possible. She has gone far away. How do you know her and what have you done to her? He was beginning to lose his patience. Look, we do not have time to talk about it right now. I will explain everything to you once we are out of here. My husband, she said, sobbing as she was being dragged out of the room. Someone is getting him and you will soon be together. He was glad when she stopped fighting and followed them down the hallway. On the way, they did run into another one of Ferrari's men but was shot dead. When they got to the exit and Laura saw Neri, she broke free from Lazaro and ran into her husband's arms. She cried as he put his arms around her, telling each other how much they loved each other. We have to get out now. We only had a few minutes left, Leon barked, trying to get everyone to move. They made it out just in time before the lights and cameras came back on, and Ferrari's men were still busy trying to put out the fire. Rushing through the woods and racing to their vehicles, they all piled in. The Brambilla family and the Rossis in one along with the driver. It was then that they removed the ski masks. Neri had his arms around his wife protectively. His eyes grew wide and filled with fear when he saw who they were. I know who you are. What are you planning on doing with us? And I thought you were here to save us. Lazaro stared at him. You have nothing to fear from us. We are only here to help you. There is a helicopter waiting to take you to Canada, where we have secured a home for you and a job. You will be given a new identity and passport, and you must never come back to Italy again. Otherwise Ferrari will find you. Neri shook his head. I don't understand how you know Katerina. How do you know her and where's my daughter? After you were abducted, Katerina came to me and asked me to help you and your wife to escape the prison that you were taken to. You should be very proud of her. She is a very brave young woman. What have you done to her? We are taking care of her. She is safe with us. We all care about her very much and will not let anything happen to her. We want to see her, Laura said, looking over at him. There is no time. We need to get you on that helicopter and away from here before Ferrari's men realize you are gone. In a few weeks, when things calm down and Ferrari stops looking for you, then we will arrange for her to come to visit you. I ask that you trust us to take care of her, and I assure you that she is well. It's not like we have much of a choice, Neri said in a snarky tone. Laura reached up with her hand and touched her husband's cheek. Sweetheart, you mustn't use that tone with these men since they risked their lives to save us. As long as they are keeping our daughter safe, and that we will see her someday, we should be thanking them. She looked at Lazaro. Tell her we love her. Katerina also wants you both to know how much she misses you and she loves you. She also told me to tell you she is okay and will talk to you soon. Lazaro smiled at Laura, patting her hand. Leon leaned forward and took her hand in his. We have all become very fond of Katerina. She's like family to us, and I have never met such a brave young woman in all of my life. You have done well raising her and you should be very proud of her. She smiled back at him, even though it was a weak smile. We are very proud of her and I'm glad she found you and your family. I do ask that you take care of her. Please don't let that evil man get his hands on her. I have seen more than once what he does to young women. You know that once Ferrari finds out that we are gone, he will go on the warpath trying to find out who helped us to escape, Neri said. We planned everything perfectly and he will never know it was us. Oh sure, he might suspect us and have his men keep an eye on us for a while, but there will be no evidence pointing towards us, Anthony said, handing them an envelope full of money. There is enough money in here to last you for quite some time until you get settled in your job, and remember that you must never reveal your true identity to anyone. Neri took the money. I don't know how I'm ever going to be able to thank you. There is no need to thank us. We are doing it for Katerina, Leon said, nodding his head. When they got to where the helicopter was waiting for them, Laura turned to Lazaro. I don't want to go without my baby girl. Please let her come. He removed her hands from his shirt, I told you that is impossible right now. You must get on that helicopter now. Time is of the utmost importance. Lara started to cry. I just want to see her and talk to her for 1 minute. Why couldn't she have been here to see us off? You have no idea how much we miss her and are worried about her. Anthony and his father looked at one another but kept quiet. Lazaro started ushering them towards the helicopter. I give you my word that you will talk to her soon, and like I said, when the time is right I will arrange for her to come and visit you. When he finally got them onto the helicopter, he stood back and watched as it took off. When he turned around, he saw the way his father and brother were looking at him. What? He asked in a snarky tone. Anthony ran his hand over the back of his head. There was no reason that she couldn't have been here to say goodbye to them. I said it was too dangerous for her to be here. Now just fucking drop it. Anthony could feel the blood in his veins boiling. He had grown so fond of her and didn't like what his brother had done. I denying her a few minutes with her parents. Like Fukaitis. No one knows we are here and she would have been perfectly safe. Lazaro glared angrily at him and started walking away. I told you to drop it. Leon listened to his two sons, arguing, and he wasn't about to get in the middle of it, since he knew that Anthony was right. You're nothing but a fucking coward, Anthony shouted behind his brother's back, causing him to turn around. What did you say to me? You heard me. You know as well as I do that it would have been safe for her to be here, so why don't you tell us what the real reason is? Why were you so afraid to let her come? Just never you mind, and you keep your mouth shut and don't say anything to her. She has a right to know what a jerk you are, and how you denied her a few moments with her parents. Lazaro rushed over to him and grabbed him by the collar and shook him. I swear to God, if you say one word to her I'll kill you myself. Okay. It was now time for Leon to step in and break up the argument. Pulling Lazaro off of Anthony, he stood in between them. No one is going to say anything. He then looked at his youngest son. What's done is done. You will not mention this to her. Okay, but it's not right, Anthony said and walked away in a huff. Son, he said, putting his hand on Lazaro's shoulder, I pray that she never finds out that she could have been here, or else you just might lose her for good. I think you were afraid that if she was here she would have wanted to go with them. Lazaro's jaw was clenched as he stared ahead. I couldn't take that chance, father. I can't lose her. I did promise that in a few weeks, when things settle down, she can call them, and later when the time is right I will take her to visit them. Okay, son, let's go home and tell her that her parents are free and safe. I'm sure that will make her feel so much better. When he heard his father chuckling, he looked at him. You find this funny? No, what I do find funny is imagining Ferrari's face when he finds out the couple is gone, and that some of his prize vehicles are destroyed. Some of them are very valuable, and I wish I could see the look on his face. Chapter 21. Katerina and Eleonora waited patiently for some word on what was going on. Well, maybe not so patiently as they both paced back and forth. Oh my God, what if something went wrong? Katerina said, going over to the window and looking out at the dark sky. All kinds of thoughts went through her head. What if the men got caught, or if her parents were still trapped in that mansion? Sweetheart, Eleonora said, going over and putting her arm around her. If something had gone wrong we would have known by now. Try to relax. I'm sure it won't be much longer. She said this more to comfort the younger woman than herself. The truth was, every time her family went out on a mission, there was always that fear that one or all of them would not return. But it was much worse when it came to Ferrari. He was much more dangerous than anyone else. The drive back home was tense between the brothers. No one dared to speak. Lazaro ignored the looks that Anthony was giving him. It only made him feel worse for lying to Katerina. He knew in his heart it was wrong to keep her from seeing her parents, if even for a few minutes. But it was too late now, and he would make it up to her in other ways. Pulling into the driveway and getting out of the car, they walked up the steps to go inside. As soon as they opened the door, Lazaro saw Katerina standing on the steps. He walked slowly towards her. Their eyes locked on one another, and he could see the tears in her eyes. It's over. Your parents are free and they are safe. Hearing him say this, she let the tears fall and threw her arms around his neck. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. She looked over at Anthony and Leon. Thank you all so much. I don't know how I'm ever going to repay you. Leon put his arm around his wife, smiling at Katerina, who was still in the arms of his son. You do not have to repay us. We are family. Let's all go into the family room, because I could sure use a stiff drink. We'll be right in, Dad, Lazaro said, his arms still around Katerina. When they were gone, she looked at him with so much gratitude. Is it really over and they are truly safe? Yes, Ferrari will never find them. Your parents asked me to relay a message to you. They are so proud of you and they miss you and love you so much. I told them in a few weeks you would be able to call them. How did they look? Were they all right? They're okay, just hungry and tired. Your mother seemed a little frail, but once she saw your father she perked right up. Let's go join the others. I also could use a drink. Wait, she said, pulling him into her arms. She gave him a passionate kiss. I was so worried about you. About all of you. No need to worry any longer. We got in and out as soon as we could and no one knew it was us. He took her hand and they walked to the family room where the others were waiting for them. Going over to the bar, he poured himself a double scotch and a glass of white wine for her. They sat around talking, telling the women what took place and about the young girl that they rescued. Anthony sat on the chair looking at Katerina. He got up and walked over to her. There's something I need to say to you. Anthony, Lazaro said, giving him a dirty look. She stood up to face him. What is it you need to say? Has it got something to do with my parents? He looked over at his brother, and instead of telling her what was really on his mind, he just pulled her into his arms and hugged her. I just wanted to say that I'm glad we got them out okay and that they are safe. They love you very much and cannot wait to hear from you. He let go of her and looked at the others. It's late and I'm tired, so I think I'll head to bed now. He went to his room and started removing his clothes. As much as he wanted to tell her, he just couldn't betray his brother's trust. After finishing their drinks, the rest of them headed up to their own rooms. Katerina went to use the washroom, and when she came out, Lazaro was already in bed. Removing her clothing, she climbed into bed next to him. He was just lying there staring up at the ceiling and was extremely quiet. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Why? You've been so quiet since we left your parents and came up here. Are you sure there isn't something on your mind that you want to talk about? I'm just tired, that's all. Pulling the covers over her, she rolled over and got on top of him, placing the palms of her hands on either side of his head. I want you to know how much I love you and how thankful I am that you rescued my parents. I can't wait until I can call them and hear their voices. I just wish I could have been there to give them one last hug before they left. He reached his hands up to hold her hair back. I love you too, more than you will ever know. We should talk. He was worried that she would want to leave him when he told her the truth, but he had to tell her. It was eating away at him. I don't want to talk. We can talk later because right now I want you to make love to me. She lowered her head and placed her lips on his. The feel of her naked body on top of his, and the way she was kissing him, he forgot about telling her as he rolled her over onto her back and got on top of her. He crushed her lips with his, kissing her passionately, feeling her arms going around him and her legs wrapping over his legs. He moaned into her mouth as she grabbed a hold of his shaft and placed him inside her. They were lost in the beauty of their lovemaking. It was so intense, so passionate. When it was over, he changed his mind about telling her. He just couldn't take the risk of losing her. Everyone noticed the big change in her. She was more relaxed and happy and could be heard singing in the garden. When she went to pick fresh flowers for her bedroom, knowing her parents were safe, she felt a great weight lifted from her chest, and she owed it all to the amazing Brambilla family. Back at the Ferrari mansion, when Roberto got word about the fire in his garage, he flew home immediately. His men were all petrified at the thought of what their boss was going to do to them. When he found out his vehicles were destroyed, to top it off, the elderly couple was gone. Ferrari stormed in like a bull, pushing everybody and everything out of his way as he headed towards the garage. To say he was angry would be an understatement. He screamed like a madman when he found out that his antique cars were destroyed. The men all stood back, holding their breath while their boss ranted and raved. His face had turned a bright red. His hands were balled up into fists. Who is responsible for this? We don't know, sir, but we do know the fire was deliberately set. Ferrari turned to look at the man who spoke. The one responsible for this will be seen on the surveillance camera. The man swallowed hard. We checked the tape, sir. It was blank. We don't know what happened, but we're checking into it. I want the person responsible for this brought to me. Whoever did this will pay dearly, and he will die a very slow and painful death. He looked at all the men standing there. What I want to know is, how did somebody get on my property and into my garage and set it on fire without any of you imbeciles seeing them? The men all lowered their heads, keeping their eyes on the ground. They were too afraid to look at him in case he signaled them out. One wrong look or answer could get them killed on the spot. I ought to shoot every last one of you. You're all a bunch of fucking useless pricks. There's something else, boss. He looked at the man who spoke. What? He screamed at him. The Rossis are gone. What do you mean they're gone? He stared at the man with fury in his eyes, and the blood in his veins was boiling. He didn't know which made him angrier, losing his vehicles or having the older couple disappear, without anyone knowing it was happening. We looked everywhere for them and they're nowhere to be found, and the young maid has also disappeared. Ferrari didn't give a damn about the young girl, but the couple was another story. So obviously whoever started this fire helped them to escape, and right under your fucking nose, without any warning, he pulled out his gun and shot the man who was the only one brave enough to speak right between the eyes. He looked around at the other men who all had a shocked look on their faces. You're lucky I don't shoot all of you incompetent pricks. Now gather up more men and look for the Rossies. They can't have gotten far. What about the young girl? Forget about her. She's nobody. He stormed away and headed inside the mansion. After checking out some of the surveillance tapes and talking to the staff, he was told that at the time the couple escaped, that was when the fire started and the security cameras and lights were disabled on the east side of the mansion. He knew that whoever did this was smart and planned it for some time. But who? The only one he could think of who was this smart and had enough manpower to get away with this was the Brambilla family. But what would be their reason? Since there's no way they could know this couple, and after all, they did have a truce. Going into his office, he opened up a bottle of whiskey and poured himself a double, swallowing it in one gulp. Things were not going very well for him lately. For one thing, his business deal in Mexico was a bust. And now this. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and flung the glass across the room, hitting the window and smashing it. The glass and the window both shattered into pieces, landing on the floor. But he didn't stop there. Anything that he could pick up and throw he did, and by the time he was done his office was totally destroyed. Swaying like a pig, he sat down in the only chair that was not wrecked, rubbing his hand over his face. He sat there for the longest time, thinking about what his next move was going to be. Then a thought came to him. He was going to give Leon a call and request a meeting with him. He was hoping that his archenemy might have heard who could have done this. Going to Leon's home, he was hoping to see Katerina again. Kill two birds with one stone. Taking out his cell, he made the call. Leon had just gotten off the phone with Ferrari when his wife walked in. Just seeing her in her cute little skirt which showed off her long, assile legs got him all hot and bothered. After all these years, she was still just as beautiful as the first day he met her. You're a sight for sore eyes, my love. Come, sit on my lap. She went over and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. You look distraught. Has something bad happened? She asked, placing a kiss on his lips. I just got off the phone with Roberto Ferrari. She felt a cold chill run down her spine. What in God's name did he want? Please tell me he doesn't know that it was you that rescued Katerina's parents. There's no way he could know that. But he might think that I heard something about it. He has asked to come over and have a meeting with me. I hope you told him to go to hell. No, I agreed to it. She got off his lap and putting her hands on her hips, she stared at him in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. Why would you let that man come to our home? I need to know what he wants, and it's better to have him come here where we are surrounded by our men. I made it clear to him that he had to come alone. Do you really think he's going to come alone? We made a gentleman agreement. Ferrari is not a gentleman. He is a cruel and evil bastard. He stood up and put his arms around her. You're right. He is, but I will have extra men surrounding him, and will be with us while we talk. You have nothing to worry about. I give you my word. If you insist on talking to that monster, then I must insist that Lazaro and Anthony are with you. If it will put your mind at ease, then I will have our sons with me. She rested her head on his chest. When is he coming? Tomorrow morning. Well, as soon as he leaves, I will have the staff disinfect the place after he leaves. He couldn't help chuckling. He knew his wife hated the man with a passion, and that she meant what she said about disinfecting. Chapter 22. Lazaro woke up before Katerina. Not wanting to wake her, he went to take a shower. He was in a foul mood. After his father told him that Ferrari was coming to talk with them, he was totally against the man coming to their home, and knew exactly what he wanted to talk about. That wasn't the part that bothered him the most. It was that he didn't want the man to see Katerina. He would have to make sure that she wasn't around when he showed up. He was so deep in thought that he did not hear the glass door opening and shutting until he felt her arms sliding up his back. A grin appeared on his face and he turned his head to look at her. Hey there, glad you could join me? She kissed his back as her hands moved over his shoulders. You should have awakened me. He turned around so that they were facing each other. Placing his hands on her hips, he pulled her closer so that their bodies were touching. I thought about it, but you looked like an angel sleeping, and I couldn't bring myself to wake you up. Lazaro, talk to me. I can think of something better to do rather than talk. I'm sure you can, but you have been very quiet since last night, so I'm wondering what's bothering you. The only thing that is bothering me right now is that I've got one hell of a boner and all you want to do is talk. He moved her up against the wall, pinning her hands above her head. There's only one way I know to shut you up, he said with a smirk on his face. She could feel his manhood poke in her. Just how do you think you can shut me up? As if she didn't know. Let me show you, he said, capturing her lips with his. Breaking the kiss that lasted a long time, he moved down her neck, lightly sucking on her skin, before moving down to her breasts and releasing her hands. He lifted her up, liking how she wrapped her legs around his waist while he licked and sucked on her breast. She let out a moan when he thrust inside her. How he managed to do that when his mouth was still busy on her breast was a mystery to her. She raked her fingers through his hair when he lifted his head up and started pounding inside her. Oh my God, she screamed out the harder and faster he started thrusting. Her core was throbbing and she could feel his snake pulsating and knew he was close to coming, but as always he forced himself to wait until she also came. It didn't take long, and they were both panting and breathing heavily as he slowed down, and then pulled out before setting her down on her feet. Her eyes closed and she clung to him, as he savagely attacked her mouth, in one hell of a passionate kiss. When he broke the kiss that left her breathless, all she could do was put her arms back around his neck and smile at him. Wow, that was so hot. Oh yeah, you can say that again, he said as he placed one hand over her breast. Of course, they ended up in bed together, missing breakfast once again. She lay with her head resting on his chest and her fingers caressing along his stomach. So, do you want to tell me what's bothering you? I'm a little pissed off that my father is allowing Ferrari to come here today. She lifted her head to look at him. Oh my God, do you think he knows that it was your family who rescued my parents? She was scared to death at what he would do if he knew. I don't know, but I doubt it. Guess we'll find out when he gets here. I don't like this one little bit. Him coming here cannot be good. What if it's a trap and he brings all of his men? He's agreed to come alone, and this place is well guarded and no one will get in unless we want them to. But there's another thing I'm not happy about, and that is I don't want you around when he gets here. So you want me to stay in my room until he leaves? Would you? He asked, stroking her cheeks. Well, I'm not happy about it, but the last thing I want to do is to see that man's face again. So yes, when he gets here I'll stay in my room until he leaves. A little later they both got dressed and went down to get a bite to eat. The others had already eaten and were busy doing other things. They had just finished eating when his father entered the dining room. Ferrari will be here shortly, so I would like for you to join us. I'll be there in a few minutes, Lazaro said, nodding his head at his father. Katerina got up and went over to him and sat her down on his lap, putting her arms around his neck. I'll go up now and wait for you when you're finished with the meeting. And please, try to keep your temper under control. Come on now, you know me, I don't have a temper, he said with a smirk on his face. Yeah right, but I still love you. She gave him a kiss before leaving. She ran into Eleonora on the way upstairs. Katerina, I was just looking for you, dear. I thought that since our men were going to be busy for a couple of hours we could hang out. I think that's a great idea. I was wondering what I was going to do by myself. Did you want to come up to my room or should we go to your room? Eleonora laced her arm through Katerina's. Let's go to my bedroom. I have some items of clothing that I've never worn and I thought they would be perfect on you. We are close to the same size. Meeting. Ferrari arrived at the Brambilla's mansion right on the dot. His driver stayed in the car with a guard watching over him, and Ferrari was escorted by four of Leon's men. One man walked on each side of him, and the other two behind him as they walked towards the office. Another guard that was inside the office opened the door for them, and closing it they all stood around with their guns in their holster. Roberto looked over at Leon, who was seated behind his desk, his sons standing on each side of him. My old friend, I have come here alone, so is there really any need for all of your men to be here? Roberto, we are not friends, nor have we ever been. If you think that I was going to let you come into my home without sufficient security, you are sadly mistaken, so don't waste my time. What is it you wish to talk about? Without being asked, Roberto sat her down in the chair across from Leon. A couple of days ago, my garage containing several of my antique vehicles were set on fire and 2 of my staff have gone missing. Lazaro narrowed his eyes, staring angrily at Roberto. What does that have to do with us? Or are you accusing us of doing it? No, not at all. It's just that you all know a lot of people and what goes on around here. I was hoping you might have heard something that could help me find the person or persons who are responsible. Even if we knew, why the hell would we tell you? Anthony said. He was about to lay into the man but stopped when his father held up his hand. Ferrari glared at Anthony. Out of all the Brambillas, he was his least favorite, and would love to be the one to put a bullet in his head. He looked back at Leon. We have agreed to stay out of his other's territory, and have called a truce, but I still feel, if either one of us knew who was betraying us, we would let the other know. I would tell you, and I hope you will return the favor. I am here asking you to let me know if you hear anything. Leon leaned back in his chair. I don't like you or the way you treat people, especially women. I have heard nothing, and even if I do, I won't be telling you. We are not friends. Anthony and Lazaro both smirked. Roberto stood up. I'm sorry to hear that. I was hoping we could get along and help each other. I presume our truce is still in effect. He wanted to wipe the smirk off of the brothers' faces, and the first chance he got to take the family down he would. Until then, he had to play nice. I'll still stand by the truce, and stay out of my way, and we'll stay out of yours. If that is all, I'll have my men escort you out. Roberto stood up. Yes, I will go now. Say, that young woman who was with you at the ball, is she still living here? Hearing him talk about Katerina, Lazaro became very angry. How the hell do you know she is living here? Have you been spying on us? Roberto held up his hands. No, of course not. But the two of you have been seen together a lot, and you know how it is in word travels. I just found her to be a charming young woman and very lovely. You make a lovely couple. It's just that I've never heard of her or seen her before, for that matter. Lazaro was itching to pull out his gun and shoot the bastard, but he controlled that urge. Who she is and whether she is living here or not is none of your business, and I warn you, stay away from her or else. Must you become so hostile? I'm only saying you are a very lucky man to have such a beautiful young woman keeping your bed warm. I only wish I was that lucky. Maybe you would be, if you didn't rape and torture young girls, Anthony said in a tone that had Roberto's face turning red. He also knew he was in trouble with his father when Leon stood up, stopping him from saying another word. Roberto, I'll have my men see you out, Leon said, waving his men over. Thank you, and for the record, I have never raped a woman. Those who have accused me were only after money after we had sex, and when I refused to give it to them, they cried rape. Thanks for allowing me to come to your home to talk. Once he was gone, Leon led into Anthony. Why did you have to say that to him? Were you trying to start a war? I couldn't help it, father. The man is a liar and he makes me sick. I say we go after him and kill him before he hurts anyone else. It's obvious that he is interested in Katerina. Who's to say he won't go after her? Anthony is right. He has his eyes on her, Lazaro said, agreeing with his brother. Lazaro, we cannot start a war. Katerina will be kept under heavy security. Our men will be watching her every minute, and so will we. Roberto wouldn't dare take her and risk war, one he knows he can't win. From now on, when you take her out, you will have several of our men go with you. Okay, but I swear if he goes near her, I will kill him. Leon went over, placing his hands on Lazaro's shoulders. We will always protect her. She is family. Maybe it's time you make it official. I've been thinking about it, but I need to wait for the right time. Yes, he was wanting to ask her to marry him, but he also knew she needed more time. Over the last 3 months, she had gone through a lot. If you chose to think that way, then you'll never find the right time. Ask the girl to marry you. You know you want to. Anthony agreed. You love her, so why wait? He looked at his father and brother and smiled. I will, soon, but right now I think I'll go see what she's up to, and let her know it's safe for her to come down. He went upstairs, and not finding her in their room, he panicked. Then he heard the door open, and she walked in with an armful of new clothes. Thinking she had gone out shopping, he became angry and snapped at her. Where the hell have you been? Of course, his yelling didn't go over well with her. Excuse me, she snapped back, placing the clothes on the bed. You weren't supposed to go out shopping. I didn't. Then where the hell did you get the new clothes? She glared at him angrily. First of all, how could I go shopping when I have no money? Second, your mother had these clothes she bought, and realized they were too young for her, so she wanted me to have them. My mother gave these to you. Yeah, jackass. Oh, God, Cat, I'm so sorry. She pushed him away when he tried to touch her. I don't like being yelled at. and I thought we had discussed the way you would talk to me from now on. Don't touch me and go away." When she went to walk away, he grabbed her arm, pulled her into his arms and wouldn't let go of her. "Let me explain." Chapter 23. Standing back, she crossed her arms, glaring angrily at him. Her lips were pressed tightly together. His eyes widened slightly when he saw the look she was giving him, and if looks could kill, he'd be dead right now. "I'm sorry for yelling at you," he said, raising his hands in front of him, "but just hear me out." She started tapping her fingers lightly against her arms. "Go ahead. I'm waiting, and it better be good. I've just come from the meeting with Ferrari, and when I came up and you weren't here, I began to worry. Then when I saw you walking in with an armful of clothes, I thought you had gone shopping. I didn't know my mother gave them to you." She rolled her eyes at him. "You could have just asked me instead of yelling." "I know. And again, I am sorry. You always say that after every time you yell at me, you made me a promise. You promised always to keep your temper under control." "Ket, I know." He went to walk towards her, but when she backed up even further, he stopped. "Ferrari asked me about you." She let out a gasp. Uncrossing her arms, she let them fall to her side. "What did he want to know?" "If you were still living here with me." "But how would he know that I was living here in the first place?" "Obviously he and his men are keeping tabs on us, or I should say tabs on you." He could see the fear flashing in her eyes, and wanted so desperately to wrap his arms around her. "Why would he care if I'm living here or not? I know that man. He wants you. It is my job to protect you. And when I thought you had gone out, I got scared. He will wait for the perfect opportunity to snatch you, so you must not go anywhere without me or security. Now, will you forgive me? I understand what you're saying and that you were worried, but that still doesn't excuse you for yelling at me. So to answer your question, no, not yet. I think tonight you should sleep on the sofa." When she went to walk away, he reached out and grabbed her, putting his arms around her so that she could not escape. "I do not think I will be sleeping on the sofa tonight." "Oh, but you will." He leaned over, his lips close to her ear. "I can be very persuasive when I want to be," he said. His hand moved down to the hem of her dress. He could hear her breathing accelerating, and her chest rising and falling rapidly against his as he slowly lifted the bottom of her dress up her leg. "You make me so hot in my snake heart. Lazaro, do you want to throw me on the bed and make love to me?" "Oh God, yes." He moaned into her neck when he started kissing just above her collarbone. Pushing him away, she straightened her dress. "Well, I'm still angry with you, so you can forget about Essex." When she started walking towards the door, he called out to her. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to see if Anthony will give me another lesson. Not that it is any of your business. If it's another lesson you want, I can give it to you." She turned back to look at him. "I know what lesson you're talking about. And just so you know, Essex is not a solution to everything. I prefer not to be around you right now, so if you will excuse me, I'm going to go look for your brother. At least he knows how to talk to a woman," she said, slamming the door behind her when she walked out. A little later, he went downstairs and going into the family room, he went over and poured himself a drink. His parents were there and watched him, knowing something was wrong, and had a pretty good idea it had to do with Katerina. "Is something troubling you, son?" Leon asked. "As long as I live, I will never understand women," he answered, swallowing his drink in one gulp. "Oh, Lazaro, what did you do now to that poor girl?" Eleonora asked, shaking her head at him. "Why are you always taking her side and not mine?" Sometimes he got so frustrated with his mother. She was always taking Katerina's side without hearing his first. "Because I know you and your temper. Now, what is going on?" "We just had an argument and I guess I was yelling, but damn it, when I saw her walking in with all those clothes, I thought she had gone out, and that's the last thing she should be doing with that fucking Ferrari sniffing around her." "Where is she now?" Leon asked, getting up to pour himself a drink. "Silly woman is out target shooting with Anthony when she should be letting me help her." Eleonora got up and went over to him. "She just needs some space from you. Give her some time to cool off." She took his face in her hands. "You need to show her how much you love her, and you have got to stop raising your voice to the poor girl. You got off lucky. If it were me, I would have slapped you across the face. It's just that I love her so much and I'm worried about her safety. I have this feeling in the pit of my gut that Ferrari is going to try something. What can I do to show her how much I love her?" "I think you know the answer to that," she said, giving him a motherly smile. When he nodded and walked away, she asked him where he was going. "I need to go into town to buy something. I'll be back soon, so keep an eye on her for me." Are you going to practice in that? Anthony asked when he saw she was wearing a dress. Your brother made me so mad that I just rushed out of the room, and I didn't want to go back to change, she said as she loaded her gun. What did my brother do now? She aimed her gun at the poster. He thinks that he can yell at me, and then expect me to lay down on the bed and let him make love to me. He's such an arrogant, self-righteous son of a bitch, she said. Taking her shot, the bullet went right between the eyes on the poster. Damn girl, you are really improving. I was picturing that it was Lazaro's face on the poster. Anthony burst out laughing. I think my big brother better be careful around you, especially if you're holding a gun. Look, I know he can be a little overbearing and bossy, but he loves you and only wants to protect you. She stopped what she was doing and turned to look at him. I've noticed the tension between you two since you rescued my parents. Did something happen that no one's telling me about? No, everything went off without a hitch. So then what's going on between the two of you? He started loading some bullets into his gun. It's nothing, brothers argue all the time. She shook her head and turned back to the poster and aimed her gun. You are just as stubborn as your brother. Taking another shot, she once again hit the target right between the eyes. Anthony, why do you keep playing the field and not settle down with a nice girl? I mean, you are so good looking and a really nice person. So why do you waste your time on one-night stands? He shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I guess I hadn't found that special one yet. Now, do you want to continue practicing or do you want to talk about my love life? She started giggling. Let's practice. After a couple of hours of practicing, she went inside. She then took a shower and after changing, she spent some time with Eleonora, who wanted her help in picking out some new carpet for their bedroom. Later, when Lazaro returned home, he made arrangements for their dinner to be brought upstairs. He also instructed them to set the table up with candles and flowers. He was going to wine and dine her, hoping to make up for his behavior from earlier. He also had two surprises for her. One he was hoping she wouldn't throw in his face. When she entered the bedroom, she noticed that the lights were dimmed, and there were candles and flowers sitting on the table. She walked over and looked down. There was also champagne chilling in an ice bucket. Also, there were two plates covered. When she heard music starting, she looked up and saw Lazaro walking towards her with a single rose in his hand. What's all this? She asked, trying to hide her smile. She knew this was his way of trying to make up with her. I thought we could have a nice quiet meal, just the two of us, he said, handing her the rose. He then pulled out a chair for her to sit down. I had the chef prepare something special for tonight. When he lifted the lids and she saw the food, she smiled up at him. This looks really delicious. But what's the occasion? He poured them both a glass of champagne. I want to make up for earlier. Plus, I have a couple of surprises for you. What are the surprises? We will eat first, so you must be patient. How did your lesson go with Anthony? Good. He's a great teacher and very patient, unlike someone else I know. Looking at him and seeing how handsome he was, how could she stay mad at him? From the way she was looking at him, he knew that he was forgiven. They made small talk during the meal. And then it was time for dessert. The dessert was a rich cream pudding, with whipped cream and cherries on top. He watched her as she ate it, excited for when she got to the bottom. You shouldn't stare at someone when they're eating. It's a little rude, she said, scooping up another spoonful. Her eyes grew wide when she saw a diamond ring inside the pudding. Lazaro, what is this? With a huge grin on his face, he got to his feet. Using his fingers, he took the ring out and dipped it into the glass of water to clean it off. Getting down on his knees in front of her, he looked straight into her eyes. Katerina, sometimes I speak before I think. I haven't much patience and I tend to raise my voice when I shouldn't. I want to be the man you deserve, one who will love and respect you for who you are. I have fallen so deeply in love with you, and I want to spend the rest of our lives together. So here I am, on my knees in front of you and asking you to be my wife. Sweetheart, I love you and will you marry me? Her eyes filled with tears. She couldn't believe that during the worst time of her life, she had met the man that she had fallen in love with. I love you too, with all of my heart. So is that a yes? Her head bobbed up and down. Yes, yes, I will marry you. He placed the ring over her finger. Then getting up, he took her hand and pulled her up. You have just made me the happiest man in the world. He wrapped his arms around her. His lips came crashing down on hers in an earth-shattering kiss that left her breathless. She looked at the ring on her finger. Her heart was filled with so much happiness. I love it. It's absolutely gorgeous. I have one more surprise for you. Her heart was pounding hard inside her chest. What is it? He went over to his dresser and pulled something out. Going back over to her, he handed her a small cell phone. I was able to pick up a burner phone. So now you can call your parents. She couldn't stop the tears from falling this time. Her hand shook as she held the tiny phone in her hand. But I thought we had to wait a few weeks. It's okay. I was very careful and you don't have to worry. It can't be traced. Go on. I've already put the number in. Just push the button. He could feel his heart filling with joy when he saw the happiness on her face. Her hand shook when she held the phone and looked at it. Why am I so nervous? You have nothing to be nervous about. The phone is good for 2 hours. I will go downstairs and give you some privacy. She went and threw her arms around him, giving him a kiss. Thank you so much for letting me call them. He ended up going downstairs into the family room where everyone was sitting around, talking, but they stopped when he entered the room. Well, someone sure looks happy. Did you get lucky, brother? He rolled his eyes at Anthony. Shut up. The reason I'm so happy is that I just proposed to Katerina and she accepted. Everyone got up and went over to him. They gave him a hug, congratulating him. His mother was extremely happy, as were his father and brother. We are all happy for you, and I don't suppose you picked a date yet? Eleonora asked. No, Mom. We just got engaged. So where is the blushing bride-to-be? Anthony asked, handing him a drink. I bought a burner phone and gave it to her so that she could call her parents. Before you say anything, I made sure that no one saw me buying it. She needed to talk to them, to hear their voice and know that they're doing okay. He looked at his family and knew exactly what was on their mind. I don't want to start a life with her with a lie. So as soon as she's done talking to her parents, I'm going to tell her that she could have been there at the helicopter the day they left for Canada. I just hope she will forgive me. Eleonora placed her hand on his arm. She will be mad at first, but she loves you and will forgive you. Chapter 24. 2 hours later, he went back upstairs to face the music. He wasn't sure how she would take the news. What he had denied her was inexcusable. Walking in and closing the door, he found her sitting on the bed, looking at her ring. She looked so happy and he knew he was about to break her heart. She looked up at him and smiled. How did your talk go? He asked. Going over, he sat her beside her. It was great. We cried and talked. They love living in Canada and Dad likes his job. He says everyone there is so nice. Mom loves her new home and has made some friends. She's joined the church and she and some of the ladies get together once a week to play cards. They're so happy, but they do miss me, and I told them that when it's safe, I'll be able to come to visit them. I'm glad they're doing good. She moved closer to him, got on his lap and put her arms around his neck. I told them that we're engaged. At first, my father thought you were forcing me to stay here, but I assured him that I love you and that this is now my home. Of course, they both told me they were happy for me but wished I was there with them. Do you want to go live with them? Lazaro. No, I want to be here with you. Wait, have you changed your mind about us? Seeing how upset he looked, she knew that something was up. He reached up and stroked the side of her face. No, not at all. I love you so much, but you might change your mind after I tell you the secret I've been keeping. I kept something from you and it was so wrong of me to do so, and I hope you will forgive me. Oh my God, have you been cheating on me? She felt as though her heart was breaking at the thought of him sleeping with another woman. When tears rolled down her face, he wiped them away with the back of his hand. No, I would never cheat on you. It's about the night your parents left for Canada. Lazaro, you're starting to scare me. He took one deep breath before speaking. Remember when I told you that you couldn't be where the helicopter was waiting for them, because it was too dangerous for you to be there? Yes, she replied, nodding her head. I lied to you. She was beyond shocked. Getting off his lap, she stood in front of him. Just exactly what are you saying? I'm saying there was no reason you couldn't have been there to say goodbye to them. You would not have been in any danger. I could have had some of my men take you to the helicopter and wait for us. You would only have had a few minutes with them. I'm sorry. He didn't even see the slap coming until he felt it, making his head jerk to the side. How could you do that to me? You kept me from seeing them and you knew how much I wanted to. Are you that possessive, that cruel? When he stood up and tried to touch her, she pushed him so hard he fell back onto the bed. I hate you. You are an evil prick. I'm sorry. I was afraid. Afraid of what? She screamed at him. That once you saw them you would want to leave with them. And if you did, I wouldn't have the heart to stop you. That is how much I love you. Enough to let you go. She wiped her tears away, but they kept falling from her eyes. She felt so betrayed. If you really loved me, you wouldn't have lied to me. You must not have any trust in my love for you. Without trust, what kind of future do we have together? I will make this up to you, and I could have kept quiet and not told you. Then why did you? She asked. A part of her wished he hadn't told her, because now she didn't know if she would ever be able to trust him again. He managed to get up and stood in front of her. Let me make it up to you. You can't. It's too late, and I don't think I can ever forgive you. I want you to leave this room and don't come back tonight. Get out, she screamed at him. She broke down and cried, burying her face in her hands. He walked to the door and with his hand on the doorknob, he looked back at her. Kat, I love you. Please don't give up on us. He opened the door and walked out. Not knowing where else to go, he went back down to the family room. As long as he lived, he would never get that image of her face out of his mind. Eleonora, seeing her son looking so distraught, knew the talk didn't go well, and her heart went out to him. Anthony took one look at his brother and felt sorry for him. He looked like a man defeated. Can I get you a drink? Make it a double. Son, are you okay? Eleonora asked. No, I'm not. She hates me and I think it's over. No, it's not. Mom, I betrayed her in the worst way. I'll go talk to her, she said. Getting up, she left the room. There was no way in hell she was going to let them split up, not when she knew how much they love each other. Going up, she knocked on the door. Sweetheart, it's me. Can I come in? Okay, she called out through her sobs. Eleonora went over to her and sat her down on the bed, putting her arm around Katerina. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. So you knew all along? Yes, we all did, and we told Lazaro that it was wrong of him. He knows that, and it's been eating away at him for the longest time. He really loves you, and he was just afraid of losing you. What he did was so cruel. How can I ever forgive him? Eleonora lifted Katerina's hand and looked at the ring that was on her finger. If you truly love him, you will find it in your heart to forgive him. My son is a very brave and strong man, but when it comes to the affairs of the heart, he is downright stupid. He should have trusted you enough to know that you would not leave him. Talk to him and listen. Follow your heart. But my heart is broken. Love will heal it. I'm not saying you will forgive him right away. It will take time. I don't want to see him tonight. I don't blame you, and I will tell him to sleep elsewhere. Would you like for me to stay with you tonight? Katerina shook her head. No, I just want to be alone. All right, dear, get some rest and don't worry. Lazaro will not bother you tonight. She gave her a hug before leaving. When she went downstairs, he was there waiting to hear what she had to say. Mother, how is she? She's very upset with you and does not want you to come to bed tonight. Give her some time alone so that she can think. I must go to her now and try and make things right. If you do, you could lose her for good. I'm telling you, you've got to give her space tonight. The girl loves you. She's not going to leave you. But if you go barging in when she's this upset, then you could make things worse. Where am I supposed to sleep? Anthony chuckled. Seriously, you've got like 3 spare guest bedrooms upstairs. Take one, or you could come bunk in with me for the night. No thank you. I'd rather sleep outside under the stars. That night he never did go into one of the other bedrooms. He ended up drinking more than he should have and passed out on the sofa. Katerina tossed and turned throughout the night. As heartbroken as she was, she still missed having him beside her. She wrestled with her mind for hours, debating on whether or not to forgive him. It's true, it was cruel of him to deny her a few moments with her parents. But then again, she could understand his fear. Getting up, she slipped on her robe and left the bedroom, and checked each one of the guest rooms, and he wasn't in any of them. Heading downstairs, she checked the guest's living room, and when she didn't find him there, she went into the family room. There he was, sprawled out on the sofa, reeking of alcohol. He looked so vulnerable, like a sad little boy who lost his favorite toy. Going over, she squatted down, moving his hair from his forehead. No matter what he had done, she still loved him and couldn't bear to see his large frame on such a tiny sofa. She shook him until he opened his eyes. You cannot sleep here. Come to bed. He was too drunk, and she could not understand what he was mumbling as she helped him up and up the stairs to their bedroom. Once there, she took him over to the bed where he practically fell down, passing out, so she removed his clothes and covered him with a blanket. I ought to kick you in the balls for what you did, you bastard, but goddammit, I love you so much and I have to forgive you. Removing her robe, she climbed into bed, but still angry with him, she slept as far away from him as she could. When he woke up early in the morning, his head was banging and his throat was dry. He reached for the glass of water that was thoughtfully placed by his bedside table. He then saw her coming from the bathroom fully dressed. "How did I get here? I brought you up, but don't think for 1 minute that I have forgiven you. I just couldn't see you sleeping on that small sofa. Why did you do that if you are still angry with me?" She looked at him for just a split second before turning away. "To be honest, I'm not sure, but anyway, I'm going downstairs to have breakfast with the others. I will have one of the maids bring you up something to eat. I see you're still wearing my ring. Does that mean you still want to marry me? I'll let you know when I'm ready," she said, walking out and shutting the door behind her. Though the party was still going on inside of his head, he still managed to smile. Knowing that she was still wearing his ring gave him hope, so all he had to do now was take it slow and not push her. She entered the dining room where the others were already there eating. They all looked at her but didn't see Lazaro. "We haven't seen Lazaro. Will he be joining us for breakfast?" Leon asked, figuring his son was in bed with a hangover. But the question was, where did he sleep? "No, I'm afraid he's a little under the weather and won't be joining us, so I thought maybe the maid could take him up some breakfast." "Don't tell me you forgave him and took him back to your bed?" Antonio asked, rolling his eyes a little. "For your information, I had not forgiven him, but he was passed out down here on the sofa, so I made him come upstairs." She looked at Anthony and smirked. "Trust me, he is going to pay dearly for his lies." He smiled back at her. "That's my girl. You make him suffer for as long as you can." He noticed her engagement ring. "I see you're still wearing his ring, and I must say it is gorgeous. It is beautiful. I thought about removing it, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it." "That's because you love him and you're not ready to end things," Eleonora said, feeling a great deal of relief that things were not over between her son and Katerina. "Yes, I still love him and what he did doesn't change that, but it doesn't mean I'm letting him off the hook that easy. Your son is going to have to earn my trust, and until he does, we will not be setting a date." They all gave her a warm smile and none of them felt sorry for Lazaro having a hangover. It served him right for drinking so much. It was 3 hours later, when he finally got out of bed and took a shower. With a towel wrapped around his waist, he went out and stood on his balcony. The fresh air felt good. His head was still throbbing, but not enough to keep him inside. So after dressing, he went downstairs to see what everyone was up to. His father was in the office doing some paperwork. Anthony, of course, was off chasing some tail, and his mother was in her studio painting another picture. But where was Katerina? He asked himself. The only place he could think of where she would be was in the garden. It was her favorite place, and there she was, laying on her back on the grass. Going over, he got down and laid next to her. She didn't see him, but she knew he was there by a scent, and yet she kept her eyes closed. "Cat, why are you lying here on the grass, and are you ever going to talk to me?" She opened her eyes and turned her head to look at him. "I'm not ready to forgive you yet." "What do I have to do to get you to forgive me?" "You could start by taking me somewhere nice for dinner this weekend, to a really fancy restaurant, but don't expect any sex for the next few days. That ought to be punishment enough for you," she said with a smirk on her face. She knew how important sex was to him and how much he hungered for it, so denying him for a while will teach him a good lesson. "If it will win you back, then I will agree." On the inside, he was pouting. No sex for a few days seemed kind of a severe punishment, but he was willing to do anything to get her to forgive him. Chapter 25. The next morning she went looking for Eleonora and was told she was down in the gym, so she headed that way. She stood by the door watching her and Anthony do some self-defense lessons. When they saw her, they waved her in. "Wow, you're really good at this. How long have you been doing this?" Eleonora grabbed a towel and started wiping the sweat from her face. "I learned it when I first married Leon, and every now and then I get Anthony to help me so that I don't forget. You know, I think it would be a good idea for you to learn a few moves too." Anthony looked over and smiled at her. "So what do you say, Katerina? Would you like me to teach you how to defend yourself?" "I'm not dressed for it." "Ah, wait. Go put on a pair of shorts and a top." When she went upstairs to change, Lazaro was in the bedroom changing his shirt since he spilled some coffee on it. "So what are you up to?" he asked when he saw her pulling out shorts and a top from her dresser. "Your mother was down in the gym with Anthony, and he was showing her some new moves, and he said he would teach me some self-defense." He raised an eyebrow. "I think that's a very good idea, but I could have shown you." "Why the shorts though?" "That's what Anthony told me to put on." He shook his head and going over to her dresser took out a pair of sweatpants. "These will be better for you to wear." "Are you afraid that your brother might be checking out my legs?" A smile crossed his face. "I know my brother. And even though you are my woman, he still likes checking you out, and I can't say I blame him." He pulled her into his arms and attempted to kiss her, but she stopped him. "I told you no sex," she said, pulling away from him. "I just wanted to kiss you, that's all," he said, trying to look all innocent. "Yeah, right. Tell that to your boner," she said, looking down. He watched her as she changed into her work clothes, which was a big mistake. It only got him hornier. "How long are you going to deny me sex? You know you like it as much as I do." She started giggling. "We'll wait until our date on Friday, and if you're a good boy then you just might get lucky. Now if you will excuse me, I'm off to learn how to defend myself. So why don't you go take a shower, and take care of that boner of yours?" "Yeah, well maybe I'll keep you waiting for sex and let's see how you like it." Oh, who was he kidding? There was no way he could do that. Besides, women were much better at sustaining from sex. It irritated the hell out of him when she walked out, still snickering. Yeah, he was whipped and she had him by the balls. For the next 2 days and nights, she did keep him at arm's length. At night in bed, she would give him a passionate kiss goodnight, getting him all worked up, and then roll over onto her side and go to sleep. Whenever he snuggled up to her, putting his arm around her and started kissing her neck and shoulders, she would tell him that if he kept it up, she would add a few more days onto him not getting any sex, but he also knew he deserved it for what he had done and would try his best to be patient. But she was not making it easy on him, with the way she would parade around him wearing skimpy underwear, or when she came from the shower wearing only a towel, then dropping it in front of him to put on one of her nightgowns. Yes, since he wasn't getting the sex, he didn't mind her wearing a nightgown. For now, the night of their date, he was waiting for her downstairs with the others. Tonight was the night. He was determined to get her to have sex with him. He booked them a table at the finest restaurant. He even booked a hotel suite for the night. Anthony noticed how uptight his brother had been the last couple of nights, and figured out why, so of course he had to tease him. "You've been a little tense these last couple of days. What's the matter? Are you not getting any lately?" he asked, laughing at his own comment. Lazaro gave him a dirty look and wondered how the hell Anthony knew that she was denying him sex, or maybe he was just guessing. Either way, he was not pleased with his brother's remark. "Sunday, I'm going to wipe that smirk off your face." Boys, that's enough already," Leon barked. "If your mother hears you talking like this again, she's going to slap you both upside the head and me for not teaching you better." Just then Katerina entered the room. "I'm sorry I took so long," she said, looking at Lazaro. Seeing her, he couldn't help smiling as he looked her up and down. She was wearing a cute green dress. Her soft silky hair hung down her back and over her shoulders. She had on the gold locket with her parents' picture inside. The wait was well worth it. "You look absolutely stunning." A pinkish glow appeared on her cheeks when she saw the look of love and desire in his eyes. She knew he had booked them a suite at a hotel for the night. She was looking forward to finally giving in and having the best night of sex she had ever had with him. A small part of her felt bad for denying him these last couple of days, but she did have to teach him a lesson, didn't she? And it was the only way she could think of to get him to learn to talk instead of yelling and jumping to conclusions. But she did have to wonder if it would do any good. He drove them to the restaurant, and another car followed behind them with a couple of his men inside. Yes, they could have all ridden in one car, but seeing that this was sort of a date night, he wanted to be alone with her. He placed his hand on her thigh as he drove. "I do hope you realize what's going to happen tonight when I take you to the hotel room. I'm looking forward to it. We can rent a movie or read a book or just talk. I'm sure there's more about each other that we need to learn yet." She giggled under her breath when she saw the look on his face. Maybe Anthony was rubbing off on her. She was starting to get used to giving Lazaro a hard time, and she loved teasing him. "You think I rented a hotel room just to watch TV or read? Woman, you are going to be the death of me. You know exactly what's going to happen when I get you in that room. I've been punished long enough, and now it's your turn to be punished." She looked at him and smiled. "Yeah, maybe you have been." He gave her a big smile. "Why don't we just skip the restaurant and go right to the hotel? We can always order room service." She shook her head. Oh no you don't. You promised me a night out and a delicious meal. I expect you to keep that promise." She placed her hand over his, stopping him from going up further and between her legs. He wasn't the only one who was horny as hell. She had been without the pleasures that only he could give her. When they got to the restaurant and were seated at their table, he ordered them a bottle of champagne. She looked over at the table not too far from theirs where his men were sitting. "Do they really have to be here?" He looked over the top of the menu at her. It's for your safety, and they are getting a free meal out of the deal. Well, I hope that they're not going to be in the hotel room with us. I'm not into a threesome or in this case a foursome. He couldn't help but chuckle at her comment. Oh no, my love, what I plan on doing to you tonight, no one else should ever have to witness, he said, winking at her. Blushing, she looked down at her menu. Damn him for looking at her in such a SI way, and for what he said, which already got her panties wet. After ordering their salad and steak, he reached for her hand. Tell me something, my sweet angel. Have you forgiven me? Yes, I have. Even though it was wrong, I guess. I can kind of understand why you did it, but this is your last warning. If you ever do anything like that to me again, I will cut your balls off and feed them to you on a platter. He made a face and groaned, pretending to grab his boss. Well, I certainly don't want you doing that, he replied with a smile on his face. When they were done eating, he raised his hand for the check. Just wait 1 minute, mister. I would like some dessert, she said, picking up the dessert menu to see what they had. So do I, but I can't get it here, he said, winking at her. Lazaro, I would like the chocolate souffle, she said, ignoring his remark. She knew how long it would take to make and that he wouldn't be happy about it. But that will take at least 30 minutes to get it. Can't you order something else? He knew exactly what she was up to. She was trying to torture him by making him wait. You said I could have whatever I wanted, and that's what I want. When the waiter came over, and instead of asking for the check, he ordered a chocolate souffle. After the waiter left, he looked at her and shook his head. You are such a little devil. And if you think that making me wait longer is driving me crazy, you're right. So you're not upset. I really thought you would be. Normally I would be, but when I think of all the ways I'm going to punish you later, it makes it all worthwhile. Well, what if I tell you I'm on my period? She thought she had him there, but boy was she wrong. Nice try, sweetheart, but I know you had your period last week. Okay, I give up. You win. Just let me use the ladies' room, and then we'll leave and go to the hotel. I'll just be a minute. Wait, what about your dessert? I'm sure it's being made as we speak. She got to her feet and leaning over kissed his cheek. Well, we can stay and eat it, or you can tell the waiter to give it to someone else. It's up to you. I'll be back in a minute. As she walked away, he looked over at his men, signaling for one of them to follow her. He had ahead of time given them instructions that if she were to go to the ladies' room, that one of them had to follow and wait outside the door and keep an eye on her. He then waved the waiter over and asked for the check, telling him to give their dessert to someone else and that he would still pay for it. He sat there patiently waiting for her, when all of a sudden, there was a loud bang and the whole building shook. Smoke filled the dining room, as people started screaming and running in all directions. There was such chaos as tables got knocked over, dishes got broken, and Lazaro found himself on the floor, fighting to push the people away from him. He got to his feet. His first and only thought was of Katerina as he made his way towards the back where the washrooms were. It was with great difficulty that he made it back there, followed by his other man. Kat, Kat, he screamed her name over the roar of the people yelling and screaming and trying to get out. Thinking she could still be inside the washroom, he kicked the door open, calling her name. There was no sign of her anywhere, and the man who had followed her into the back was laying on the ground with his throat slit from ear to ear. Boss, oh my God, Miss Rossi, where is she? His guard asked, looking at his dead partner on the floor. I don't know. Someone has taken her. Get on the phone and call the men and tell them to get their bum over here. We need to search for her, he barked. Taking out his phone, he called his father to let him know Katerina was missing. There was only one person he knew who would have the nerve to take her, Ferrari, and when he got his hands on the man, he would make sure he got a slow and painful death. His father and Anthony got there in record time. Everyone was made to go outside while the firemen figured out what had happened. He had anger flashing in his eyes when he spoke to his family. It has to be Ferrari who took her. I'm going over there to get her back and kill him. Son, we don't know for sure it was him. Let me call a guy who will find out if he has her. For now, let's go home and come up with a plan in case he does have her. He too had a feeling it was Ferrari. No one else would be stupid enough to pull a stunt like this. But first, he had to calm Lazaro down. The mood he was in would impair his thinking. Chapter 26. When she woke up, she was scared shirtless when she realized she was sitting in a chair, her hands tied behind her back. She tried to remember what had happened. Her mind was in a fog and her head hurt. As her mind began to clear, it started coming back to her. She was in the ladies' room. and was washing her hands when she heard a loud bang, and suddenly the door swung open and the body of one of Lazaro's men fell to the ground. His neck and chest were covered in blood, and she knew then that his throat had been slit, and when she went to scream, 2 men barged in and one went behind her, covering her mouth with a rag. She tried to use some of the moves that Anthony had taught her, but whatever was on the rag made her pass out. Now she was here, facing a wall with her hands tied behind her back. She had no idea where she was and wondered where Lazaro was. She started screaming out for help, hoping that someone would hear her and come to her rescue. She screamed loud and for as long as she could, until her throat became so dry that she couldn't scream any longer. She looked around her. The room was old, dark and dingy with no furniture except the chair she was on. The ropes were so tight around her wrists that there was no way she could wiggle out of them. Then when she heard somebody opening the door, she held her breath, afraid of what would happen next. How she found the strength or courage to speak out was beyond her. "Who are you and why am I here?" She let out a gasp when her chair with her still on it was turned around so that now she was facing the door. She saw 2 men with guns that were pointed at her. "Bitch, you're in no position to ask questions." She looked at the man who spoke to her. He was young and fit, but there was an ugliness about him that scared her. "Do you know who I am?" "Yeah, we know exactly who you are." "Then you know that I am Lazaro Brambilla's girlfriend, so I suggest that if you want to live you release me immediately." They both started laughing. "You're not going to be laughing when he puts a bullet in your head. We're not worried about that since he doesn't know you're here and he never will. Now shut your mouth before we shut it for you. The boss will be in shortly to see you and I suggest you be nice to him." "Who the Fouquet is your boss?" "I am." Sweet cheeks. He stood there at the door, his eyes checking out every detail of her body. "I have been waiting a very long time to get my hands on you. You are so beautiful and I can't wait to touch every delicious curve and those breasts. Oh man, I get hard just looking at them. I am truly going to enjoy fucking you over and over again. I may even keep you around for a few years." He moved his hand down and touched the bulge inside his pants and started rubbing. "I'm so horny just looking at you." She looked over at the door and a cold chill ran down her spine when she saw none other than Roberto Ferrari standing there with a sickly grin on his face, and to hear the disgusting things he was saying what he was going to do to her made her want to throw up, but she would be damned if she would let him touch her. "When Lazaro finds out that you kidnapped me, he will come for you and he will kill you." He moved over and squatted in front of her. "We have a truce, so he won't suspect me of being the one who took you." "Oh, he's not stupid. You will be the first one he suspects and you'll be a dead man." Roberto noticed the locket around her neck. He reached for it to get a better look. He must not care for you very much if all he could buy you was this cheap piece of jewelry. "It wasn't from him," she hissed at him. He opened it up while it was still around her neck, and when he saw the picture inside, he tore it off of her, breaking the chain. His face turned red and his nostrils flared when he recognized the people in the picture. "How do you know these people?" When she didn't answer him, he slapped her across the face. "Answer me." "They're my parents," she said with a great deal of confidence, knowing they were far away and that he could never hurt them again. "Your parents? That's impossible. I saw the picture of their daughter and you look nothing like her." "You've been played. That was just a random picture that came with the frame. I am Caterina Rossi, the daughter of Neri and Lara Rossi. Those fucking Brambilla, so they were the ones that blew up my vehicles, my prize antiques, and took the Rossis away from me. I will make them pay dearly for this. They took from me, now I've taken from them. You're just as good as dead, because when they find out you've taken me they will come after you." She snapped at him. She didn't like the wicked smile that crossed his ugly face. "Oh my little beauty, you have given me an idea. I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I will have you in my bed, and at the same time, I will finally be able to take out the Brambilla family once and for all." He handed the locket to one of his men. "Have this sent by messenger to them with a message saying that Caterina is in good hands and I will take care of her. Make sure you sign my name to it." "Boss, if you let him know you've got her they will come after you with everything they've got." "Yes, that is exactly what I want them to do and I'll be ready for them. Get every man available because once they get here, we will kill each and every one of them. This is a war that I intend to win. Now get moving. You can't beat them. They are far more powerful and stronger than you are," she said, earning a slap for speaking out. Roberto gave her a slap. "I was so looking forward to banging you right now, but unfortunately I have other things to attend to. But don't worry my beauty, I will get to you once I kill every last one of them. As for Leone's wife, it's a pity that she's not much younger. She's so not my type, that I will bring her here for my boys to enjoy. I mean, after all, I should give them a treat every once in a while. You are so sick and demented, and I would rather be dead before I let you touch me." He grabbed her chin in his hand and squeezed. "You will wish you were dead after I'm done with you, but I plan on enjoying you for quite some time." Letting go of her, he turned to the one man that was still in the room with him. "Take this juicy piece of meat to the guest bedroom, and lock the door, and whatever you do not let her escape or I will put a bullet right between your freaking eyes." "Yes, sir. You can count on me." When Roberta left the room, she looked at the man who was untying her. "You know that your boss is crazy, don't you? You must know that he cannot overtake the Brambilla family. If you help me to escape, I will talk to them and they will spare your life. They may even let you join their organization, or if you want to leave the country, they will give you enough money to start a new life somewhere else." "Shut up," he snapped at her, grabbing her by the arm. He held his gun against her temple as he walked her out of the room and down the hall. As much as she wanted to fight him, she knew that with the gun pointed at her head, that it would be too dangerous. She would have to wait until the time was right to try something. When they got to the guest bedroom, the man pushed her inside where she landed on the floor. "Don't try to escape. There's no way out." She sat her day up and pleaded with him. "Please, you know what a cruel and evil man Ferrari is. Help me and I will make sure that the Brambilla family rewards you. Why would you want to be so loyal to that man, when clearly he treats you all like garbage?" The man looked at her. She was right. His boss did treat them all like they were nothing but a speck of dirt under his feet. Hell, he didn't even pay that well. "Just don't try to escape and I will bring you something to drink and eat later, which I could get into trouble for," he said. Walking out, he locked the door behind him. She got up and looked around the room, looking to see if there was a way to escape. Trying the door, it was locked. She knew it would be. Then she went over to the window, which had bars on it, and even if it didn't, she was too high up to jump without breaking her neck. The room she was in had a bed and everything else that a bedroom would have. It also had things like whips and chains and other things that one would use for torture, but they were tied down and she couldn't free them. She looked around for something else to use as a weapon and couldn't find anything. There wasn't anything in the bathroom either that she could use. Going over to the bed, she sat her day down and started crying. She knew that Lazaro and the rest would be going out of their mind with worry. She also knew that they would be doing everything they could to rescue her, and that is the only thing that kept her staying strong. There was no way. She was just going to sit here and wait for that evil man to come back and force himself on her. She would have to think of something quick. 2 hours had passed since she was first locked in this room, and when the door opened and the same man walked in, he was carrying a plate with a sandwich on it and a bottle of water, which he placed on the table. She got up on the bed. "What's her name?" she asked in a sweet voice. The man was surprised by her change of tone. "Roger. When you're done eating and drinking, please hide everything in the wastebasket so my boss doesn't see it." "Roger, you're a very handsome man, and you must have a lot of women hanging all over you." She could tell he liked her comment. "It's a shame to let your boss have all the fun. Wouldn't you like a little taste of the pie too?" She then laid down on her back and smiled up at him. "If I must endure that pig on top of me, I would much rather have a real man first." His eyes narrowed as he looked at her, feeling his snake throbbing. "Is this some kind of trick?" "No, it's not. Your boss is old and fat, whereas you are tall, dark, handsome and feet." She knew she was getting to him. Her heart started racing faster when he got closer to the bed, and then when he took his gun from his holster and placed it on the nightstand next to her. She waited for him to climb on top of her. She closed her eyes and cringed when he started kissing her neck, his hand moving down the side of her body. She reached her arm out and grabbed the gun and whacked him over the head as hard as she could, and when his body went limp, she pushed him off of her. Getting off of the bed, she checked to see if he was still breathing. What kind of fool puts his gun in arm's reach of someone who could get a hold of it? She asked herself. Knowing the place would be crawling with men, she knew she had to be careful and find a way out without being seen. With the gun raised, she slowly opened the door and, making sure the way was clear, she walked out, listening for any sound of people moving around. Her heart was pounding and she was sweating like crazy. And when she heard footsteps, she ducked behind a door until the person was gone. She didn't get very far when she heard a voice yell out for her to stop. She turned around, pointed the gun at him, but before she could pull the trigger, a man had snuck up behind her and grabbed her around the waist. He wrestled the gun from her hand. She was dragged back to her room and shoved onto the bed. "Are you okay, Roger? Beach hit me over the head with my own gun." The man stared at him. "How did she get your gun?" That's not important now. Go get me some rope. We'll tie this bitch up so that she can't escape again, he said as he wiped the blood from the side of his head. When the other man came back with a rope, Roger pushed her down, straddling her and tied her hands to the bedpost. I ought to fouquet you now that you're tied up and can't do anything. Roger, that's not a good idea. You know the boss doesn't like sloppy seconds. Yeah, you're right, he answered, getting off of her. He stood looking down at her. Maybe once Ferrari kills the Brambilla family, he'll be in a good mood, and let me have a crack at you when he's finished with you. Fouquet you. Ho! She spat at him, which earned her a slap across the face. Chapter 27. As soon as they got home, Lazaro brushed past his mother and headed to the office. There he opened a hidden panel that held guns and weapons of all kinds. He knew for sure it was Ferrari who put a bomb in that restaurant and took Katerina, and he was going to get her back and kill the bastard once and for all. His family followed him. Son, what are you doing? Leon asked. I know he has her. I'm going to get her, with or without your help. He grabbed his son by the shoulders and shook him. Of course, we are going to help you, but first we have to be sure that Ferrari has her. I will call my guy to check, and then we'll gather every man we can. We will find her and get her back. Have I ever let you down? He lowered his head. No, you have never let me down. Leon cupped Lazaro's face in his hands, lifting his head up so that he could look him in the eyes. And I'm not about to start now. Just then the butler walked in. He was used to seeing the closet full of weapons and ammunition. Sir, this came for you by special messenger, he said, handing Lazaro the package. The other stood around and watched while he opened it. He tore the package open and pulled out Katerina's locket and a note. He looked up at everyone. His jaw was clenched and his eyes were blazing with fury. I told you that son of a bitch had her. He handed the note to his father to read, tucking the gold locket into his pocket. Leon read the note out loud. Crumpling it into a ball, he tossed it in the wastebasket. If that prick wants a war, then we will give him one. Anthony, get on the phone with some of your connections. Tell them what we want. Lazaro, you call the guys and tell them I want everyone here, and everyone else they can find to help us. That will take too long. God knows what he's doing to her right this minute. We've got to go now, Lazaro said, raising his voice. Son, he will be expecting us and he will have an army waiting. The only way to overtake him is to make sure we have twice the men he has. Now go call your men, and when you're done you and Anthony come back here and we'll fill up the duffel bags with every weapon we have and the explosives. But right now I am going to call in a couple of favors. We need all the help we can get. But Dad. Eleonora stopped Lazaro from talking. Going over, she placed her hands on his arms. Your father is right. You cannot go there half-cocked, or you could get her killed along with the rest of you. Now hurry. He knew his mother and father were right, but it was killing him knowing that she was in the hands of that evil monster, and he prayed to God that he hasn't touched her. He nodded his head and took off to do what his father had told him to do, and that was to gather up as many men as he could. Eleonora paced back and forth, nervously chewing on her fingernails. She had faith in her husband and sons and knew they would save Katerina, but at what cost? She worried about whether or not all of her family would return to her. When the guys were done making their phone calls, she watched as they filled up the duffel bags with everything they would need. That's an awful lot of explosives, she said to Leon. When we get Katerina out and kill that bastard, we're going to blow his mansion until there is not a thing left on his property. He looked over at his wife and seeing how scared she was, he went over and took her into his arms. Don't worry, my love. We will be back. She looked up at him as a tear trickled down her face. Bring our girl home. We will, he said, giving her a kiss. Anthony and Lazaro stood there watching their parents and suggested that they have a drink before all the men arrived. 3 double scotches were poured. Clinking their glasses together, they then swallowed the scotch in one gulp. We should grab the duffel bags and go outside. Everyone should be here soon, Leon said, setting his empty glass down. Eleonora walked over to the closet and going inside. She grabbed 3 bulletproof vests and brought them out. Now I know you don't like wearing these, but I insist that you do this time. When she saw the look on their faces, she gave each one of them a stern look. Do not fight me on this. Put them on and don't you dare take them off when you leave here. They each knew that look and they also knew not to disobey her. Taking it from her hand, Leon started putting it on and turned to both of his sons. Do what your mother tells you? They obeyed just as 2 good sons should do. They put on their jackets over the vest and picked up the duffel bags and headed outside and got there just as cars and trucks pulled into the driveway. None of them could believe how many showed up, not only their own men but others they didn't know. Leon had of course called in a couple of favors, but never for 1 minute did he think the turnout would be this great. He then smiled when he saw a familiar face, one he hadn't seen since Lazaro was born. "Do you know that man?" Lazaro asked when he saw the way Leon was smiling at the man. "Yes, he's someone I hadn't seen in many years." "Ah, Leon, it's been a long time. You look well, my friend," he said, reaching out his hand to shake. "Eddie, you son of a bitch, it's about time you showed your face," he said. Ignoring Eddie's hand, he pulled him in for a hug. "I wasn't expecting to see you show up, but I'm glad you are here. Let me introduce you to my sons." He turned and placed his hand on each of their shoulders. "This here is Lazaro, and here is my youngest, Anthony. Boys, meet my oldest friend Eddie Salvador." Eddie shook Lazaro's hand. "You were just 3 weeks old the last time I saw you." He then shook Anthony's hand. "I bet you are the wild one of the bunch and a ladies' man. You have the eyes of the devil, just like your father." Lazaro was anxious to get going, and being the impatient one decided to end the reunion. "It's nice to meet you, but we don't have time to shoot the shit." Eddie grabbed the back of Lazaro's head and pulled him close so that their faces were almost touching. He was not a man one could talk to in such a manner. "Listen to me, son. I know Ferrari, and he will not touch your woman until he has killed you and your family," he said, releasing him. "How can you be sure of that? The man is a weasel. Now that he knows who she is and thinks he can take you all out, she will be his victory prize. So he won't do anything until then. So we have plenty of time. First I want a drink, and to see the lovely Eleonora and go over what must be done." Leon looked at his son. "He's right, trust him. We will go in and take 12 of my men with us to look over the plans and discuss the best way of taking Ferrari out," Eddie said, and followed Leon in, followed by his men. They all went into the family room, where Eleonora was pacing back and forth but stopped when she saw Eddie. A smile crossed her face and she hurried over to him. "I can't believe my eyes. Oh, my God. You are just as beautiful as the day we first met," he said, pulling her in for a hug. "I have missed you, my darling. I hope this old geezer is taking good care of you. I should have swept you off of your feet myself and taken you away from him. You smooth talker you. You know my heart would always belong to Leon." "Oh my God, can we stop already and go save Katerina?" Lazaro barked. "My son is right. We must get moving. I'll pour us a drink and we can tell you what our plan is. I also want to thank you for showing up. When my sources told me the story, I had to come. Now tell me everything and let's see the plans for Ferrari's home. I have brought with me some snipers and men who are experts in explosives. We do plan on blowing his place up, wiping him off the face of the earth, don't we?" They went over the plans for over an hour. Every man knew where they were to be and what job they had to do. It was time to go. Eleonora walked them out, taking Leon in her arms. "Make sure you come home safe and with our family." "I will. I love you so much," he said, giving her a big kiss before walking away and getting into one of the vehicles. Lazaro went in the one van with Eddie and some others, while Anthony went with his father. The longer it took to get to Ferrari's place, the more anxious he became. Eddie studied the young man. "This girl, you love her very much, yes?" Lazaro looked back at him. "Yes, I do. Enough to risk her life. In a heartbeat. Just like your father did when your mother was in danger." "What are you talking about? They have not told you the story." "No, so why don't you tell me?" "It's not my story to tell. Ask them. You brought it up and it's a long drive. If they've never mentioned it to me, I doubt they will now, so you tell me." "All right, why not? Your mother was a young girl when your father first laid eyes on her. He fell in love with her at first sight. On the night of their wedding, she was kidnapped by a group of human traffickers. She was targeted because of Leon, and because he had earlier destroyed their organization. They wanted to teach him a lesson." Lazaro stared at Eddie. He was so shocked to hear this and wondered why they kept it from him. Leon stopped at nothing to save her. "I won't go into all the gory details, but let's just say that Minnie met a really long and painful death. By the time he was done, every person involved in the kidnapping and members of the organization no longer walked this earth. It was a real bloodbath. I never met a man who loved a woman and still does as much as your father loves your mother. I see you take after him, as I'm sure Anthony does. You helped him then too." "I did, and I'm glad to have done it. Eleonora is a special woman, one with a kind heart but fierce as hell. I bet she still keeps Leon in his place." For the first time since the drama started, Lazaro chuckled. Yes, she sure does, and not only my father, but also me and Anthony. It was too bad that after everything they went through that she lost her baby. They were both devastated. Lazaro's head snapped up when he heard that. Baby. She was pregnant before she had me. It all made sense to him now. How she had taken to Katerina so quickly and treated her as a daughter. Oh, you didn't know that either? Me and my big mouth. It's okay. I'm glad you told me, but what happened? She carried the baby for 8 months and went into labor, but there were complications and the baby didn't survive. Your mother was heartbroken, as was your father. It took her a long time to get over it, but with Leon's help and love they did. 2 years later, when she got pregnant with you, she was so scared that the same thing would happen. Your father got her the best doctors and stayed by her side the whole 9 months, never letting her out of his sight. The day you were born was the happiest day of their lives. Lazaro felt the tears welling up and choked back a sob. It broke his heart knowing the pain his mother must have gone through. Was it a boy or a girl? Even asking the question, he knew the answer. A girl, barely 6 pounds. Thank you for telling me. Eddie leaned over and patted Lazaro's hand. It was sad, but they did have 2 sons who they loved so much. I take it they are very fond of Katerina. Yes, she's like a daughter to them. Eddie looked out the window. We're almost there. Do not worry, son. We will get your girl and make that bastard pay for what he's done. And he will never hurt another woman again. Are you ready? Damn straight I am, he said, getting out of the van when it stopped. Getting out of the vehicles, they walked the small distance to Ferrari's place. And when they reached the right spot, the snipers got set up. Leon and Anthony walked over to Lazaro and they all hugged. Be careful. Let's do this, Leon said, patting his son's cheek. There were over 100 men with them, all trained to do what had to be done. Chapter 28. Eddie instructed his snipers to surround the mansion and take every one of Ferrari's men out. Once that was done, the ones with the explosives began putting them into place, while the others stormed the mansion. Leon and Eddie went in one direction, Lazaro and Anthony in another, and the others moved in different directions. The place was swarming with Ferrari's men, but there was no sign of the man himself. As they continued along the hallway, a door opened and a young girl, who couldn't have been more than 15 or 16, screamed. Lazaro grabbed her, covered her mouth, and told her not to scream. We are not here to hurt you. Go back to your room and stay there. When she closed the door, Anthony grabbed his brother's arm. Lazaro, we can't leave her here. It's obvious Ferrari has been abusing her. He had looked into the eyes of the young girl and his heart went out to her. She was beautiful but so very young. Okay, he replied. Opening the door, he went over to the girl. Do you wish to leave this place? When she nodded her head, he waved one of his men over and ordered him to get her out of the mansion and taken somewhere safe. As every man made their way through the mansion, they left dead bodies behind them. Ferrari's men were outnumbered, but Lazaro and Anthony left 1 man alive. They did so to get the information as to where Katerina was being kept. Where is the girl? Lazaro asked, pointing the gun at him as the man laid on the ground with a bullet in his arm. I don't know, he yelled back. Anthony shook his head and looked at his brother. I think he needs some encouragement to talk. Let me take care of this, he said, shooting the man in the foot. Next time it will be in your snake, so I talk if I were you. The man was sweating profusely. He ran his tongue over his dry lips after screaming out in pain. He has her on the 3rd floor, but I don't know which room. Thanks for cooperating, Anthony said, giving him a big smile. Then you let me live. As if, he scoffed before pulling the trigger, shooting him dead in the chest. As they made their way up the stairs, they took out more men. But when they got to the 3rd level, they found themselves surrounded. Standing back to back, Lazaro reloaded his gun, speaking to his brother. We can do this. Hell yeah, Anthony replied, pulling out another gun. Now he had one in each hand. For whatever reason, he was blessed with being right-handed as well as left-handed. Lazaro's, on the other hand, was only right-handed, but he was an excellent shot. They were able to take down all of them. Anthony noticed some blood on Lazaro's arm. You've been shot. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. Let's keep going. We need to check every room. She's here somewhere. Meanwhile, the others were fighting. Many men died that night, mostly Ferrari's men. Leon and Eddie were fighting side by side, just like in the old days. That night, the adrenaline was flowing through their bodies, as 2 old friends got together to save a member of the family. Eddie's eyes grew wide when he saw Leon raise his gun towards him and pulled the trigger. but was relieved when he realized his friend was shooting at a man who was behind him and was about to shoot him. He turned around to see the man with his brains splattered all over the wall. "You saved my life once again, Leon. You do the same for me. Now, what say we find that bastard, Ferrari, and make him pay for going after one of my family?" Eddie winked at him. "I've been waiting years to end that prick's life. Just promise me that I get to put the first bullet in him." But would you believe it? He was nowhere to be found, probably hiding somewhere, leaving his men to do his dirty work. Lazaro went to open one of the doors while Anthony kept watch, shooting anyone who showed up. Finding it locked, he used his foot to break it open. He heard a woman scream and knew it was Katerina. One look at the love of his life tied to the bed, her face covered in bruises, the top of her dress torn, broke his heart. It also angered him to think that someone had done this to her. Rushing over, he kept her face in his hands. "Oh baby, what have those monsters done to you?" When the door was kicked open, she let out a scream, but then tears of joy streamed down her face when she saw who it was. "Lazaro, you're here." "Yes, I am here," he said. Removing his hands from her face, he reached behind his back and pulled out a knife. "Once I untie you, we'll get you out of here." He was very careful not to cut her. His eyes became moist seeing her in this condition. As soon as her hands were freed, she threw them around his neck and started sobbing. He held her tightly in his arms, stroking the back of her head. "It's okay, sweetheart. You'll be safe now, and I promise I'll make that bastard pay for what he did to you." "Oh God, I love you so much." "I love you too," she said between sobs. Anthony peeked his head in the door. "Hey, come on. We got to get out of here before this place blows up." He took one look at his sister-in-law to be and clenched his jaw. He hated to see women who have been beaten and vowed to help his brother destroy the ones responsible. Lazaro got up off of the bed, pulling her up with him. "He's right. We've got to get out of here." He put one arm around her and held his gun with the other hand as they all started making their way down the hallway. Anthony walked ahead of them with a gun in each hand, taking out every man they came across, and yet there was still no sight of Roberta. She tried to ignore all the dead bodies. It was a sight that would forever be etched in her mind. She could hear the sound of guns and men yelling and screaming as he made their way out. "Kat, do you have any idea where Roberto is?" "No, I haven't seen him since he first brought me here. The coward is probably hiding somewhere, letting his men do the dirty work for him." Anthony growled. "I hope he shows his face so that we can kill the bastard." "If he does, he's mine," Lazaro said, tightening his grip on her. Just as they made their way to the second level, they found themselves face to face with 6 men who were pointing their guns at them. "Drop your weapons or the girl will be the first one to get it." Now they knew they were outnumbered and knew they had no choice but to lower their weapons. But they had a plan. "Okay," Lazaro said, lowering his gun to the floor and instructing Anthony to do the same. "Just don't shoot." "Oh, we're not going to shoot you. Our boss wants to take care of you personally. Head down there to that room," the man said, pointing to a door. Sure, whatever you say," Anthony answered. Just when the men let their guard down, thinking they had won, Anthony reached behind him and pulled out 2 guns that were tucked in the back of his pants. Lazaro did the same thing, pushing her behind him. It happened so fast, Ferrari's men didn't stand a chance, and they were all gunned down within seconds. "He's got to be in there," Lazaro whispered to the others, getting a nod from Anthony. He cleared his throat and knocked on the door. "Boss, we've got them and they're unarmed," he said, masking his voice. "Bring them in." Seconds later, he let out a strangled gasp when he saw who it was and went to reach for his gun, but Anthony shot him in the arm to prevent him from grabbing it. He wanted to kill him, but his brother said not to because he wanted to be the one to do it. So, respecting Lazaro's wishes, and just wounded the guy instead. Releasing Katerina, Lazaro walked over to stand in front of the man who was now cowering on the floor. "So you thought you could wipe out my family and hurt my girl? I had been waiting years to put a bullet right between those beady little eyes of yours. This is going to give me a great deal of pleasure." "Lazaro, this is all just a big misunderstanding. I was foolish to think that I could get away with it, and I beg you for forgiveness. Let me live and everything I have is yours. I'll disappear. I'll go away and never trouble you again." Lazaro laughed at him. "Oh, believe me, you are going to disappear." He raised his gun and was just about to pull the trigger when Katerina yelled out for him to stop. With his gun still pointed at the man, he turned to look at her. "Why would you want me to stop? After what he's done to you and your family?" She made her way over to stand next to him. "I want to be the one to kill him," she said, staring him straight in the eyes. Cat, you've never killed anyone before. I know, but I need to do this. He handed her his gun. He's all yours. Do it. Taking the gun from his hand, she pointed it at Ferrari. He looked at her. He was sweating like a pig and his eyes held such evil and anger. Bish, you don't have the guts. He let another cry of pain when he felt the first bullet going between his crotch. She felt the anger building up inside her, and when he called her a bitch, she aimed for his private parts and pulled the trigger. That was for all of those women you sexually abused. You sick prick. This is for what you've done to me and to my parents, she said and pulled the trigger and the bullet went right between his eyes. But she didn't stop there. She kept shooting into his chest until the chamber was emptied. She kept pulling the trigger but nothing happened. Just a clicking sound, and then she felt Lazaro's hand going over hers as he removed the gun from her hand. Caressing her cheek, he looked into her eyes. It's over. Let's get out of here. He and Anthony glanced at each other as they headed out of the room and down the stairs. They were both shocked at what she had done, and also proud of her for doing it. By this time, most of Ferrari's men were dead and things became deadly quiet. Leaving the mansion, they hurried up the hill to where their vehicles were parked and where some of their own men were waiting. When Eddie spotted them, he went over to them. Thank God you both got out all right. He looked at the young woman with them. This must be Katerina. I've heard a great deal about you. Lazaro introduced them as she clung to him. I'm so glad you are safe now, and I assume Ferrari is dead. Yes, finally, Anthony said, turning to look towards the mansion. Eddie smiled. Good. Shall we stay and watch the fireworks? It will be a pleasure to see that old fart's place going up in a ball of fire. Lazaro looked around and didn't see Leon. Where's my father? The others looked around, feeling as though something was wrong. He should be here, Eddie said, and turned to see if he could see him. You were partnered up with him. Why isn't he with you? Lazaro said, shouting. He suggested we separate to help get the innocent staff out. He should be here by now, and this place is about to explode in 10 minutes. My God, he must still be in there. Anthony stared ahead and took a step forward. I'm going back to get in. I'm going with you, Lazaro said, looking at Katerina. I have to do this. Stay here with others. As much as she didn't want him to leave her, she understood that he had to do this. She nodded her head. Come back to me? She had to trust that he would come back to her in one piece. He was her rock, the love of her life, and she couldn't live without him. I will. I love you, he said, giving her a quick kiss. Just hold your damn horses, Eddie yelled at them. If anyone is going back to get him, it's going to be me. You just stay here and leave it to me. Like hell, we will. That's our father in there, Anthony yelled back. Eddie went over and grabbed him by the throat. We don't have time to fight. If anything happens to you and Lazaro, your mother will kill me. Now trust me and stay put, he said, and took off running down the hill and towards the mansion. Stupid old man, we can't run faster than him, Anthony said, pacing back and forth. He went over to Lazaro and Katerina. His eyes showed fear. Tell me that our father will come out of this alive. We can't lose him. With his arm still around her, he reached over, pulled Anthony towards him, putting his arm over his shoulder. He tried to reassure him that everything would be all right. Don't worry, Eddie will get our father out. There's no time. It's too late, Anthony said, checking his watch. Shut your fucking mouth. He'll be here, Lazaro snapped. He looked over at Katerina. Her eyes were filled with tears, and he knew she was just as worried as they were. He tightened his hold on her when she rested her head on his chest. He could tell she was exhausted. He wanted to scoop her up in his arms and take her home, but he couldn't leave yet. Knowing her and how close she was to his father, he knew she wouldn't let him leave. So they all waited. Each person there held their breath as the minutes ticked away. It was now only 3 minutes until the explosives went off. Each one of their hearts started racing. Fear ran through their veins as they waited, fearing the worst. Then all of a sudden, there was a loud bang, and they watched in horror as the mansion blew up and no sign of the 2 men. Chapter 29. Every person there jumped back when the mansion exploded. It all went up in one bang. A cry of despair escaped from Katerina's mouth and was drawn into Lazaro's arms, where he buried her face in his chest. She could feel the beating of his heart against her cheek as the tears started to flow. Even she knew that no one could have survived the explosion. She couldn't believe that the man she thought of as a father was gone, and knew Eleonora couldn't live without the man she loved. Anthony and Lazaro looked over at each other. Each had tears in their eyes but could not bring themselves to say anything. Their hearts were empty and full of pain. A part of them died that moment. No one said a word. They just kept staring at the fire that was still blazing. They too were feeling the pain and loss of their boss, who had always been good to them. "What the fuck are you all doing standing around?" a loud and familiar voice shouted out. Every head turned in the direction that the voice was coming from, and a smile crossed every one of their faces. There was Leon being practically carried by Eddie. "Dead," both sons said at the same time. A feeling of relief coursed through their body as the three of them rushed over to him. "Jesus Christ, old man, we thought you were dead," Lazaro said as he choked back up a sob. "I would have been if it wasn't for this old fart here," he replied, looking at Eddie. "I sprained my damn ankle and I couldn't get up, and then this guy here showed up and dragged me out of that place just before it blew up. I owe my life to him." Eddie shook his head, letting Anthony and another man help Leon. "Let's just say we're even. Now let's get the hell out of here and have a doctor take a look at that ankle of yours." Before getting into their vehicles, Leon took a hold of Katerina's hand. "Thank God you're okay, sweetheart. At least now you and your family are safe from that beast. Eleonora will be so happy to see you." She put her arms around him and gave him a hug. "I can't thank you enough for saving me, and I will forever be grateful to you and the others." Both sons gave their father a huge hug, telling him how much they loved him, and that he was never to scare them like that again or else. Eddie and Leon got into the van, with Anthony and Lazaro, with Katerina got into the back of one of the cars. He put his arm around her, lifting her hands up, and stared at the rope marks on her wrist. He then placed his lips over it, kissing it ever so lightly. "I wish that the man who did this to you were still alive so that I could torture him and kill him again." He then stroked her face gently over the bruises. "How dare they hit you, and I'm glad those bastards are rotting in hell." She buried her face in the crook of his neck. She felt so warm and safe in his arms. "I'm just glad it's all over. All the time I was there I knew you would come and save me, but I do feel terrible for all of the people that lost their lives. Even some of Ferrari's men. Many of them did not want to do what he ordered them to do. They were just afraid of him. All I want to do now is go home and take a nice hot bath or shower and forget this ever happened." She looked up at him. "I also want to become your wife soon and live the rest of my life with you." Looking at her beautiful face, he couldn't stop from kissing her. Lowering his head, he placed his lips on hers as he pulled her closer to him. His kiss was one of love and passion. He felt her fingers going through his hair as she kissed him back with savage hunger. It was a hunger that told him she wanted more, even though she had been through a life-threatening ordeal. They kept up with their passionate kissing all the way back to their home, and only stopped when their driver told them they were there. Eleonora heard the cars approaching and ran to the front door. She was shivering, but it wasn't from the cold, it was from worrying. She stood there frozen to the spot, waiting for her family to get out of the vehicles. When she saw her husband being helped out, she ran to him as the tears rolled down her cheek. "Leon, oh my darling, you've been hurt." He reached his hand out to touch her cheek. "Don't cry, my love. It is just a sprained ankle. Let's get inside." As Eddie and another man helped him inside, she grabbed Anthony, putting him in a bear hug. "Thank God you're all right, my son, but where are the others?" "They're coming. Lazaro and Katerina. Are they okay?" "Yes, Mom. They are both fine. She's a little bit shaken up, and you would have been so proud of her. She is one very strong woman, a true Brambilla." When they got inside, she also gave Eddie a big hug and thanked him for helping them. She then ordered the staff to bring in lots of sandwiches and coffee for everybody. Going over to her husband, she knelt down in front of him while the doctor checked his ankle. Yes, she had thought ahead of time and asked for their family doctor to be there in case someone was in need of medical attention. "My love, I was so worried about you, and if anything had happened to you I would just die. I think it's time for you to retire completely and let your sons take over." He gave her a sweet smile. "I made you a promise years ago that I would never leave you, and I will be keeping that promise for the rest of our lives." She rested her cheek against his. "Thank God you were all able to save Katerina, and our girl is coming home." They all turned their heads when Lazaro and Katerina walked in. Getting up, Eleonora ran over to her son and future daughter-in-law, putting her arms around them both. "You're home. Oh, thank God you're okay." She ran her hand over her son's face, and was pleased to see that he still had on his vest, but then she noticed a bit of blood on his jacket. "You've been shot." "It's just a flesh wound. It's nothing to worry about." Nodding her head, she then took Katerina into her arms. "Oh, my sweet darling, I am so glad you are home." Releasing her, she stood back, and once again tears filled her eyes when she saw the bruises on the girl's face. She reached out and touched her face in a motherly gesture. I hope that the bastard who did this to you suffered a painful death. Oh, he did, Lazaro answered for her. He then walked Katerina over to the sofa so that she could sit down. Taking off his jacket, he removed his vest and sat her down next to her and placed his arms around her. I really need a drink. Can I get you something? I think I wouldn't mind some of that coffee, she said as she pointed to the coffee pot on the counter. Everyone was sitting around having a drink and eating the sandwiches that were provided. All of the men had gone away except for a few. Eleonora was sitting next to her husband, who had his leg propped up on a cushion. She turned to Eddie and gave him a big smile. Will you stay with us for a few days? I wouldn't want to impose. Nonsense. You aren't imposing, and we hadn't seen each other in so many years. So you must stay and let us get reacquainted, Leon said in a stern tone. Well, in that case, it would be my honor to spend a few days, and it will give me a chance to know the lovely Katerina. Any woman that can capture the heart of one of the Brambilla men must be a very special woman. She couldn't help but blush. Oh, there is nothing special about me. I'm just your normal everyday girl that just happened to fall in love with the most wonderful man in the world and his amazing family, who I consider to be my family. Lazaro placed his fingers under her chin and moved her head so that she had to look at him. Oh, that you are special, and I love you with all of my heart, and I cannot wait until you become my wife. He leaned in and kissed her, getting smiles from everyone that was watching them. You all should have seen this girl when she took out Ferrari. First she shot him in the snake and then blasted him with bullets. She was amazing, and if she wasn't in love with my brother, I would go after her myself. Katerina glanced at everyone who was looking at her. I'm not proud of what I did. I've never killed anyone before. I know it's not easy, sweetheart, but you have to think of it this way. You have saved a lot of innocent young women from that man. He would have kept hurting them. He was a very evil man, and has hurt a lot of innocent people, men included, so do not feel bad, Leon said as he looked into her tear-stained eyes. Well, now that Ferrari is gone, he will no longer be a threat to you or your parents, so I suggest we forget all about him and move on with our lives, and maybe you could set a date for the wedding, Eleonora said, smiling over at her son and Katerina. Lazaro smiled back at his mother. Leave it to Mom to turn things around. We will discuss it soon, but right now Katerina is exhausted, so I think I'll take her upstairs now. Yes, you are right, my son. I think we should all turn in, and tomorrow I'll have a celebration breakfast prepared and we can all sit down and talk. Eleonora had Anthony show Eddie to one of the guest bedrooms, and she helped her husband upstairs. When they got there, she made him sit on the bed and started undressing him. Sweetheart, are you that impatient to have me make love to you that you must remove my clothes? She shook her head and smiled at him as she pulled down his pants carefully so as not to hurt his ankle. Oh, you old fool. Only you could think about sex after you almost got killed. That's the best time to have sex, is when one's adrenaline is pumping through our veins. Now take off your clothes and get into bed, woman. Don't you start ordering me around, mister, she said, shaking a finger at him. Besides, it would be a little hard for you to do anything with that sore ankle of yours. I've been hurt worse than this in the past and it's never stopped me before. But if it will make you feel better, you can be the one on top, he said as he wiggled his eyebrows at her. Oh, God help her. Even after all these years, she still found him so hot and desirable. She also got turned on when he used that SI voice of his and ordered her to remove her clothes. It was something he had always done right from the time they first met. Now that they were in their early 50s, their love life was the same as it was when they were in their 20s. Removing her clothes, she climbed into bed and on top of her husband, looking down into his rugged and handsome face. I love you. I love you more, he said. Putting his hand behind her head, he pulled her down for a kiss. After showing their love for each other, they lay cuddling in each other's arms. She ran her fingers over his smooth and well-defined chest. We have a good life, 2 wonderful sons and a beautiful daughter-in-law. You have made me so happy and I've cherished every day we've been together, she said, kissing his chest. I feel the same way. I thank God every day for bringing you into my life and for giving me 2 amazing sons. I'm so glad that Lazaro has found his true love. Now if only Anthony could find a good woman, it just might tame that boy a little. Leon, he is still young and he is just sowing his oats. One day he will meet that special woman who will steal his heart. I just hope that she is as sweet and loving as Katerina is. But the important thing is that she loves Anthony and will never hurt him. I'm sure she will be, but for now let's get our oldest son married off. He looked down at his wife and smiled. Hopefully soon they will give us some grandchildren. You read my mind and I can't wait to be a grandmother. Leone rolled her over onto her back and climbed on top. "You are going to be the prettiest and S-size grandmother alive. One who still gets my heart racing and my snake hard as a rock. I hope you're ready for round 2 because I sure am." Chapter 30. Lazaro helped her out of her dress. It was torn and would have to be thrown away. He went and turned the water on in the shower. Taking her hand, they stepped in together. He held her in his arms as the water flowed down them. When her hands moved down and clutched his butt, he let out a moan when she pushed him closer to her body. "Katerina, are you trying to tell me something?" She lifted her head to look at him. "Yes, your punishment is over." He cupped her face in his hands. "I know, but I won't make love to you here. I want you in bed where we have more room to do what I want to do to you. I have to ask, are you up to it tonight?" She ran her hands over his broad shoulders. "I am tired, but I want you more. You're not the only one who has been missing it. I want you." Oh God, he couldn't take it any longer. Turning off the shower, he grabbed them each a towel, and as soon as they dried off, he picked her up and carried her over to the bed. Laying her down, he climbed on top of her, lowering his mouth onto hers. Later they lay in each other's arms. He kissed the top of her head, moving his hand up and down her arm. "You know, it's safe now for you to go visit your parents." She lifted her head to look at him. "You mean us?" "I'm not sure your father would be comfortable with me there, knowing who I am, but whenever you want to go, I'll make the arrangements. I'm not going without you, and you did save their lives. Also, you're the man I'm going to marry, so I want you to come with me. They need to get to know you better, and when they do, they will love you." "I doubt that, but I will come with you." She gave him a warm smile. "Thank you, but let's wait until my bruises go away. I don't want them to know what happened. It would only upset them." "Okay. In the meantime, we should set a date for the wedding so that we can start planning." When he didn't get a reply, he looked down at her and saw she was asleep. No wonder. She was mentally and physically exhausted. Stroking her cheek with his fingers, he kissed her head and then went to sleep. Waking up first, she went to use the bathroom, stopping to look at her face in the mirror. One side of her face was bruised and she had a black eye. She was staring at herself when Lazaro appeared, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I look terrible. How can you bear to look at me?" He turned her around to look at her. "How can you say that? You are beautiful. You always will be, and these bruises will go away. It's just that last night it was different when you made love to me, almost as if you didn't want to do it." He chuckled. "Oh, you silly woman. I was holding back, but that was because I was trying to be gentle with you. I was afraid of hurting you after what you had been through." He lifted her up onto the counter. "If I had known you wanted it to be more, than I would have given it my all. It was great, but I did miss the way you usually make love." He lifted her nightgown up over her head and threw it down, placing his hand on her hips. "Then I better make up for last night," he said as his mouth came crashing down on hers. Lips still locked, he carried her back to the bed and gave her what she was craving. 2 hours later, when he finally gave her a break, she laid on her back. Her body was sore, but it was a satisfying sore. They were both drenched in sweat, breathing heavily and smiling like a couple of fools. "Was that more to my lady's liking?" he asked, turning his head to look at her. "Oh, God, yes," she said, smiling at him, "but now we're going to be late for breakfast with the others." He leaned on his arm to look at her. "Then we better go shower and get downstairs. But this time, please don't try and seduce me into having sex again. I don't think my pecker is up to another round after what we just did." She rolled her eyes at him and smiled. "I'll try to control myself." Later they went downstairs, hand in hand, and entered the dining room. The others were there, finishing up their breakfast. Anthony, of course, was his usual self, and didn't want to miss the opportunity to tease his brother. "Glad you could tear yourself off of Katerina long enough to come and have breakfast with us." He smiled when he saw the look Lazaro was giving him, but he was disappointed when he didn't get the reaction from his brother that he expected. Where was the fun in that if he didn't get a comeback? Lazaro just smiled at his brother as he pulled out Katerina's chair. He wasn't going to let him spoil their morning. "I'm sorry we're late and glad we made it in time to enjoy breakfast with all of you," he said, ignoring Anthony. "How are you feeling this morning, sweetheart?" Eleanor asked her. "Much better, and to be honest, I'm starting." A big plate of French toast and scrambled eggs along with sausages were placed in front of her. She started pouring the homemade syrup over her French toast and even on her eggs, getting some strange looks from the others. When she noticed them staring, she looked at them. "What?" she asked. We've just never seen anyone put syrup on scrambled eggs before, Lazaro answered her. She shrugged her shoulders. I usually don't, but I just felt like doing it. A friend of mine used to do that when she was pregnant, Eleonora said. Her eyes lit up. Is there a chance you're pregnant? Katerina held her fork up to her mouth, but before taking a bite she looked at them. I don't think so. I can't be. I'm on the pill. She looked at Lazaro. I'm sure I'm not. It's just something I felt like trying, she said, taking a bite of the eggs. I was right. It's really good. Try it, she said, scooping up a forkful and holding it up for him to try. He took one bite and swallowed it. I think it's disgusting. His eyes lit up. Maybe you are pregnant. I'm not, she replied. The others were staring at her, all wondering if she was. Well, there's one way to find out, Eleonora said with a huge grin on her face. She was hoping Katerina was pregnant. We'll pick up some pregnancy tests for you. Eddie was watching the scene before him and could tell Katerina was uncomfortable, so he spoke up. Dear, I am dying to get to know you better. Would you care to join me for a walk through the garden when you're done eating? She smiled at Eddie, silently thanking him for changing the subject and getting her out of an awkward conversation. Thank you. I would love to join you. After finishing her meal, she left with Eddie. She really liked the man, not because he helped to rescue her, but because he seemed like a good guy, and he had kind eyes. They headed outside and walked around, talking. He told her all about how he met Leon and Eleonora, and how things were back in the day. Later they sat her down and continued to talk. So, my dear, is it possible that you are carrying Lazaro's child? Of course it's possible, but I really don't know. I don't feel pregnant, and I was hoping to wait until after we were married before that happened. I'm kind of old-fashioned that way. He took her hand in his. Would you like to know what I see when I look at you? I guess, she answered shyly. I see a brave young woman, one who takes shit from no one. You are strong, kind-hearted, and deeply in love with a man who belongs to a mafia family, and yet you are not afraid. It was almost as if you were born to be the wife of a mafia boss. I am comfortable with them and not worried about what or who they are, but I know that they are still good people and do help the innocent. I feel like I belong here, with them. I never had any friends or felt like I belonged anywhere, until I came to this family. He smiled and patted her hand. I can see that, and I believe you are pregnant. Before she could say anything else, Lazaro showed up. You have been out here for over 3 hours. Mother sent me to get you both to come in for our afternoon tea. Eddie stood up, facing Lazaro. I do hope she is serving some of her homemade desserts. She knows how much of a sweet tooth I have. Yes, she remembered and has lots for you to try out. Great, I'll see myself in, he said, walking away and leaving the young couple alone. Lazaro turned to her. He has taken a liking to you. So what did you talk about? He looked at her. His eyes automatically went to her stomach, hoping she was pregnant. We talked about a lot of things. I like him and we have to invite him to our wedding. You can quit staring at my stomach. Even if I were pregnant, you wouldn't be able to tell. His eyes moved up and he smiled. I'm sorry. I guess I was just hoping that you were carrying my child. Do you really want a baby this early in our relationship? I would be okay with it. Happy, in fact. Do you not want children? He asked, since they had never discussed having any, but he was up to it. Of course I do. Someday. But I was kind of hoping to have you all to myself for a while first. I'm sure I'm not expecting. I just don't feel pregnant. One way to find out, he said, pulling out a test from his pocket. While you were out here with Eddie, I drove into town and picked up a couple of these for you to take. I thought maybe you could take one now, just to see if you are. She took it from his hand. I'll take it, but only to prove you and everyone wrong. I have been taking the pill on schedule, so it's impossible for me to be pregnant. Sticking the test back in his pocket, they made their way inside. She would take the test later tonight when they were in their bedroom. After dinner that night, they all sat in the family room, talking, listening to Leon and Eddie talk about the old days. So how exactly did you two meet? Lazaro asked Eddie. Well, I met your father many years ago. At that time we were enemies. One day we were involved in a fight between two families. Leon had the perfect opportunity to take me out, but instead, he took my hand and helped me up from the ground. He could have killed me, but he didn't. From that day we became friends and joined together. Here's something that will shock you. He and I were both after the same girl, your mother. You were in love with my mother? Anthony asked. looking over at Eleonora. Yes, but she only had eyes for your father. No man, not even me, could win her heart. It belonged to Leon. Seeing them together, I realized he was who she was meant to be with. Don't get me wrong, I love your mother still to this day, but I am not in love with her. He looked over at Anthony. It's like the way you feel about Katerina. You love her, but like a sister. Leon snickered. Oh, Eddie, you never stood a chance with my girl. Eleonora raised her voice. Okay, boys, enough now. That was all in the past, so tell us, when are you going to settle down? Eddie chuckled. Oh, my sweet angel, I tried that. I had been married for times and it never worked out. And now I am paying a fortune in alimony. He winked at her. You're the only woman for me, and I'm still waiting for you to dump this old fart. You'll be 6 feet under before that happens, Leon said, laughing. Eleonora shook her head at them. Stop it before you have the kids thinking you are being serious. She turned to the others. Ignore them, they are just fooling around. I would have thought after all these years they would have matured. I guess I was wrong. Lazaro was getting anxious, wanting to go upstairs and have Katerina take the test. All this time it was all he had on his mind. Yawning, he stretched and then stood up. This has been fun, but I think it's time Katerina and I went to bed. Can't wait to get her into bed. Can you, brother? Anthony said, winking at him. Shut up, Anthony. Must you always have your mind in the gutter? All I know is if she was my woman, I wouldn't ever let her out of bed. Lazaro rolled his eyes. Taking her hand, he said good night to everyone. When they were gone, Eleonora gave Anthony a dirty look. You really have to stop teasing your brother. One day he's going to get so mad at you that he just might punch you in the mouth. When that happens, I will not try to stop him. Anthony got up and went over to her, kissing her on the cheek. He won't. I'm his brother. Good night, everyone, he said and left to go to bed. Chapter 31. As soon as they got upstairs, he handed her the test. I can't wait another minute to know. Go take the test before I lose my mind, he said, handing it to her. She took it from him. I will take it, but just to prove to you I'm not pregnant. I don't want you to be disappointed. She walked towards the bathroom, grabbing her nightgown on the way. She figured she might as well get ready for bed since she was going into the bathroom anyways. Don't know why you're taking that with you? It's not like it's going to be on you for long, he said as she closed the door. Yes, he didn't like it when she wore one. He always insisted she sleeps naked as he did. He paced back and forth, cursing that she was taking so long. He never understood why women took so long getting ready for bed when it only took him a minute. Taking a deep breath, she took the test, and while waiting for the results, she brushed her teeth, washed her face, and put on her nightgown. She sat her day on the edge of the tub, waiting and thinking about the test results. He sat her day there on the bed, after removing his shirt, waiting for her to come out of the bathroom, and checking his watch every 2 seconds. When she finally came out, he stood up, waiting for her to say something. He was shocked when she just walked past him over to her dresser, and picking up her hairbrush started brushing her hair. He couldn't take it any longer. For the love of God, woman, will you please tell me what the test result was? Maybe I'll just wait until tomorrow morning to let you know, she said with a smirk on her face. Her back was still to him, but she could see him in the mirror. She dropped the brush when he rushed over, grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her around. You like teasing me and making me sweat. You are hanging around my brother way too much. Now tell me, am I going to be a father or not? Seeing how frustrated he was becoming, she decided to stop teasing him. So picking up the pregnancy stick, she showed it to him. He looked at it and shrugged his shoulders. He knew nothing about these tests and did not know what he was looking at. So what does this mean? Well, you see these 2 lines here. Yeah, but I have no clue what that means. She gave him such a sweet smile. 1 line means you're not pregnant. 2 lines mean I'm pregnant. His eyes lit up and a big smile crossed his face. Oh my God, I'm going to be a father. He picked her up off of her feet and looked into her eyes. We're having a baby. We really are having a baby. Seeing how happy he was, her eyes watered up and she nodded her head. Yes, we are having a baby. She wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist when he kissed her. He has never felt this happy in such a long time. Carrying her over to the bed, he gently laid her down. Getting on top of her, he placed the palms of his hands on the pillow on both sides of her head and stared into her eyes. How is it possible to love you even more than I already do? I love you so much, and to know that you are carrying my child makes me the happiest man in the world. She reached her hands up and held his face in them. I'm so glad you are happy, but we need to confirm it with a doctor, because sometimes these tests can turn out to be false. He shook his head as he smiled down at her. Yes, we will see a doctor, but I don't need a doctor to tell me you're pregnant. I know you are. You are so sure of yourself. What if you're wrong? I'm not, he said with the confidence of a man who is always right. Now I am going to remove my pants, and by the time I'm done you better be naked, he said, giving her a kiss before getting off her and removing his pants and briefs. She put her arms around him as he slid into bed on top of her. The feel of his muscular and gorgeous body on top of her got her wet instantly. For a man who didn't play the field, he was such an expert at the art of lovemaking. He knew exactly where to touch her, and the way his lips moved over her body had her moaning within seconds. He used just the right amount of roughness and tenderness at the same time. She felt truly blessed to have found a man like him. Their love sessions always lasted a long time, and in the end, they were totally exhausted. But give him a 10-minute break, and he was ready for another round. When they were done, he pulled her on top of him, letting her rest there while he ran his hand up and down her back. I think we better get married soon so that I can make an honest woman out of you. That sounds great to me, but I want my parents to be with us when we get married. I don't want a big wedding, just the family. You can have whatever kind of wedding you want. Even though I want a small wedding, I still want to wear a beautiful white dress. But first, we must go visit my father and mother, and I know this sounds old-fashioned, but I would like it if you would ask my father for his blessing. For you, I will do anything. You know my family is going to be so thrilled when they find out that you are pregnant. But I'm guessing they probably know that already because of that weird craving you had this morning at breakfast. The next morning when they went downstairs, everyone was in the dining room having their breakfast as they normally do every day when they are all at home. Anthony had a mischief grin on his face. Well, good morning, you two, he said, looking over at Katerina. I stopped in town earlier and got you a little gift. You got me a gift? Why? Oh, it's just something I thought you could use. He reached down and picked up a bag and handed it across the table to her. Go on, open it. She pulled the bag closer to her and reached in and took out the item, shaking her head at Anthony as she pulled out a humongous jar of syrup. Anthony started laughing, slapping the table with the palm of his hand. Just in case those cravings act up again, you will have a full supply. Of course, everyone had to laugh, even Lazaro, who found the humor in it. She looked around at everybody. Very funny, everybody. But actually this is the perfect gift, because I'm definitely going to be needing it. The others stopped laughing. Lazaro placed his arm around her shoulders and smiled. We're excited to tell you all that she has taken a pregnancy test and it came up positive. Eleonora covered her mouth when she started to scream with excitement. Oh my God, I just knew it, she said. Getting up from her chair, she went over and hugged both of them. This is the best news ever. I'm going to be a grandmother. Mother, we do have to go to the doctors and get it confirmed, but I'm positive the outcome will be the same. The others were just as thrilled to hear the good news. During the rest of the meal, they discussed the date for their wedding and how they wanted it just to be the family. Now Eleonora would have loved to plan a huge wedding and celebration, but she also respected their decision. The one good thing that made her really happy was that Katerina said she wanted to go shopping for a white wedding gown. Even though it was going to be a small wedding, she was still going to make it as memorable for the couple as she could. Father, I would like to clear my schedule next week for a few days. Katerina and I are going to Canada to visit her parents. Leon nodded his head. That's a good idea now that it is safe to do so. You will tell them that they no longer have to worry about being in danger, and they're welcome to come back to Italy. I'm not sure if my parents will move back here. They love it where they are and have made friends. I've never heard them so happy before. Well, they can still come and visit you whenever they want and are welcome to stay here in the mansion. And of course, they will want to be here for your wedding, unless you were planning on getting married in Canada, Eleonora asked. Lazaro smiled over at Katerina before speaking. No, we want to get married here in the garden. Later that morning, while Lazaro was off somewhere with his father, she decided to go into the guest living room and tinkle on the piano. She sensed a presence behind her and turned her head and saw Anthony walking towards her. I didn't know you played, he said, and sat her down on the bench beside her. I don't really, just a few notes here and there. It's not hard. I could teach you, he said, and started playing a popular song. She watched him in awe. Wow, that's really amazing. I could never play like that. Does your brother play the piano too? No, he never wanted to learn. Is there nothing you can't do? She asked, admiring him for all of his talents. I mean, you're an excellent dancer, a sharpshooter, and now the piano. Are there other talents you have that I don't know about? He looked at her and chuckled. I have another talent that exceeds everything else I know what to do, but since you are marrying my brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to show you. She rolled her eyes and slapped his arm. Oh my God, is everything about SX with you? He suddenly turned very serious. All kidding aside, I think you are one amazing woman. I'm so glad that you and Lazaro have found each other. I know how much he loves you and how much you love him. I may tease him a lot and I do like to push his buttons, but he's my brother and I love him, and I'm glad to see him happy. You had put a smile on that grumpy face of his. No other woman has ever been able to do that. I am proud to have you as a sister-in-law. Oh, you are so sweet, she said and gave him a hug. I wouldn't let Lazaro catch you hugging his woman, Eddie said, clearing his throat with a smile on his face. They turned to look at him, knowing he was joking. I just came to say goodbye. She got up and went over to him. Oh, must you leave so soon? I'm afraid so. I've been away from my business long enough, but I will be back for your big day and congratulations on the baby. I know you and Lazaro will be amazing parents. I never had kids of my own, but if I did, and it was a daughter, I would want her to be just like you. She hugged him. You're so sweet and I will miss you. Thank you so much for everything you did for us. He looked over at Anthony. Take care of yourself, son, and try to stay out of trouble. Katerina, would you care to walk me out to my car? I would love to, she said, draping her arm through his. Are you sure you can't stay a few more days? Sorry, but I can't, and I've already said my goodbyes to the others. When they got to his vehicle, he threw his bags into the trunk. If you ever need me for anything, just call and I'll be back here in a flash. Take good care of Al Lazaro and that baby. I'll see you soon, he said, leaning over, kissed her on the cheek. She stood there and waved as he drove away. She looked down at her stomach and rubbed it, talking to the child inside her. I hope your grandfather and grandmother, Rossi, are happy to hear about you, my little one, she said to herself as she walked back into the mansion. Her doctor's appointment was scheduled for the next day. She actually thought it was a bit too soon, but Lazaro insisted, saying that after what she had went through, he wanted to make sure the baby wasn't harmed. Since Eleonora was out and the others weren't home, yet she decided to go for a swim in the pool. Anthony said he had a date, so she knew she was going to be alone and could enjoy the peace and quiet. Chapter 32. Returning home, Lazaro asked one of the maids if they had seen Katerina. Being told she was at the pool, he went out to see her. He stood there watching her swim. She hadn't seen him yet. It was hot out, so he removed his tie and jacket. His face lit up when she turned around and saw him, smiling sweetly at him. You're home early. I couldn't bear to be away from you any longer, he said, squatting down by the edge of the pool and waiting for her to swim over to him. You look so hot. Why don't you join me? As you can see, I don't have a bathing suit on. Reaching out her hands for him to take, he was thinking she wanted him to pull her out. She decided to be naughty. Instead of getting out, she pulled him into the pool, clothes and all. The look of surprise on his face had her laughing. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said with a wicked smirk on her face. He swam over to her, putting his arms around her. That was very naughty of you. So, what are you going to do about it? And don't forget I'm pregnant. He looked lovingly into her eyes. Just how long do you plan on playing the pregnancy card to get out of trouble? About 8 to 9 months, she replied with a giggle. There was no way he could be mad at her. Not when he saw how happy she was. I have a feeling you are going to be keeping me on my toes during the whole pregnancy. Cupping her face in his hands, he lowered his lips onto hers. When he finally broke the kiss, he started removing his clothes, tossing them onto the pavement. Lazaro, what if someone sees you? It's okay. I've left my briefs on and it's like a bathing suit. No, it's really not the same. They spent the next hour swimming and fooling around before getting out and going into the pool house where one could change out of their wet bathing suits. Since he didn't have any dry clothes with him, he just put on one of the robes that hung on a hook. She had just slipped out of her bikini top and bottoms when she felt his arms going around her waist from behind. What do you think you're doing? She asked when he covered her breasts with his hands and started massaging them. I'm horny and I want you now. Someone might come in, she said, feeling his stomach pressing against her. She closed her eyes when she felt his lips on the back of her neck, and before she knew it, he had her bend over and entered her. making her moan out in pleasure. She held on to the back of the chair as he kept thrusting inside her. Her core was throbbing and on fire as he continued moving inside her until they both came. The sound of his grunts and panting excited her. Knowing how much he was enjoying it made her happy. Then she felt him slowly pulling out and turning her around. She felt his lips on hers in a passionate kiss that had her head spinning. Damn woman, you are turning me into a beast and I can't get enough of you. But I think we should get dressed and go inside and get ready for dinner. She grabbed one of the robes and put it on. Her back to him she smiled. You are so shameless. What if someone had walked in on us? Covering himself with his robe, he went up behind her, his mouth close to her ear. I don't think you need to worry about that. I'm sure once they heard you screaming, they would know what was going on. The next day, he drove her to her doctor's appointment, and after she was examined, he was relieved to find out that she was in perfect health and the baby was fine. It was confirmed that she was 2.5 weeks pregnant. They left after getting the prescription for her prenatal pills and setting up regular appointments. Then he stopped at a local store. When she told him she wanted to get some magazines, she picked up an armful. Some were pictures of wedding dresses and other things a bride would need, and the other magazines were of baby stuff, clothes, furniture, and so on. So later that night, she and Eleonora looked through the bridal magazines and discussed the wedding plans. Though Lazaro wasn't allowed to look at the bridal magazines, he was involved with the plans for their wedding. The date was set for 2 months from now. She wanted to get married before she started showing. The next day, they boarded the family jet and headed to Canada to visit her family. Of course, she was super excited to see her parents after all this time and couldn't sit still. She could never imagine their private jet would have all the conveniences that this one did. There was a bedroom, bathroom, comfortable seats to sit in, and there was even a bar that was fully stocked with alcohol. How long will it take us to get there? She asked for the second time. He Saturday, watching her as she walked around this plane. I told you, sweetheart, we will be there in 9 hours. Sit down and relax, or go into the bedroom and take a nap. I'm not tired. Then come sit on my lap and cuddle with me. She went over and Saturday on his lap, putting her arms around his neck. I have missed them so much and I can't wait to see them. But I don't want to tell them about the baby right away. Let's wait until we've been there a couple of days. Why don't you want to tell them right away? My parents are kind of old-fashioned. They believe that a couple should be married before getting pregnant. I'm sure they won't even be pleased that we're living together. Oh, I'm sure they've gotten used to you living with me by now. He ran his hand up her leg, reaching her panties. He cupped his hand over them and started rubbing her. If you're not tired, we could still go lay down and have some fun. Oh, you are always so horny. He smiled as he continued rubbing over the material of her panties. I think you're horny too, judging by the dampness of your panties. Not giving her a chance to reply, he picked her up and carried her to the bedroom, using his foot to kick the door closed. After what seemed like a long flight, they finally landed in Canada. Lazaro had arranged for a rental car before they left Italy, and they headed straight to where her parents were living. Stopping at the address, he pulled into the driveway, put the car in park, and turned off the ignition. Getting out, he went around to the passenger side and opened the door for her and helped her out. It was at that moment that the front door to the house opened and her parents walked out onto the front porch. Mom, Dad, she said as she ran towards them. Meeting them halfway, she found herself wrapped in their arms as they all started sobbing. Lara took Katerina's face in her hands as the tears rolled down her cheek. My baby girl, oh how I have missed you, sweetheart. I missed you too, Mom, she said, and then looked back at her father. Daddy, she said, giving him another hug. After a tearful and heartwarming reunion, she turned her head towards Lazaro and waved for him to come over. Mom, Dad, you remember Lazaro Brambilla, my fiancé. Now how could we forget the man who rescued us from that horrible place? Lara said, giving him a hug. Neri held out his hand to shake his. I'd like to thank you again for everything you've done for me and my family. After a few more minutes of talking, Lazaro and Neri went to get the luggage from the car, while the women went inside to prepare some dinner. Over dinner, they got caught up with what's been happening, but they left out the part where Katerina was kidnapped and what took place during that time. Of course, her mother kept looking at the ring and saying how beautiful it was. So what exactly happened to Roberto? Neri asked later, when they were all sitting in the living room having some tea and dessert. Lazaro did the talking and explained, partly telling him the truth. Apparently there was a gas leak and his mansion blew up and he was killed. I hear it was one of those freak accidents. Mom, Dad, now that he is gone, you are no longer in danger and can come back to Italy. Lazzaro nodded his head in agreement. Yes, and you are both more than welcome to stay at our place, and my father has a lot of connections and he can get you a job. Neri looked over at him and his daughter. We really appreciate that, but we are very happy here, and I have a really good job which I enjoy. Lara and I want to stay here. Well, you are both more than welcome to come and visit anytime you want and stay with us. We would also like for you both to come back to Italy when Caterina and I get married. Since it was getting late, Caterina said she was going to turn in for the night. She looked at Lazzaro and asked if he was coming with her, but her father had another idea. You go on up to bed, sweetheart. I want to talk to Lazzaro before we turn in. After the women left to go to bed, Neri poured them each a brandy. My daughter was so brave to go looking for you to help us. I want to ask you a question and I hope you will tell me the truth. I will. Was you helping us got anything to do with my daughter having to marry you? I know who you are and your type of people. Excuse me for wording it that way, but I do know that you don't do a favor for somebody without getting one in return. Mr. Rossi, first of all, your daughter did not have to marry me in order for me to help her. When she first approached me, I felt something for her right away and she did for me too. I assure you that I am deeply in love with her and I will do everything in my power to make her happy. I will love and protect her for the rest of her life. And there's something I wish to ask you. I wasn't planning on doing it tonight, but since we're discussing things, I might as well. What would that be? Caterina and I are deeply in love and we are getting married, so I would like to ask you for your blessing. What if I don't give you my blessing? Well, she has already agreed to marry me, and with no disrespect to you, sir, whether you give it or not, I still plan on marrying her. Neri chuckled. My daughter is a very brave and strong-willed woman. When she wants something, she will stop at nothing to get it. So you see, if marrying you is what she wants, there's no way I could stop her. But answer me this. She has a temper, and she will ask so many questions that it will have your head spinning. But you probably learned that already. So my question to you is, do you think you can handle her and love her for who she is? Sir, I've already been on the end of her temper and I agree. She does ask a lot of questions and doesn't stop until she gets an answer. So yes, I love her for who she is and I wouldn't want her to change. Neri nodded his head and took a sip of his brandy. You both have my blessing. Just take good care of her and protect her from your enemies. After another drink, they both went upstairs to bed. Caterina was awake in bed, waiting for him. She sat up when he walked in and started removing his clothes. I hope my father didn't give you a hard time. No, it actually went quite good and he gave us his blessing, he said as he got into bed next to her. Getting under the covers, he moved on top of her. I really want to make love to you right now, but I'm not sure if I should because we're in your father's home, and it's a small place and I am afraid they will hear us. She wrapped her arms around him. Then you better be quiet. When she started kissing along his neck, he felt how hard he had gotten, and moved his hand down and lifted her nightgown up over her hips. Spreading her legs, he slid right into her wet opening. He had to move slowly so as not to make the bed squeak more than it already was. For a quickie, they found it very satisfying and a little bit on the naughty side, knowing that the older couple was in the bedroom next door. For the next 3 days, they spent their time with their parents. Caterina went shopping with her mother and he went with her father golfing. The night before they were leaving to go back home, they decided it was time to tell her parents that she was expecting. Lazzaro cleared his throat and placed his arm around her shoulders. We do have some news to tell you and I hope that you will be happy about it. Caterina is expecting our baby. At first, they were a little bit in shock, but then Lara went over and hugged her. Oh sweetheart, that is wonderful news. Neri looked at his daughter and could tell how happy she was. I hope this isn't the real reason why you're getting married. She went over to her father and stood in front of him. Daddy, we are in love and he proposed to me before I found out I was pregnant. I am so happy and I want you to be happy about you being a grandpa. He put his arms around her and gave her a hug. I am happy and I'm happy for you. I love you, sweetheart, and all I want is for you to be happy. When they left to go home the next day, it was a sad time for Caterina. She was going to miss them but knew she would be seeing them soon. In 6 weeks they would be coming back to Italy for the wedding. Chapter 33. Eleonora had taken Caterina shopping for a wedding dress, and insisted she was paying for it and wanted her to pick out her dream dress. She tried on a strapless gown. It had crystal beads all through it. They both fell in love with it instantly, and Eleonora also bought her matching heels. You look so beautiful in it. she said, wiping a single tear away from her eye. Katerina looked in the mirror. It was perfect. I love it, but it's too expensive. Let me try on some others. I'm sure I can find one just as nice and less expensive. Oh no, you won't. This dress was meant for you and we're getting it, she said. Going over, she placed the palms of her hands on Katerina's cheeks. If my daughter had lived, I would have gotten her any dress she wanted, regardless of the cost. I think of you as a daughter and I love you, so accept this gift from me and Leon. Katerina put her arms around her mother-in-law, giving her a big hug, and was choked up when she spoke. I love you too and the others. You've all been so good to me, and I am so lucky to be a part of your family. The weeks flew by and it was time for the wedding. What was supposed to be just family turned out to be a bit more. Eleonora had asked if they could invite a few of their closest friends, and how could Katerina say no? It was still a small wedding, just under 60 people. Lara and Neri had flown in a week early to spend time with their daughter and the rest of the Brambilla family. Adita showed up a couple of days early. The three women went to a spa the day before the wedding, and Katerina was treated like a queen. Even her mother, who for the first time got a day of beauty and felt like a new woman afterwards, after they went and had lunch, indulging in a bottle of champagne. Of course, being pregnant, Katerina didn't have any. The night before the wedding, Lazaro laid in bed watching her as she sat at her vanity table brushing her hair. It was a table that he bought for her, so she could sit while putting on her makeup. Not that she used much and had to do it in the bathroom, and when the table was delivered she was so happy. She even gave him a special surprise that night, one that had him moaning out her name as he tugged on her hair gently. A smile crossed his face when she turned to look at him. Yes, I know I'm staring again, but I can't help it. You're so beautiful, and in a few hours, you will be my wife. Take off that nightgown and come to bed, he said, moving the blankets aside. Placing her brush down, she got up and walked over to the bed. I'll come to bed, but the gown stays on. Katerina, you know my rule. No nightgowns in bed. She climbed in and got under the covers. And you know my rule about having no sex the night before the wedding. I know you. If I remove this nightgown, you will be all over me and there will be no stopping you. You beast. I can still be all over you and no nightgown is going to stop me. You promised me you would sustain for one night and it's not going to kill you. You're not going to break your promise, are you? She asked, knowing he wouldn't, but she wanted to hear him say it. He laid back down on his back, crossing his arms over his chest. That is a stupid rule, and I don't know why I agreed to it. She leaned over and placed her head on his chest. You agreed because you love me. After tomorrow you can have all the sex you want. Well, don't blame me if I wake up with a woody, and it's poking you in the back in the morning. He kissed the top of her head. His hand moved over her stomach. He couldn't wait until she started showing, and when he could feel the baby moving inside her. I'll take my chances. When she woke up in the morning, she did feel something hard pressing against her. Turning her head to look at him, she saw he was still asleep. Getting out of bed before he woke up, knowing if she didn't he would want sex. Don't go, he said in a sleepy voice. She leaned over to kiss his lips softly. It's our wedding day, and you have to get up and go into one of the other bedrooms, and we can't see each other until we say our I do's. I know, and it's another stupid rule, he grumbled as he got out of bed, but before leaving the room he grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. I just want you to know how much I love you and I can't wait until you are officially my wife. How about one kiss to hold me until later? Okay, but just one. Then I better make it a good one, he said as his lips came down on hers, pulling her even tighter against him. The way he was kissing her, and the feel of his hand on the back of her neck had her weak in the knees. Damn, he sure knew how to kiss and to get her wet and horny. When he finally let her go, she was left breathless and panting. With a smirk on his face and knowing the effect he had on her, he grabbed up some clothes and gave her a kiss on the cheek before leaving the room. The men all had breakfast downstairs in the dining room, while the women stayed upstairs to eat. Anthony looked up and smiled when he saw his brother walk into the dining room. Today is the big day, brother. Are you ready to be tied down to one woman for the rest of your life? Sitting down, he reached for his coffee. I've been ready for a long time. I can only hope that someday you meet that special woman that will have your heart racing like crazy and wanting no other woman but her. Anthony let out a chuckle. Not me, bro. I love the single life, and I have no intentions of settling down with one woman. There are just too many gorgeous women out there that would be heartbroken if I was off the market. Leon and Eddie along with Neri just shook their heads. They all knew that someday he would be eating his words. Lazaro looked at Anthony with a very serious look on his face. Please promise me that you are going to behave yourself today. Remember, this is Katarina's big day as well as mine, and you don't want to ruin it for her. Bro, I give you my word that I will act accordingly. I wouldn't do anything to ruin my sister's day. Later, the men were all dressed in their tux and gathered in the family room having a drink before the ceremony. The staff was busy making sure that all the food was prepared and the champagne chilling. All morning people were working outside getting the area ready for the young couple. Chairs were set up, flowers placed where they needed to be, and the area set up for dancing was completed. Eleonora had gone all out and even hired a live band to play. Even though it was a small wedding, she still wanted to make it nice, and had so much fun getting everything planned and set up. The women were upstairs helping Katarina to get ready. A professional stylist came in to do her hair and nails. Then her mother and mother-in-law to be helped her into her gown. Once it was on, the two older women had to wipe tears from their eyes when they saw how gorgeous Katarina looked. Eleonora placed her hands gently on her shoulders and gave her a motherly smile. You are the picture of perfection. My son is a very lucky man to have you as his bride, and we all are so happy to have you as a part of our family. I love you, sweetheart. Now I think I will leave you alone with your mother and go downstairs and check on the guys. I swear if they're drinking, they're going to be in so much trouble. I'll see you in a little while, she said, giving her daughter-in-law a hug before leaving. When they were alone, she turned to her mother. Mom, do you have any advice for me? Lara dabbed her eyes with a tissue. First, I want to tell you how much I love you and how very proud I am of you. You are the strongest and bravest girl and the kindest daughter that a mother could ask for. I guess the best advice I can give you is to be happy and don't fret about the small things. Trust and respect your husband, and most of all, never go to bed angry. It was almost time to go downstairs and outside, but before they could, the door opened and her father walked in. He took one look at her and covered his mouth with his hand as his eyes teared up. This can't be my little girl. It was just yesterday that you were running around in pigtails and wanting to ride on my back. Now you are a beautiful, full-grown woman who is about to become someone's wife and a mother. Oh, Daddy, she said and ran over to him. Thanks for everything. You and Mom have been the best parents anyone could ever have wished for. I love you both so much. After talking for a few minutes, they could hear the music beginning and knew it was time to go down. With her arm draped through her father's arm, he walked her down the staircase and out to the back door leading to the garden. They stood at the door waiting to be given a cue to walk out. Neri was not overly thrilled that his only daughter was marrying into a mafia family, but he knew she loved Lazaro and that he loved her. He also knew that the Brambilla family would love and keep her safe from danger. Then as the wedding march started, and they were given the signal, he looked at her and smiled. This is it, sweetheart. Are you ready? Smiling back at him, she nodded her head. Yes, I am so ready. Moments earlier, Anthony was standing next to Lazaro, talking to him before the ceremony started. Eleonora was sitting beside Leon. She took his hand in hers. Just look at our sons. They are so handsome. She looked at her husband, who was looking right back at her. We had a good life and a handsome and good sons. I want to thank you for everything you have given me. Leon lifted her hand up and kissed it. No, my love, it is I who should thank you. Without you, I don't think I would be the man I am today. I loved you from the moment I laid eyes on you and will love you until the day we take our last breath. I regret nothing, nor would I change a thing. Eddie let out a loud sigh. My God, get a room already, he said with a smile on his face. He was happy that his friends were still so deeply in love, but at times he was a little jealous, wishing he had what they did. Lazaro reached into his breast pocket for the rings, and when he didn't find them, he panicked. He looked at Anthony, sweat forming on his forehead. Fouquet, I don't have the rings and the wedding is about to start. What the hell am I going to do? If Katerina doesn't kill me, Mother will. Can't get married without the rings. Where did you last see them? Anthony asked, looking downright serious. Damn, I left them inside, in the family room. Seeing how upset his big brother was, he decided to put him out of his misery. I know you did, so it's a good thing I picked them up, he said, reaching into his pocket, took out the bands and handed them to him. Lazaro let out a sigh of relief and gave Anthony a dirty look. That wasn't funny, but then again he should have known his brother would pull something to get him riled up. Then when the music started, he told him to go sit down, and then his eyes went to where her father would be walking her down the aisle. Chapter 34. Everyone's head turned when Katerina walked down the aisle towards the groom. Eleonora and her mother had tears in their eyes. Lazaro's eyes were glued on hers. A warm feeling raced through his entire body when he saw her. She was a vision of loveliness and she was all his. When she reached him, he took a hold of her hands. His heart was beating like a drum inside his chest. "You look so beautiful," he said, smiling at her. She could feel the warmth from his hands on hers. Her heart was also beating fast when she looked at him. He was so handsome with his dark complexion and dark hair. She felt like the luckiest woman in the world, to be marrying such a wonderful man. As they said their vows, their eyes stayed locked on one another. Their hands shook, and they placed the wedding band on each other's finger, and when the priest pronounced them man and wife, Lazaro pulled her into his arms and gave her the most loving and passionate kiss ever. "Now you really do belong to me," he said in a whisper so that only she could hear. "I belonged to you the moment we first met," she whispered back. Pictures were taken, congratulations were given, and then the champagne started to flow. Katerina, of course, was given a glass of non-alcoholic beverage. He placed his arm around her waist. As they walked around greeting the guests, she recognized most of the men that were there. Some of them were the ones that helped to rescue her. It was time to sit down for the early dinner that had been prepared for the wedding. Speeches were made by the bride and groom's family, and then it was time for Lazaro to say a few words. "I just want to thank everyone for coming today to witness this special day." He turned to look at Katerina. "But I want to especially thank you. I never thought I would find someone so brave, strong and kind. You have shown me what love is and how to give it. In front of all of these witnesses, I make this promise to you. I will never stop loving you. You make my life better. Thank you for agreeing to be my wife and putting up with me. I love you so much." He reached for her hand and pulled her up, kissing her, and didn't stop until he heard his father clearing his throat over the clapping and cheering. It was now time for their first dance as man and wife. Putting his arm around her waist and holding her right hand, they started swaying to the music. "Well, Mrs. Brambilla, are you happy, my love?" "I'm deliriously happy, and I owe it all to you. I didn't have a chance to tell you earlier, but this dress is so beautiful. It's going to be a shame to tear it off you later tonight." She looked at him and shook her head. "There is no way you are tearing this dress. It's too beautiful and expensive to destroy, but I will let you remove it from me if you promise to behave yourself. You denied me sex last night and this morning, so I'm not sure if I will be able to control myself," he said, kissing her. When it started to get late, he said it was time for them to go to their bedroom and start their honeymoon. They both went over to their parents to tell them they were going to turn in and that they would see them in the morning before they left on their honeymoon. Anthony went over and gave her a kiss on the cheek and his brother a handshake. "I hope you both enjoy the surprise waiting for you upstairs." Lazaro gave him a dirty look. "You better not have done anything stupid or else." "Who, me?" he asked, trying to look innocent. When they got inside the mansion, he picked her up and carried her upstairs into their bedroom. "I have to admit I'm a little afraid to go in there, because I don't know what Anthony was up to." "Only one way to find out," she answered and started nibbling on his ear. "Oh hell, I'll take that chance." When he opened the door, and they stepped in, he didn't even have to turn any lights on. The place was lit up with scented candles. There was a trail of rose petals leading from the door over to the bed. There were 2 bottles of champagne. One was non-alcoholic, along with 2 glasses. There was a bowl of fresh strawberries and a can of whipped cream next to it. Okay, if this is Anthony's surprise, then he did a good job. Still, in his arms, she looked over at the bed. "Looks like someone left us a gift," she said when she saw a bag on top of the bed. Wiggling out of his arms, she walked over with him following her and picked up the bag. "I wonder what's in here." "Open it and find out." "Oh my God," she gasped when she pulled out a pair of pink fluffy handcuffs, a feather, and something that looked like a strap but had strings on it. There was also a pair of edible panties and a few other kinky items. She looked at him and noticed the smile on his face. "This amuses you?" "Well, yeah," he said, picking up the whip. "For once my brother did something right, and we'll take this with us on our honeymoon. If you think you're going to use that whip thingy on me, you got another thing coming, mister. Now unzip my dress, please." When she turned her back to him, she felt his fingers on the zipper, but then his lips landed on her neck. "You better just unzip it and don't rip it," she said in a stern tone. He unzipped the dress and pulled it down and waited for her to step out of it, and being a good husband, he placed it over the chair so it wouldn't get wrinkled. When he went to pull her into his arms, she stopped him. "Why don't you pour us both a drink? while I change into something a little more comfortable. Don't bother, sweetheart. Whatever you put on is not going to be on you for very long, he said as she walked away and headed to the bathroom after grabbing something from her dresser. He quickly removed his clothes except for his briefs. Leaving them on, he went and poured them each a glass of champagne. He was taking a sip of his drink when she returned and almost choked on it when he saw what she was wearing. "Do you like it?" she asked, leaning up against the doorframe. His member twitched and grew hard under the confinement of his briefs. There she was, wearing nothing but a thong and one of his ties around her neck. He watched as she walked slowly towards him. His eyes were glued to her breasts. Grabbing hold of the tie, he pulled her closer. "You're so freaking hot, but we can do without the panties," he said, placing his hands on them, ripped them until they fell apart. "That's more like it." She picked up a strawberry, took a bite, and then put the rest in his mouth. "Mama needs some snake," she said, putting her hand inside his briefs and grabbed a hold of it. "You are developing a potty mouth, but I like it when you talk dirty," he said, holding onto the tie and moved her over to the bed. Pushing her down, he removed the briefs and climbed over the top of her. "I hope you're up for a long ride, all night long." Morning, when she came from the bathroom and saw him with the gift that Anthony left them, she went over to him. "Why are you putting those in your suitcase?" "Well, if you're dragging me to a fishing camp in Montana, I want to at least have some fun while we're there. You said you would take me where I wanted to go, and that's what I want to do. I thought you liked fishing." "I do, but I could have taken you somewhere really nice, like Hawaii or the Bahamas. It's not too late to change your mind. I can make it happen. You're so grumpy when you don't get your way. We can go to those places anytime. Right now I want to go there. It's very private and we'll be alone." She put her arms around his neck, looking sweetly at him. "This is what will make me happy. But there aren't any restaurants or a staff to cook and clean for us." "I know. That's why I picked that place. I want to cook for my husband, even if it's only for a couple of weeks. Also, you can help me with the cleaning." She laughed when she saw the look of horror on his face. "We better go eat and say goodbye to the others before we leave for the airport." Later on, they were seated in a jet and headed to a small camping lodge. When they landed, there was a rental car waiting for them, so they stopped to buy food before heading to their cabin. He was so glad when he found a liquor store, so he got a couple of bottles of scotch. Arriving at the cabin, she became super excited. Not waiting for him, she rushed inside to check it out, followed by Lazaro, who was carrying in the luggage. "Oh, Lazaro, isn't this the cutest cabin you've ever seen?" He looked around and shrugged his shoulders. "I guess it's all right. I'll just go bring in the food before some wild animals decide to steal it." She was disappointed that he wasn't excited as she was, and when he came back in and Saturday the bags on the kitchen counter, she looked at him. "I'm sorry, this isn't what you wanted, and I was being selfish to bring you to a place where you obviously aren't going to enjoy yourself." Now he felt like hell for spoiling it for her. Going over, he put his arms around her. When she wouldn't look at him, he lifted her chin up. "No, you had nothing to be sorry for. Okay, I admit, it's not what I'm used to, but if it's what you want, then I do too." She smiled at him. "I promise you will have fun. We can go fishing, go on hikes, and at night I will be your sex slave." That made him smile. "I love this place already." He wanted to find the bed and take her to it, but she said they had to put the food away. "All right, but then we're going to bed, and you are going to get naked so that I can ravish every inch of you." She no sooner had the last item in the freezer when he picked her up bridal style and carried her to the bedroom. 3 hours later, she was exhausted and feeling hungry. "Lazaro, I need food, and so does the baby." She got up and grabbed his shirt, putting it on. "It's late, so I'll just make some spaghetti that's simple and quick." "Sounds good to me," he said, watching her as she put on his shirt. "I really don't like you cooking in your condition. You really should be resting, not doing household chores." "Would you like to cook then?" she said, smiling at him, knowing he probably didn't even know how to boil an egg. "If there was anywhere around here that I could order takeout, I would. But as for cooking, sorry, babe." He sat her up and put on his pants. "But I'm not going to let you do everything. I'll help you. Who knows? I might even learn something." As it turned out, he was more in the way than of any help, even when it came to the washing up. But she couldn't get mad at him because he really was trying his best. For 2 weeks they spent their time fishing, hiking, watching movies, and making love. They each learned more about each other. They discussed baby names, but couldn't agree on one, so they figured they'd wait until the baby was born to decide. By the end of their honeymoon, He had grown to love the place, the peace and quiet, and mostly spending every minute alone with the woman who owned his heart. But life had to go on and get back to normal. So now they were on their way home. Arriving home, there was a big banner on the front door welcoming the newlyweds home. They were all gathered to hear how their honeymoon went. As we expected from Anthony, he had some wise-ass comments to give. So how was it? Did you do anything but bang each other's brains out for 2 weeks straight? Of course. He got a slap upside his head from Eleonora. I swear, boy, if you don't watch that mouth of yours, you are going to find yourself living somewhere else. Mom, I'm just kidding around. After talking for a while, Katerina said she was tired and wanted to go to bed. Lazaro said he was tired too. As they were leaving, Anthony had to get one more comment in. I hope you were able to enjoy the gift I left for you. Lazaro looked at him and smirked. I guess you will never know. The truth was they did, and she even enjoyed being cuffed to the bed and blindfolded. The only thing she refused to do was let him use the nipple clamps on her. He didn't blame her, knowing it would be painful. Plus she was pregnant and that would make it more painful. The idea was for pleasure, not pain, and anything that caused her pain was totally off limits. Chapter 35. Lazaro was so happy that she was having an easy pregnancy. She didn't even experience much morning sickness, but her mood swings and her craving for butterscotch ice cream and chocolate cookies were over the top. The time seemed to fly by. She was now in her 6 months of pregnancy. He came home from checking out one of the family businesses and found her in the bedroom, and it looked like she had been crying. Going over, he took her in his arms and hugged her. What's wrong, Cat? There's no more butterscotch ice cream, she said with such a sad look on her face. He let out a chuckle. Oh, sweetheart, that's nothing to cry about. She looked up at him with her big sad puppy eyes. But I have the strong craving for some. Well, this is a problem I can fix for you, he said, and taking out his phone called down to the kitchen. Yes, I need for you to order a freezer full of butterscotch ice cream. Don't forget the butterscotch syrup, she said, tugging on his sleeve. And make sure you have plenty of butterscotch syrup on hand. Oh, and don't forget the whipped cream, she said as she tugged on his arm again. Before hanging out with the kitchen staff, he looked at her. Is there anything else? She gave him the sweetest smile that she could muster. Lots of cherries. Smiling back at her and stroking her cheek tenderly, he spoke again into the phone. Also make sure to have whipped cream and lots of cherries, he said, and then hung up. She pulled herself onto his lap and placed her arms around his neck. You are the best husband in the whole wide world. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you, and whatever you want you shall get, he said as he moved his hand over her belly. When he saw her chewing on her bottom lip, he knew there was something on her mind. Is there something you want to say to me? She was a little hesitant in telling him and was afraid he would get angry. Well, I forgot to mention that I also have a really bad craving for those chocolate marshmallow cookies. Removing his hand from her belly, he rubbed it over his face. Cat, why didn't you tell me that when I was on the phone to the kitchen? I'm sorry. Just forget about the cookies, she said between sniffling. Giving her a tender kiss on the cheek, he picked his phone up once again and made the call downstairs, and instructed them to also stock up on the cookies that she had an unusual craving for. You never have to say sorry to me. I will always give you whatever you want. She started undoing his tie. Removing it, she then started unbuttoning the buttons on his shirt. I would also like you to do something else for me. Seeing the way she was looking at him, and how she was undressing him, he had a very good idea what she was wanting. Oh, I know where this is going, and I'm more than happy to oblige. He then lowered her down onto the bed. The best thing about this pregnancy was that she was always super horny, which was a huge plus for him. Eleonora was over the moon at the thought of her first grandchild coming into the world. She was spoiling Katerina, making sure she had whatever food she was craving and had lots of rest. She had already bought tons of baby clothes and other items that would be needed. Between the two women, they had picked out baby furniture and the room was already set up. I really wish I knew what the sex of the baby was going to be. If it's a girl, I would love to get a whole bunch of cute little frilly dresses, Eleonora commented during dinner one night. Lazaro looked over at Katerina. We talked about it and decided we wanted to wait and be surprised, so I wouldn't bother buying the dresses, because it's going to be a boy. Katerina rolled her eyes at him. You're always so sure of yourself. Well, I think it's going to be a girl, so what do you say about that, Daddy? He placed his hand over the top of hers. I will be just as happy if it turns out to be a girl, but it's a boy, he said. Looking at the others, he winked. He had gone to every doctor's appointment with her, to every ultrasound, and still, He could not persuade her into finding out the sex of the baby. Of course Anthony had to put his 2 cents worth in. If it's a boy, I will be the best uncle ever and teach him everything he knows to know about the opposite sex. If it's a girl, I will make sure the boys keep their distance from her. Katerina cleared her throat and gave Anthony an angry glare. You will not fill my son's head with your nonsense. He will not grow up to be a playboy like his uncle. Anthony gave her a wink. We'll see about that, my beautiful sister. Oh my God, you're so incorrigible, she said, shaking her head at him. But she knew that he was just trying to get her riled up, and she also knew that he would be the best uncle any little girl or little boy could ever ask for. The next few days went pretty smoothly, until Lazaro made a mistake of commenting on her eating ice cream. It was late when he and his brother got home from taking care of some business, when he walked into the bedroom and found her in bed eating a large-size butterscotch sundae with all the trimmings. Wow, more ice cream. Are you saying I'm getting fat? She asked as she took another spoonful of the ice cream. If she didn't like this dessert so much, she would have thrown it at him. The moment he heard the tone in her voice, he knew he had made a big mistake. No, that's not what I'm saying. Then what are you saying? He turned his back to her and removed his jacket and tie. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just making a statement. You were eating one of those when I left earlier. Oh my God. You are insinuating I'm getting fat, she said and threw a pillow at him, getting him in the back. He bit his tongue, so as not to upset her any more than she already was. Cat, do not put words in my mouth. I am not saying you're getting fat. You're pregnant, that's all. Why are you yelling at me? She asked and started to cry. He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. He knew he wasn't yelling at her, but he also didn't like to see her cry. Getting in bed next to her, he put his arm around her. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, my darling. You are the most beautiful pregnant woman in the whole world, and I love you so much. I'm sorry. These darn hormones, they're driving me crazy. I love you too, and you are being so patient with me. He picked up her spoon and scooping up a spoonful fed it to her. You don't need to apologize. You never have to. Would you like me to get you anything else before I go to sleep? No, I'll just finish this. Just as he got settled under the covers, she gently stroked his chest. Actually, I wouldn't mind a couple of those chocolate marshmallow cookies. I guess I could go get them myself. Again he bit his tongue. I don't want you going downstairs in the middle of the night. I'll go get them. You're such a wonderful husband, she said as he pulled on a pair of his pants and left the bedroom. When he got down to the kitchen, he found his father sitting at the kitchen table having a late-night snack. Does Mom know you're eating this late? He wiped the frosting from the cake off his face. No. And you're not going to tell her? What brings you down here? I would have thought you'd be fast asleep by now. He opened one of the cupboard doors and took out a package of the cookies and then Saturday down with his father. Dad, how did you put up with Mom when she was pregnant with me and Anthony? I mean, Katerina is driving me crazy. She takes everything I say out of context. When I mentioned that she was eating ice cream again, she flew off the handle and started crying. I honestly don't know how much longer I can put up with this. Leon chuckled. Son, you just have to be very patient. Her body is going through a lot of changes right now, and her emotions are all over the place. Your mother was very emotional at times, crying for no reason at all. Whatever you do, do not say anything about her weight or what she eats. I see she sent you down here for some of her favorite cookies. Yeah, I figured I'd take the whole box up, in case she decides to wake me up again later on for some. Well, hang in there, son, because it's not going to last forever. Once you hold your baby in your arms, for the first time you will have forgotten all about this. Thanks, Dad. Good night. Over the next few weeks, he would lay in bed next to her, caressing her stomach, and was thrilled whenever he felt the baby moving. She was now just a little over 8 months pregnant. When they all went to a charity event, everyone was looking forward to it, especially Katerina, who knew that once the baby came, it would be a while before she got another night out. Lazaro held her hand as they walked around, talking to some of the people. He kept asking her if she was okay, and if she got tired to let him know. After a while she stood in front of him, smiling. Would you care to dance with a pregnant woman? He looked at her face. She was glowing and had the sweetest smile on her face. Only if that woman is you. Taking her hand in his, he led her onto the dance floor. Have I told you how beautiful you look tonight? No, you haven't, and I'm still waiting. I'm bad. You look amazing and I love this dress. So was I. Even with my big belly sticking out. More so, since you are carrying my baby. Kat, I can't express how much I love you." He lifted her chin up and placed his lips over hers in a sweet kiss. 3 hours later, and after having a dance with Anthony and Leon, she was starting to get tired, so she asked Lazaro if they could go home. Touching her cheek, he nodded his head. "Of course, just let me tell the others we're leaving. Are you coming with me?" "I would, but I really need to use the restroom." "Okay, you go ahead and I'll wait for you by the door." Coming from the bathroom, there was a man standing there. He appeared drunk, and when she went to pass him, he grabbed her arm. "Hey, pretty lady, where are you going in such a hurry? Get your hand off of me," she hissed at him. "Hey, don't be like that. I just want to feel the baby. I don't know you and I never let strangers touch me. Now let go before my husband comes and kills you." But before she could react, he shoved her up against the wall and aggressively pushed his hand on her stomach. Lazaro told his family they were leaving, and Anthony said he was too and would ride back with them. Leon and Eleonora decided to stay and enjoy the party, but wanted to walk them out. Leaving the ballroom, they made their way to where Katerina had gone to. They got there in time to see what was going on. Seeing some man with his hands on his wife, he flew into a fit of rage. Going over, he pulled the man off her by the back of his neck. "You dare to touch my wife," he said as he started punching the man over and over again. Eleonora rushed over to Katerina and knew something was terribly wrong. Her face had turned white as a ghost, and she was moaning in pain as she clutched her stomach. She screamed for Lazaro. "Lazaro, Katerina is hurt." Hearing this, he let go of the man who fell to the ground and rushed over to her. "Kat, what's wrong?" She looked at him with tears in her eyes and cried out in pain. "I don't know. It hurts so bad. Oh my God. Something is wrong with the baby." He picked her up in his arms and turned to Anthony. "I'm taking her to the hospital. Take care of that prick for me." "I will, and then I'll meet you at the hospital, after I teach this prick a lesson." "We'll go with you and I'll drive," Leon said, taking Eleonora's hand, and followed Lazaro out. It was good that no one was out in the hallway when it happened. They didn't have time to explain what had happened. Inside the car, he held her, telling her everything would be all right. Her eyes were full of tears. She looked up at him. Her bottom lip quivered. "It hurts so bad. We can't lose our baby. Please tell me our baby will be all right," she said between sobs. Eleonora Saturday up front with Leon. It brought back the memory of when she lost her daughter around the same time. Then she felt Leon's hand squeezing hers. She looked at him and saw him mouth the words, "It will be all right," and knew. He too was remembering that horrible time when they lost their firstborn and prayed that history didn't repeat. Chapter 36. Reaching the hospital, he carried her inside, calling out for someone to help them. His mother and father were right behind him. A nurse was standing by, and seeing them, she ran over. She waved for someone to bring a stretcher. "What have we got here?" "My wife. She's in a lot of pain." As Katerina was laid down on the stretcher, the nurse spoke to Lazaro. "How far along is your wife?" "It's 2 weeks until her due date," he said, holding on to Katerina's hand. "Sir, we need to take her out back and examine her, but you have to stay here." "No, I need to be with her." "Lazaro, it's okay. Let them do their job," Katerina said, looking up at him. "All right, but I'll be right here, and as soon as I'm allowed, I'll come to you. Don't worry, my love. You and the baby are going to be okay. I love you so much." "I love you too," she said as she was being wheeled away. When she was out of sight, he turned to his parents. His eyes were filling up with tears, and he couldn't stop them from falling down his face. "Tell me she's going to be okay." Seeing her son hurting broke her heart. Going over, she put her arms around him, placing her hand on the back of his head, pulled him down, letting it rest on her shoulder as she stroked his head. "You must have faith, son. God willing, she and your child will be okay." She held the tears back, knowing she had to be strong for him. Leon stood back, helpless. They were interrupted when a nurse walked over to them. "Sir, your wife is in labor, so you need to come with me so we can get you into a gown." He looked back at his mother. "I've got to go." "Yes, go now," she replied, and once he was out of sight, she went into Leon's arms and sobbed. She was worried for both Katerina and the baby. It brought back that time in her life she thought she would never get over. She did, but only with Leon's help and time. Did dull the pain of losing her daughter so many years ago. "Tell me history isn't going to repeat itself?" she asked, her face buried in his chest. "Don't cry, my love." He never liked seeing his wife cry. It made him sad to see her hurting. "I'm sure they will be all right." Anthony showed up shortly after Katerina was taken into the delivery room. Is there any news on her and the baby? Leon shook his head, still holding on to Eleonora. She went into labor. Your brother is with her, so all we can do is wait. He held her tighter. It's not unusual for the baby to come early, and it is only 2 weeks early. Mom, are you okay? She looked at Anthony. It just brings back some painful memories. Mom, what memories? We might as well tell him, Leon said, wiping her tears away. So Anthony listened as his mother told him about the sister he almost had and what had happened. Hearing that she lost her baby at 8 months pregnant, he now understood why she was so worried about Katerina and the baby. Why didn't you ever tell me and Lazaro about this? I don't know. When you both came along, the pain wasn't as bad, and I had 2 beautiful boys. I never saw the point of telling either one of you. He went over, putting his arms around her. I'm so sorry, Mom. I can't imagine what you went through, but Katerina and the baby will be okay. Soon you will have a grandchild to hold and love. Someone for you to spoil. In the delivery room, Katerina was in a great deal of pain, and it was determined that the incident that occurred at the ball, when the man put his hand on her and slammed her up against the wall, caused her to go into early labor. She held his hand as he wiped her forehead with a cool cloth. I wish my parents were here. She was expecting them to come a week before her due date, but now it was too late. I know, but my father called to let them know, and he's sending the jet to go and get them. They will be here soon, I promise. Right now we have to concentrate on bringing this baby into the world. I'm scared. Something doesn't feel right. She looked at him. We can't lose our baby. Tell me our baby will live. I don't want you talking like that. We're not going to lose our baby. It's time to start pushing, the doctor told her. You can do this, Lazaro said, holding her hand. It was tearing him apart inside to see how much pain she was in. He ignored the pain in his hand. When she squeezed the hell out of it as she pushed harder, sweat was rolling down her face and her cries of pain were hard to listen to. That's it, Mrs. Brambilla. We need you to push as hard as you can. Lazaro smiled at her. We can do this. She glared angrily at him. I don't see you laying with your legs spread open, trying to push a human being out of one of your holes, she yelled at him. He tried not to smile. Knowing the others could hear her, he tried his best to make her feel better. I love you. You're so beautiful. Oh, shut up. Beautiful my ass. Don't look at me. All I want to do is punch you in the face for doing this to me. After giving one more push, and when the doctor said to push again, she hissed through her teeth. I'm never letting you touch me ever again. Giving one last push, she felt relief. When the baby finally made its way into the world, Lazaro looked over and a smile crossed his face when he saw the baby. It's a boy. We have a son. She felt so weak but managed a smile, and when the baby was placed in his arms, she reached over to touch the baby. She knew they gave the baby to him because she was too exhausted to hold him. He's beautiful, she said in barely a whisper. He sure is, he said, looking down at the baby. But just then he heard a commotion and turned his head to look at her. Katerina. He shouted when he saw her eyes were closed. What's wrong with my wife, and why isn't she waking up? A nurse took the baby from him, saying they were taking him to check him over and clean him up. They told him to leave, but he refused. No, I'm not leaving her. Tell me what's wrong. Another nurse went over, moving him towards the door. Your wife is losing a lot of blood and the doctor needs to stop it, she said as she finally got him out of the room. Sir, you have to let them do their job. Go to the waiting room and I'll come to you when I know something. He couldn't believe this was happening. He couldn't lose the love of his wife. Not knowing what to do, he removed his gown. Tossing it into the bin provided, he walked out and into the waiting room. He saw the others there and they all stood up when they spotted him. Walking over and seeing the look on their faces, he knew they were holding their breath waiting to hear what he had to say. It's a boy, a beautiful 6.5-pound baby boy. Everyone was overjoyed, but Eleonora knew something was wrong by the look on Lazaro's face. Son, what aren't you telling us? He looked at his mother. Katerina is unconscious. They said she lost a lot of blood and are working on her now. He went and sat her down, burying his head in his hands. Giving birth was hard on her. Oh my God, she has to be okay. Everyone's face dropped. Hearing this shook them. Praying she would make it, Eleonora went and sat her next to him. She will. She's a fighter and has you and her baby to live for. She wrapped her arms around him when he leaned his head on her shoulder. Half an hour later, the doctor came out to talk to them. Lazaro jumped to his feet. My wife. How is she? There was such a pain in his chest. and he could hardly breathe as he waited for the news. We stopped the bleeding, but she is very tired and weak. But your wife is going to be all right. We will have to keep her in for a few days for observation, and to make sure there's no more bleeding. Thank God. Can I go see her? Yes, but for right now she can only have one visitor. The baby, is he all right? Lazaro asked, just wanting to make sure. Oh, yes, he's a healthy little boy. Would you like for me to get the nurse to bring him out so that your family can meet him? Yes, please. He turned to his family. I'll let you get acquainted with the baby, but I need to go to Katerina. Then you all might as well go home and come back tomorrow when you can get in to see her. Her parents should be here by then. Moments after he left, the nurse came out with the baby, placing him in Eleonora's arms. She Saturday down. Tears trickled down her cheeks when she looked at him. The others Saturday down on either side of her. Oh, look, he's perfect, she said, touching his cheek tenderly. Leon smiled like a proud grandpa. He's going to grow up into a strong man. He's so beautiful and tiny, Anthony said as he looked at his nephew. 10 minutes later, the nurse came to get the baby, and they then decided to go home, since they weren't allowed to visit Katerina. Lazaro walked into the room and walked over to the bed. She was asleep, and he felt so sad to see how pale she was. He pulled up a chair and sat her down. Taking her hand in his, he softly kissed each finger. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry you had to go through so much pain giving birth to our son, but he's perfect and I hope you wake up soon, so that you can hold him in your arms. I was afraid to hold him at first. He was so tiny and I was worried I might drop him. He closed his eyes, still holding her hand up to his lips when he felt her fingers moving. You wouldn't, she said, her eyes fluttering open and closed only to open again. He got up, towering over her. He stroked her head. Oh, Cat, you'd me so worried. I know how tired you are, so just go back to sleep. I'll be right by your side when you wake up. You did good. Sweetheart, our son is strong and healthy. I want to see him. Later, when you've had some rest. No, I want to see him now. He knew arguing with her was a losing battle. Okay, I'll go find a nurse, but once you see him then I want you to rest. Kissing her cheek, he left the room. 10 minutes later he returned, carrying the baby in his arms. She reached out her arms to take him, kissing his soft head. He's perfect and he looks just like you. She stared at her baby. My beautiful son, you gave me a hard time, but it was so worth it. I love you. He sat on the bed looking at his family. Seeing her hold their son warmed his heart, and his love for them grew stronger. After an hour he could see she was getting tired, and could barely keep her eyes open, so he said it was time she rested. You should go home too and get some sleep, she said as she handed the baby to him. No way, I'm staying right here with you until I can take you both home. Now get some sleep. Anthony and our parents will be here in the morning. The next day, Katerina had just finished feeding the baby as Lazaro watched her, when there was a knock at the door and their families walked in. They each were carrying flowers and gifts for the baby. He smiled at them all. Come meet your grandson. Luca, Edward Brambilla. The 4 grandparents took turns holding the baby, while the others were fussing over the baby. Neri took this opportunity to talk with Katerina. You did real good, sweetheart. He's beautiful and you look so happy. I know I've told you this before, but I'm so proud of you. Your mother and I plan on coming to visit as often as we can, and we want you to come and visit us. Thank you, Dad. I hope you and Mom will stay for a while. Lara heard them talking and came to her, leaning over to kiss her cheek. Yes, we're staying for a couple of weeks. Anthony made his way over. When Neri and Lara went back over to the baby and the others, he sat on the bed beside her. How are you feeling? I'm tired but happy. Now that you're an uncle, maybe you will start behaving and find an aunt for Luca. Why is everyone telling me to settle down? Even your parents were on my case last night. No matter what my future holds, I promise, I'll be the best uncle ever. He leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Damn, Anthony, are you hitting on my woman? Lazaro said in a joking way. Anthony winked at her. I think it's time we tell him that we are in love and plan on running away together. She gave his arm a slap. Behave yourself. After visiting for a while and knowing Katerina was tired, they all decided to leave so she could rest. They promised to come back the next day, and were hoping she'd be home soon. Chapter 37, Epilogue, Part 1. 3 years later, she was awakened by Lazaro climbing on top of her. His skin was still damp from the shower he had taken. After 3 years, you are still so horny first thing in the morning. It's your fault. How is it my fault? She asked as he started kissing her. Because you are even more beautiful today than the day I met you. Now stop talking and let me have my evil way with you before Luca wakes up. Oh, why did you have to shave your stubble off your face? I like you with some facial hair. I should deny you sex for doing that. As if that was going to happen. He knew just how to get her to give in. Now, open those beautiful legs of yours and let me enter your sweet spot. Every time they had sex it was better than before. He just loved how their body fit together. It was the best feeling in the world. They had just finished showering and dressing when Luca came running into the bedroom, jumping into his mother's arms. Mommy, I'm hungry. Well, let's get you dressed and we'll go down and have breakfast with the family, she said, carrying him back to his room. But first she looked back at Lazaro. You come in. They always made a point of getting Luca ready in the morning and putting him to bed at night. That was when Lazaro was home. They no sooner walked into the dining room when Luca wiggled out of his father's arms and ran over to his grandparents. Needless to say, he was the apple of their life. Sitting on Grandpa's knee, he looked up at him. Where is Uncle Anthony? He adored his uncle as much as he did his grandma and grandpa. He's not home yet, but when he does, I'm sure he will come and play with you. Leon no sooner got the words out when Anthony showed up, and Luca jumped off his grandpa's knee and ran to him. How's my big boy? He asked, picking him up in his arms. Hungry, he replied in his childlike voice. Me too. I've had a very busy night and morning, and have worked up quite an appetite, he said, looking at the others, and winked. It was obvious to everyone what Anthony was talking about. Good Lord, boy, are you ever going to settle down with one woman, instead of having all these one-night stands? Eleonora asked, shaking her head at him. Where's the fun in that? He asked as he reached for his coffee. But if you must know, I was with Chelsea. Lazaro raised an eyebrow at his brother. That's like the third time now. That's so unlike you to be with one woman more than once or twice. Well, she's a lot of fun, likes a lot of the things I do, and not too bad in bed. Anthony, please don't talk like that in front of my son. He repeats everything he hears, Katerina said, giving him the stink eye. You and I have to go to the warehouse this morning, so I hope you got some sleep, Lazaro said before Anthony could come back with his smart comment. The family had only met Chelsea once, and to be honest, they weren't that crazy about her. She was made up like a Barbie doll, flaming red hair, and she wore lots of makeup and revealing clothing. It wasn't her appearance that offended them. It was her snotty attitude, the way she looked down at everyone, and the way she spoke to the help. Nope, I didn't get much sleep, but I'm wide awake, brother. After he finished his breakfast and played with Luca, he left with Lazaro to take care of some business. That afternoon, Leon took Luca outside to play, while Katerina and Eleonora stayed inside. When Katerina went to get off the sofa, she felt dizzy and had to sit back down. Are you okay, dear? Eleonora asked when she saw her turning pale and sitting back down. Wow, I suddenly felt dizzy, and I feel like I'm going to get sick. Oh God, excuse me, she said as she got up and ran to the nearest bathroom. Eleonora followed behind her, and when Katerina swayed down in front of the toilet and threw up, she held the young girl's hair back. Oh my, I wonder if it was something you ate. Wiping her mouth, she looked at her mother-in-law. I think I might be pregnant. Well, of course, Eleonora's eyes lit up. To her this was fantastic news. That's wonderful. But are you sure? I'm pretty sure. It's how I felt the last time I was pregnant. But we mustn't say anything to Lazaro until I know for sure. One of the maids is going shopping, so I'll get her to pick up a pregnancy test for you. She then made Katerina lay down on the sofa in the family room and went to get her some tea. Later that afternoon, after taking the test, she went downstairs, where Eleonora was waiting to hear the results. So, are you? Yes, the test was positive. Going over to Katerina, she put her arms around her. Oh, sweetheart, that is wonderful news, and Lazaro is going to be thrilled to death. Now what is our son going to be thrilled about? They both turned their heads and saw Leon and Luca entering the room. Seeing his train set, he ran over to it and started playing, while the grown-ups talked. We're going to be grandparents again. Leon smiled at Katerina. You're pregnant. That is fantastic news, and it's about time we had more children to help fill this place up. Lazaro and Anthony had returned from work, and when they walked into the family room and when Lazaro saw his parents gushing and making a fuss over Katerina, he asked why they were hugging her. Mommy's pregnant, Lucas said as he continued playing with his train set. Lazaro's head snapped back to look at his wife. There was no smile on his face. Is this true? He didn't mean to sound harsh, but judging from the looks on everyone's faces it came out that way. Eleonora sensed that something was wrong and figured they should all leave the couple alone to talk. Going over, she picked up Luca. What say we get you ready for dinner? She looked at her husband and Anthony. Don't you two have something to do in the office? Giving them the clue to leave. Once they were all gone, Katerina walked over to him. Yes, it's true. He turned his back to her and walked over to the bar, pouring himself a drink. When did you find out and how far along are you? I just found out today, and according to the Clearview pregnancy test, I'm 2.5 weeks pregnant. What the hell is wrong with you? I thought you would be happy that we're having another baby. Do you not want any more children? And if not, why hadn't you ever told me? How could this happen? I thought you were on the pill, he said, not answering her question. When we went to Cuba for those 2 days, I forgot to take my pills and I didn't think that it would matter if I missed a couple of days. When he didn't answer her, she became furious. Picking up a cushion from the sofa, she threw it at him. I thought you would be happy. What the hell is your problem? He turned to look at her. He softened when he saw the tears in her eyes. It's not that I don't want more children, it's just that we shouldn't. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Damn it, Kat, don't you remember what happened the last time you gave birth? It was so hard on you and you could have died. That was different, and that doesn't mean it'll happen again. I'm happy that I'm pregnant and I'm sorry that you're not. If you don't want anything to do with this baby, then you can move yourself into one of the other bedrooms, and I'll do it on my own. She started to cry and went to leave the room. Kat, I'm just afraid. She stopped, turned back to look at him. You're afraid? He went over to her and put his hands on her shoulders. I'm afraid that you will go through what you did last time. I'm also afraid that this time you won't live and I will lose you for good. I love you so much and I would rather not have any more children, if it meant taking you away from me. She cupped his face in her hands and stared deeply into his eyes. You mustn't think that way. I know this time will be different and everything will be just fine. Why didn't you ever talk to me about these feelings you're having? I don't know. I guess I didn't want to hear you say that you wanted more children. I was even thinking about having a vasectomy. I'm your wife. Damn it, you're always supposed to talk to me about everything and no way in hell are you having one of those done. I want more children. I just don't want to lose you. You're not going to lose me, Lazaro. We're having a baby and I need you. It's going to break my heart thinking that you don't want this child. I do want this child. Please forgive me for acting like a world-class jerk. I am happy and I'll make sure that you get the best medical care available. I will not let what happened to you last time happen again. Are you just going to stand there looking at me or are you going to kiss me? She asked, wrapping her arms around his neck. He pulled her into his arms and his lips came down on hers, kissing her the way a man would kiss the woman he loved with all of his heart and soul. The others were seated in the dining room, waiting for them and hoping that everything was all right between them. But seeing them walking hand in hand with a smile on their face, they all felt a great sense of relief, but still not understanding what his problem was. Anthony had Luca on his lap. Looks like you're going to be a big brother. So tell me, buddy, how do you feel about that? Lucas shrugged his shoulders. Where is the baby? He's in your mommy's tummy. He looked up at his uncle, scrunching up his nose. How did it get in there? Before Anthony could open his mouth, Lazaro spoke up. We will discuss it at a later date. But right now you finish your dinner, young man. He shook his head at his younger brother. Knowing him, he would probably tell him the truth. And Luca was way too young to know about the birds and bees. As time went by, everybody was thrilled at the thoughts of having another baby in the house. A room next to Lucas was made up into another baby's room. Lazaro went to every appointment with her and wherever they went. He never left her side or he had somebody with her. He was not going to take the chance on anything happening to her this time around. He even made sure to have a supply of her favorite ice cream and syrup around in case she got a craving. Only this time she had a craving for pickles and potato chips. When they went for the scan, they had decided that this time they would find out the sex of the baby. As the scan was being done, the doctor turned to them. I'm seeing something here that I didn't notice before. Now this had Lazaro worried, thinking that something was wrong. What? Is the baby okay and what are you seeing? Tell me now. Damn it, Lazaro, she said to him, giving him a dirty look. Do not talk to the doctor in that tone of voice or that language. Let him finish. The doctor cleared his throat. Sir, your wife is in excellent health and so are the babies. Lazaro held up his hands. Wait, did you just say babies? I did. You're having twins. Both girls. Lazaro and Katerina looked at one another with their mouth wide open. They were both speechless, but she was the one to find her voice first. Twin girls. That's so amazing. I can hardly believe it. Can you? She asked him and noticed he still wasn't talking. Sweetheart, she said, touching his arm. Aren't you going to say anything? Yeah, that's really great. It's not that he didn't want to be happy. He was just worried about her. Doctor, you remember what happened last time? Can you guarantee me that the same thing won't happen again? I guess what I'm saying is she had a hard time delivering one baby. What's it going to be like for her to deliver two? Mr. Brambilla, I understand your concern, and as you know, there are no guarantees. But your wife is in perfect health and so are the babies. I see no reason why she cannot deliver safely. We can keep a close eye on your wife. Extra examinations, and as long as she gets plenty of rest without stress, she will be just fine. Feeling somewhat relieved, he reached out to grab her hand and gave her a smile. Well, two girls. I am very happy, but you will take it easy and do as I tell you. So you think you can boss me around? Until I know that you're going to be okay and the babies are born. So yes, I am, he said, leaning over to kiss her. On the drive home, she turned to him, placing her hand on his thigh. Just wait until the others find out that we're having twins. Your mother is going to be over the moon. We've got so much to do. Got to get an extra crib and oh my, all the diapers we're going to have to buy. He couldn't help but chuckle. I don't want you to worry about any of that. You are to let all of us take care of it. Your job is to get plenty of rest and do as the doctor and I tell you. I know you weren't happy at first when you found out I was pregnant, but how do you really feel about us having twins? Honestly, a little nervous. I'm already trying to think of ways to keep the boys away from them when they grow up. They looked at each other and started laughing. Chapter 38, Epilogue Part 2. The others were sitting outside by the pool. Anthony was in the pool with Luca when they got home, so they went out to see them. Oh, hi you two. How did the appointment go, and did you bring back a picture to show us? Eleonora asked when they got closer. Now she had seen the other one, but that was earlier on and there wasn't much to see. Katerina smiled and reached into her purse. Yes, it went well, she said, handing the picture to her. Eleonora's eyes lit up. She looked at them. Am I seeing this right? She asked, handing it to Leon to look at. By this time, Anthony and Luca had gotten out of the pool. Luca ran to his parents, jumping into his father's arms, soaking wet, but Lazaro didn't care. What is it? Anthony asked, looking over his father's shoulder. Yes, Mom, it's twin girls, Lazaro said proudly. Wow, brother, those are some good swimmer you got there, Anthony said, giving him a pat on the back. Daddy, where are your swimmer? Luca asked, looking at him with the curiosity of a child. Of course, everyone had to laugh and waited to see what Lazaro would tell him. Well, of course, he wasn't going to tell his son what Anthony was talking about, so he made something else up. Your uncle was talking about you and Mommy, who are excellent swimmer. Anthony started chuckling and picked up Luca. Come on, little buddy, let me take you inside and get some dry clothes on you, and then we'll sneak into the kitchen and have some ice cream. Don't you give him too much now, Katerina shouted out as they walked away and towards the house. She really loved how caring Anthony was towards Luca, and the way he was with her son. She knew that someday he would make a great father. Time went by quickly, and she was now in her 7th month of pregnancy, and so far everything was going well. This time around, her mood swings were not quite as bad and her cravings were limited to her pickles and potato chips, but there were times when she became very emotional and sensitive. This one particular afternoon, she knew that Lazaro was working out downstairs in their home gym. Going down, she saw him lifting weights. His skin was damp and his muscles were flexing. This got her core throbbing and her heart racing. Hey beautiful, I thought you were supposed to be resting in bed. I was, but I was feeling a little lonely. Luca is out with your mother and father, so I thought I would come down and watch you work out. Do you know how turned on I get watching you lifting weights? He knew that look on her face and what it meant. I think I get the idea, but I'm afraid that's out of the question right now, he said, putting the weights down. Why? She asked, running the tip of her index finger down his chest towards the edge of his shorts. Because you are 7 months pregnant with twins. She dropped her finger from his body and glared angrily at him. So are you saying you're not attracted to me anymore? When your wife is horny, it's up to you to take care of me. But if I'm so repulsive, then forget it. I'll just order a toy off the internet. Then I'll have no use for you anymore. Cat, I am attracted to you and I do not find you repulsive. You have to take it easy. You've been tired the last couple of nights. You're such an ass. If you still desire me, you wouldn't be turning me down. Where are you going? He asked when she turned and walked away in a huff. I'm going upstairs and I'm getting into bed. Don't worry, I don't expect you to join me, nor do I want you to. As far as I'm concerned, you can forget about having sex ever again. As she was walking out, Anthony was walking in, and of course, he heard what she said to him. He smiled at his brother after seeing the look on his face. Oh, looks like somebody's in the doghouse. Not now, Anthony, he said as he picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his face. I'm not sure what that was all about, but I gathered you turned her down. Wrong thing to do in her condition. If I were you, I'd go up there and take care of business. You know what they say, happy wife, happy life. Jesus, she's 7 months pregnant with twins. How the hell could she even want to have sex in her condition? Beats me, bro, but if I had a gorgeous babe like Katarina, and she wanted me to do her, I sure as hell wouldn't turn her down no matter what condition she is in. He just shook his head at Anthony and walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower and stepped inside. When he was done, he put his clothes on and left the gym and headed upstairs. When he got to their bedroom, he found her in bed. He saw her clothes laying on the floor, and knew she was naked, and his member instantly came alive. It didn't matter how far along she was. He still got turned on. I know you're not sleeping. Well, now aren't you smart? She said sarcastically. What the hell do you think you're doing? She asked when she felt him getting into bed and under the covers. I'm going to give you what you want. Forget it, I'm not in the mood anymore. For your information, I ordered a toy from the internet, so you're no longer needed. He knew she was still pissed off at him, and was just trying to get him riled up. When it gets here, I will destroy it. The only thing going inside my life is me. He climbed over the top of her, making sure not to put his weight on her. He lowered his mouth onto her neck and started sucking lightly. Oh God, you smell and taste so good. He lifted his head up to look into her eyes. Don't ever doubt how much I love you, or how much I want you ever again. I just don't want to hurt you. She reached up and caressed his cheek. You won't hurt me. You just have to be a little more gentle than usual. So do you still want to? Why don't you find out for yourself? He moved his hand down between her legs, and felt the dampness in the way she moaned when he slipped a finger inside her. Yes, she definitely did want him. Now she was in her 9th month of pregnancy, and everyone was sitting in the family room after having a delicious dinner. Luca was sitting on the floor, with Anthony playing with some of his toys, when Katarina felt a sharp pain. Lazaro, I think the baby's coming. Everyone turned to look at her and he rushed to her side. Are you sure? She looked at her husband, grabbed the collar of his shirt and drew him closer to her. I think I know when the babies are coming. Take her to the hospital and we'll watch Luca, Eleonora said, getting up and going over to them. I'll drive you, Anthony said as he got to his feet. Lazaro nodded his head, touching her cheek lovingly. I'll just go upstairs and get your overnight bag and I'll be right back. When they got to the hospital, Anthony stopped at the entrance to let them out, and then he went and parked the car. Like his brother and everyone else, he was concerned about how the delivery would go. He rushed inside but was told that she had been taken into her room, so he decided to go in and see how they were doing. It's not like she was in the delivery room yet. Hey there, he said, and going over to stand beside her at the bed. I guess it won't be long now. Lazaro looked up at his brother. She's not quite there yet, but it won't be much longer. Do me a favor, go get her some ice chips. Ice? What the hell do you want with ice? Just get them, she screamed at him, making him jump. Well, he sure hightailed out of that room in a hurry. The way she barked at him scared the hell out of him, and he had to wonder if it was like this with every woman that about to give birth. 3 hours later, she was taken into the delivery room, and after a short time their first baby was brought into the world, and 10 minutes later their second daughter was born. This time there were no complications and everything ran smoothly. This time she did not threaten to punch him in the face or cut him off from sex. Before taking the babies away to be weighed and clean, she was able to hold them in her arms for a few minutes. Our babies are so beautiful, she said, smiling up at the proud father. They are beautiful just like their mother, he replied, leaning over to kiss her sweetly on the lips. He had kept his worried thoughts from her, but now that the babies were born, and she was okay, he felt a great sense of relief. Both babies were small, weighing 5 pounds and 8 ounces, but both were healthy. The next day, his parents and Anthony came to visit them in the hospital. Her parents would be arriving the following day. Mom and Dad, meet your granddaughters, Luna and Mia. Semi, Katerina and Lazaro never had any more children, but they were happy with what they did have. Her parents came to visit often and adored their grandchildren. Anthony stopped seeing Chelsea, though occasionally he did get together with her but still played the field. He adored his nephew and nieces and spoiled them rotten. Katerina and Lazaro's love grew strong and true to his word. He never stopped making her happy. All in all, they were a very close-knit family, and always had each other's back. The end. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. This helps others discover the story too. Hit the bell icon for the latest updates, and stay tuned for more thrilling books.